that you're definitely going to want to use with your quick card pads for sure.
Now, this has not been on air or available since end of 2022, so about a year and a half, something like that.
Which is crazy, isn't it?
We've had the big scoreboards, which are great.
We've had the big scoreboard, we've had the blue scoreboard, but we've not been able to bring you this deal.
I didn't know this was a thing.
Did you not?
No, I've not seen this before.
This one. It's perfect for sort of like travelling, on the go, crafting. Great if you've got any like grandchildren that love to craft with you, because you can get them their own and it's like a smaller version.
Also, if you're on the move, if you're out and about, going out for weekends away, that sort of thing. Now, it's already on the website. We're going to bring it to you in this hour, and we've got a limited quantity of stock. This on its own is $24.99. If you've got a big scoreboard, treat yourself to the portable one as well, because it works in conjunction with the big one brilliantly. So $24.99 for the scoreboard any day of the week. You've got, of course, score lines on both sides. One side is inches, one side is your centimetres.
You've still got that incredible box-making technology that you know and love from a hunky-dory scoreboard as well, just in this super small and compact.
So one side will make a lid, the other side will make a base, yeah?
Yeah.
OK. You are going to get an 8x8 self-healing cutting mat that will fit perfectly inside there. So this could be basically your workstation, not only for scoring, but also for doing your cutting. So you can get the mat as well. What's the mat normally worth?
I want to say $7.99.
OK.
Around about that price, yeah.
And so you get the most out of your new investment. You're going to get $9.99's worth of your Crafting Handbook Volume 5, featuring this scoreboard. OK. Now, we're going to feature this more in half an hour, but I've just got to let you know that it's on the website, OK? Yeah. It should be around about $42.97. It should be $42.97. Are we going to keep the price a secret? OK. It's a one-day-only offer.
One day only. It will never be repeated before.
We'll let you know a bit later on what we can let you have it for. But if you want to order it now on the website, you'll be delighted with the price it's going to go to. It's on the website now, but we'll drop the price a bit later. We're teases.
We are, aren't we?
We are teases today. OK, brand new, we've got quick card pads. Now, this is only the 7th, 8th and 9th in the range.
It is.
OK. Now, this is kind of a smaller version of the other pads that you do, isn't it? Yeah,
it is really. So this is when you need to make really, really quick essential cards. On every single sheet you get in one of these pads, you have the card blanks, you have your toppers, you have gorgeous ribbon borders, you have sentiments included in here. So this one sheet will make a card. It's like a one-sheet wonder.
Absolutely.
The cards are done with what you've got in here. You've got a great variety of 6x6 cards, and you've also got 4x6 cards. This one is our fabulous flowers, so this will make 16 cards.
OK. Fantastic. So that's the first pad.
Yeah.
The next one is your sporting life. So any active members of the family that you like to make sporting cards for, or maybe not quite so active. You've got the angling there, although that is kind of active. You've got your mountain biking. You've got your cricket as well. Laura, our producer, will be into that one. You've got your rugby. Yeah. What else have we got in here? What other sports? We've got the footy. We've also got the golf. Know a few golfers. My brother-in-law. Oh, yeah. And then we've got your Formula 1. There we go.
You've also got doubles of each design in here. So there's 8 different designs in total, or 8 different themes, as you will. And you are going to get 2 of each of those. So that makes up your 16.
Yep.
There's a mixture of gold and silver foiling across them all as well, which is very, very nice.
Then you've got Into the Wild. This is my favourite. I absolutely love this. The wildlife in here.
I really, really like this one. And you're covered for everyone, aren't you?
I'm looking in the mirror.
You've got the gorilla in here. You've got the gorgeous panda. I love the patterns that we've got throughout this one as well. Really, really stunning.
You've got your howling hyenas.
But when we talk about making quick cards, or someone comes round and says, oh, I've got this coming up, I need a card making, can you do it? You can make you can make these, Dan, don't be putting any clocks on the screen today. You can make these in 100% less than 3 minutes.
Okay.
That's
like dangling.
I would like to say 1 minute, but you know what Dan's like? He does time me all the time.
That is dangling the biggest carrot in front of Dan's nose. Maybe
what we need to do is, instead of putting a clock so I have to do it within a minute, we put a clock in and we see how fast I can make these cards.
That's a good idea.
Because that is what these are. They are quick cards. You just have to trim out your card blank. It's already pre-scored, so we don't need to get the scoreboard out. We can just fold that and burnish it, and then add all of your embellishments on.
You got your whales, you got your lions. So basically, you can make 48 cards out of these 3 pads.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we have also got a pick and mix of all the other 6 that we've had in the shows previously as well. So if you want to make up your own 3, you can do that. I'll tell you about the deal on that in a second. But in less than 30 seconds, we're going to give you the first deal of the afternoon. Maybe you're starting out making cards. This is perfect. Maybe you get caught because someone's got a birthday or a celebration, you think, oh no, I forgot all about that, and you want to make a card in literally a few minutes. This is the way to go.
Maybe you spend a lot of time in a motorhome, or, you've got like a holiday home. Look how thin these are together. And you've got such a variety of designs here. You take these pads, and you can be crafting on the go as well.
They're $14.99 each normally. You're going to get 1 absolutely free, $29.97 for all 3 pads to make 48 instant cards. QWHD84. These are the latest in the range. You're going to get Into the Wild. You're going to get Sporting Life. You're going to get your fabulous flowers. All 3 of them, each one making 16 cards for less than £30. That is $9.99 each pad, isn't it?
It is.
So you're saving a £5 off each one.
It's crazy. A £5 off each one, and $9.99 to be able to make 16 cards.
It's amazing.
They are really cool. I mean, obviously, we can make them as simple as possible, or there are so many different ways. By adding different score lines in, or chopping into these card blanks, we can be making fancy folds as well. So we can be doing easels with these cards. We can be doing fold backs with these designs. We can be creating gorgeous stepper cards and all of those different things I'm going to be showing you. What's great about these as well is that we don't have to use these as 6x6 or A6 cards. We can do so much more. This is a gorgeous one here.
We've got your flowers, there we are, look, you've got your elephants as well. Have you been watching that programme on the telly about, Paul O'Grady's last film shoot of the elephants?
I've not watched that, no.
Oh, it's been amazing, absolutely amazing.
But so fun, so many really cool themes throughout here as well. So it is one of those things that if someone needs a quick card really, really fast, you can say, yeah, I've got some. You could even show them some of the pads, and then you can make it right in front of them in under 3 minutes, 100%.
Loads of you coming through for this right now. QWHD84. You don't have to pick a mix. Basically, that's the 3 you get if you go for this item number. If you do want to pick a mix, you can go on our website and you can select 3 out of the 9 in total that are available, and that will be a 3 for 2 offer as well, OK? We'll do a little quick demo, and then we'll give you the other options in the pick a mix as well. QWHD84.
OK, so let's show you. I've got one of my sheets here. I'm going in with the Into the Wild, and I've gone with a whale of a time. I really like the designs in here. So you've got these really nice sort of perforation lines. So line up your trimmer with that, and all you want to do is place this across here. So I'm going to cut that side there, line this bit up here, cut that out there, and then your card base is ready to go. So pop that to one side.
Fabulous.
And then you might want to take out all of your elements. I'm going to use my scissors just to cut my border strips away from the edge there. And then you can pop out all of these. So of course we want that largest topper. I'm going to use my Handmade with Love, which you have on every single sheet. We'll have a handmade.
And you can put your signature on it if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to have Hope Your Birthday Makes a Splash. Let's pop that one on there. And then I'm also going to have a Whale of a Time. So let's take one of those out. I'm going to save these 2, but you could absolutely add those in. So I'm just going to fold my card across here, and we're going to score this down. Now you've got that nice little lip as well, so traditionally on cards that lip is there so you can open that card easily, so you've got that included.
Just thinking, you're saving £15.
Just a case of adding these bits on.
£15, that's more than covered your P&P of $3.95, then you can forget about the P&P for the rest of the day. Fantastic.
So I'm going to go in with my tape runners. We don't have tape runners on the show, but I do have a very cool adhesive show coming up at 5 o'clock, so make sure you are joining us there for that. So I'm just going to trim this off of here. I'm going to get my foam pads ready to go because we want to give this as much height and dimension as possible. So let's add those on. And then I'm going to pop this just at the top here, just underneath that Best Wishes. My other sentiment now can sit just underneath. I think I'll stick to this side. So again, just a case of your foam pads.
Are we timing that with this?
Do you know what? I am going a little bit slow, just so I can really show everyone all the different steps.
Well, maybe time you the next one. I mean, you can see this is not going to take a vast amount of time to do at all.
Don't worry, we'll do a little, a fun little how fast can we make one a little bit later.
Okay.
So I've put that on the wrong side. Let me just lift that off. See, you've put me off now, Dan. Pop that on there. And then what we're going to do is add our gorgeous little handmade sign onto the back of our card. Now, the only thing we don't have is obviously envelopes and sentiments, but we have got you covered.
We have got you covered.
With this. What I'm going to do is I've got one here from our Perfect Versus pad, which we've got on the show. And I've cut that down, and I'm just going to simply trim that. I've trimmed it down. I'm going to pop that onto the centre of my card. So now you've got a lovely verse as well, which is completely up to you, your choice.
Yep.
But how simple and beautiful is that?
And look at those whales.
The incredible design.
Look at the artwork, look at the colours. It is so hunky-dory, absolutely amazing quality. And you're going to get one of those pads absolutely free by buying it through us today. £15 saved, 1 P&P for the whole day of £3.95. That's how we roll. So I know you'll be back for more things from Hunky Dory at 3, 5 and 7 today as well. So lots to look forward to throughout the afternoon. Now, the pick and mix. We've also got the envelopes as well in the 6x6 and the different sizes. We'll come to those in a sec. So the three that are brand new today are, so there's no confusion, Into the Wild, Sporting Life and Fabulous Flowers. We're trying to make it as easy for you. So if you've already got the other ones and you want to just buy these three, just quote QWHD84. They're the three that you're going to be getting. But they also feature in the pick and mix. So say, for example, you want to go for 2 of those and 1 of the others, then again we'll charge you 3 for 2, so you'll get the same deal. We've also got, now these were from previous shows, you've got the For the Kids, so as you can see there, all sorts of cute little kiddie characters. You've got Noah's Ark in there, you've got monster trucks, you've got koala bears, all sorts of wonderful things. And again, I'll just show you a couple of pages of these.
Yeah.
There we go. See, everything's there. Your carte blanche, your toppers, your borders, your sentiments, your tags, everything you need to make great cards in there. That's the Into the Kids one. Then we've got For Her. So this one has got, as you can see, lovely florals.
Yeah.
You've got garden scenes. You've got ladies' bikes with baskets on the front. You've got cute little bunny rabbits. Lovely peacock you can see there as well. Gorgeous colours. Another one at random.
Really nice designs, aren't they? And the way that the design team have sort of layered the backgrounds up of the card blanks means that, you know, you can really make cards, whether you do tent folds or whether you do, however way you sort of use those square card blanks, these can make really nice cards.
That's For Her.
Yeah.
And then we've got the one For Him, making it nice and fair. So here, if I flick through, you've got lovely countryside scenes down by the river. You've got camper vans, garden scene out in the allotment maybe. You've got speedway, motorcycles. What's that one? Wrapped up presents and champagne. In the tool shed. So everything you associate with the more masculine type of card. You've got the beer bottles, that sort of thing in there as well. So that is For Him. So For Him, For Her, and For the Kids is available in the pick and mix. You can choose any of those to make up 3.
And then the other ones. We also have some Christmas ones, which is crazy, isn't it, to think that Christmas is coming, but it is coming up soon. And I know we sent the blockbuster to print yesterday, so we are definitely getting ready for Christmas
is underway soon.
Dory.
So this is Snowy Christmas. There we go. Snowy Christmas is this one. And, you know, if Christmas is the main time of the year that you work on card making, then stock up today. You could go Snowy Christmas, you can go Classic Christmas, lots of reds and golds. Gorgeous,
gorgeous artwork. You've got all of those really nice. There's religious connotations in here as well. You've obviously got the presents under the tree. But like you said, everything we really associate with Christmas. It's such a warm and cosy collection, that one.
And then the Cute Christmas.
Cute Christmas, which is super, super fun. So again, you get a mix of different card sizes. You've got 6x6 and you've also got A6 cards. That's what these create for you.
There you go.
And then you've got your toppers, you've got your ribbon borders, you've got a variety of sentiments. You're going to get that handmade for you. And this is literally one sheet makes a card.
So basically, you've got 9 that you can choose from if you want the pick and mix. And remember, you can order it on the website, and there's a little drop down where it will have all the names. Now, the one For Him is the one we've got least of. Always the most popular because we always struggle to make cards for guys. That's what we're always told. $14.99, you'll get all 3 of them, but you just select the 3 you want. It will go, they're $14.99 each, but you'll only be charged for 2. So that will be $29.98 for all 3 pads. And you can choose from the new ones. Maybe you want to go for one Into the Wild, maybe you want to go for Classic Christmas, and maybe you want to go For Him or something like that. You can build your own 3 and only pay for 2. QZ or ZQ HD 93. For him is about to sell out, I've just been told. So if you want the for him, please check your baskets out.
You know, you could be buying like 3 of the same pad here as well. You could be buying 3 of the gorgeous flowers because it's flower cards you make all the time. Or maybe you really like animals, so you're going to get 3 of those animal ones. However you want to sort of do your pick and mix, that's completely down to you. But make sure you're getting in quick because like this one, we've got a sell out.
Now, maybe you want to go for the sports one and the Into the Wild and the for him, maybe?
Yep.
So you've got all masculine-themed cards. It's entirely up to you. But remember, you can buy, if you bought 6, you get 2 free.
Yes, you do.
So that would be less than £60. £9.99 each, basically. You're getting a third off. You're going crazy for them. If you rather talk to the call centre and the operator, feel free to do that. They're there on the free phone number, 0800 001 4433. For him has gone. So that option is sold out, but we've still got stock of the other 5.
I think if you wanted the for him and you're looking for another one, then our brand new one that we've got today, that Sporting Life, is definitely one I would be sort of adding that one in because you do get a really lovely mix of sports throughout here. And I think very different sports as well, because of course you've got the racing in here, the golf, you've got the motocross, sort of like mountain biking. So there's a really nice mix. They're not sort of like normal traditional designs in here. We've gone quite different with the artwork.
Cricket.
But look at the background.
Yeah.
We can honestly, you can do so much with these cards.
I bet so many of you are going for him or have gone for him and put the sporting one in as well. So you've got 2 options. You can either buy the brand new 3 today as a bundle, and that's it done. You'll get your Fabulous Flowers, Sporting Life, and Into the Wild. If you'd rather go for the pick and mix, which this will feature in as well, so you can choose any of the 9 that are available. There's 8 available now because the for him is sold out. It's ZQ HD 493. For her, it's getting quite limited stock, I've just been told. And for the kids.
Oh, my goodness. You best be
her,
checking out those baskets.
And for the kids, very, very low in stock on those. For him has sold out, so that's completely gone. Right. Nice to give everyone the choice.
Yes.
By the way, can I quickly mention...
Yes, let's have a look at the envelopes, because it's the one thing that you don't get included, which I think is really, really cool.
Now, there's one of the 6x6s.
Yeah.
Fit perfectly into that envelope there. There we go. And then the other shape of card you're making from these cards...
You might be able to fit a 5x5 one in there as well.
You could.
Let me double check.
That one. That size will fit into that size envelope. Now, we have those in the show if you're thinking, OK, I make the cards, but I need the envelopes. 6x6, you get 50 of them for £5.99. Now, that is just over, that's about 12 pence an envelope?
Yeah.
Something like that?
And you know that you are going to need more than just the 50. You're going to need more envelopes than you will cards, because when we do cards with topper collections, we don't get envelopes included either. And I think as well, 6x6s and A6 cards as well are essential for you to do this with.
Now, £5.99 for 50 of them. That's what you'll get if you want RN HD54. If you put the phone down from the call centre or you've shut your laptop or whatever, don't worry, you've bought maybe the pads. Just make another call. It's free phone. Even on a mobile, it's free. Or just tap the app or go on our website. You can order as many things as you like during the day, midnight to midnight, 1 p.m. of £3.95. 50 of those. Loads will be going for multiples of these.
Yes.
And this size is not so easy to get hold of. Now, we're thinking that this may be a mistake price-wise, but you know what? We're going with it. It's on the screen. We'll honour that price.
Oh, my goodness,
50 of the C6. 50 of the C6. Of course, the pads themselves will make 6x6 and C6 size cards. YFHD09 for 50 of the C6 envelopes. Great quality paper used to make them as well. £4.50.
£4.50.
What?
And you're getting 50 envelopes here as well. It's incredible, isn't it? And you always need envelopes. You always, always, always need envelopes.
Absolutely. So we put them in the show. This wasn't actually going to be in the show. It was Natalie's suggestion to put them in.
Yeah,
Good idea.
I just thought it was a good idea because you've got everything you need on one sheet to be able to make a card, but we don't have anything to put it in. So grab your envelopes, because at those prices as well, and what you're saving with your bundles and with your pick and mix, it's definitely worth having them. And,
you know, even if you make all the cards in the pads and you've still got a few envelopes left over, you're going to make in total 16... 32, 48, and you've got 50, so you have a couple of envelopes left over. There you go. £4.50. Now, we're actually going to do something... Now, on the website, evidently, they're at a different price. If it's a mistake, just grab it, but we've got to honour the price it's on the website at Uh-oh. $2.99.
Oh, my goodness.
Boo-boo. Someone's made a boo-boo.
Look at how many people are coming in now.
I know. Well, Melanie's checked out. Linda in Greater Manchester's checked out. Maureen, Julie, Tina, Amanda, Dorothy, Sylvia, Lorraine, all coming through. $2.99 for C6 envelopes. Go for 2. Go for 4.
Definitely.
If it is a mistake, it's our fault. You benefit from it. We're happy with that.
Now, you've got your envelopes, you've got your cards, but now we need inserts, don't we? So for your inserts, the best thing would be your Perfect Verses pad. I've got mine here.
Okay.
So this is the foiled Verses pad 2. And in here, you are going to get 24 different verses. And I can promise you, there is a verse in here for all of your cards.
For every theme?
Every theme that you can think of.
You've got 4 on a sheet.
You've also got gold and silver foiling, so it matches up with your quick card pads perfectly. And there's so many different styles of font in here. There's so many different occasions in here. So we've got some sympathy ones. We've got birthday ones as well. But absolutely incredible. So you can just cut these out. You can use your trimmer to do that. You can use dies to do that if you want them to be a little bit fancier. You can use your banner punches on here as well and your tag pads. But they are absolutely perfect. Look at that one. Friendship isn't one thing, it's a million things.
Family is the anchor that holds us steady through life storms.
This is a very little card to say a great big thank you, and that is what you're going to be making with these cards.
And these are the perfect size to go into the cards you're making in these fantastic
whether you trim these down into sort of like 3.5 by 3.5 inch squares, or whether you're doing like 3 by 4, so you can stick them into your designs. It's going to work great, isn't it? Loads of typography in there. You've got things for special occasions.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Flowers are nice, but chocolate is too.
Loads of things covered in here with this one. Absolutely incredible. $9.99, and in total you are actually going to get, I want to say it's 96.
You get 48.
You get 48
designs,
sheets,
8 of each.
and there's 6 on each. There's 4 on each.
So that's 96. That's 192.
Yeah. Oh, more than I thought.
Yeah.
I thought it was 96.
Well, there's 4 on a sheet, and there's 48 sheets.
Yeah.
24 different verses, 8 of each. 8.20. Yeah. It's all right, Nick.
That is incredible.
192 verses in there for £9.92. That's really taking care of all of your verse needs for these fantastic pads that we've got today. $9.99, grab as many of them as you like, and it's not all about just one particular theme. It's not all birthday, it's not all anniversary or anything like that. It's covering everything, isn't it?
Covering absolutely everything, yeah. You are covered for anniversaries, birthdays, you are covered for just to say thank yous, everything. You've got that in here.
C6 envelopes, surprise, surprise, sold out at $2.99.
And I doubt we can get any more at that price either. But let's do, first of all,
have we still got the 6x6? 6x6 still there. Okay, third of the stock of that's gone.
Let's show you how you can easily transform these cards into something else. So what I'm going to do is I am just going to trim this out. And we are just going to use our trimmer to do that. You can obviously use your scissors as well if you want to, but your trimmer is going to give you that nice edge, and it's so easy to just be able to get that out of there. So let me just trim that just perforation line off there a little bit more just to clean that up. And then this time we're going to do something a bit different with this design. So I've got my topper here, and I'm going to measure my topper. So my topper is about 3 inches.
Okay.
So can you pass me that scoreboard, Dave?
I can.
On that special offer. The
special edition scoreboard that we've not seen since January 2022.
So what we're going to do is pop this on our scoreboard, and these are the perfect size to fit on here as well. And I am going to score this on this side, and we are going to score it at 1 inch. And I'm going to go down to this 3 inch mark. So just following the guide here, so 1 inch away. Then we are going to score it at 2, so that would be 6 because we're doing it on this side of our card blank. And then I am going to score this at 6 again, so that's 2. So if we're doing it the right way around, on here you want to score it at 2, you want to score it at 6, and you want to score it at 7. If we did it the other way around, that would give our scores on our card, they would be on this side instead of this one.
Okay, yeah.
So I've got that in. We are then...
We'll put you out of your misery about the scoreboard fairly soon, by the way.
I'm going to get my trimmer, and I'm going to line my trimmer up to the 3 inch mark, and I'm just going to go from that first score line to that last score line there. And then this is where you can now fold your card in half. And then what we can do is just mount in and valley fold these steps. Have I done this wrong? I've definitely done it wrong, but I can't figure out how. This needs to be... No, I know, but
when he's timing
you put the
on this
clock
one.
on.
No pressure.
This is the problem. Don't put the clock on. So what do I need to do? Because I need to separate that into 3. So if I do it at 1.5, 1.5, that's not going to be enough.
It's one of them days now.
I told you this was going to happen, Dave. I've not had enough sleep. It was going to happen.
Blame your husband.
I know. Let's do this at 2. This is crazy, isn't it? I'm going to pop that one in there. No, because that's not enough. Do you know what? I think
you've done it.
Have I? I'm not sure. No, it's a bit wonky on the edge. And that step is at the same size. So that's that one. And then this is a half. Why won't it do it right?
We get the idea.
This is one of those things, though, that's really going to bug me as to why it won't fold.
It's like a Krypton factor, isn't it?
Honestly.
But you can make a stepper card.
You can make a stepper card. I just don't know why I can't do it.
I've never made one. So I'm not much help.
This needs to be... I think this one needs to be scored again.
You're probably shouting at the screen at home, aren't you?
You probably are. And honestly, if you can work out what's going wrong here, please let me know.
Oh, hang on.
I've just added an extra little level there, but that isn't actually going to solve my problem. But it is going to work for this little bit.
Still looks okay.
So I've added an extra score in there at that half-inch mark.
No one noticed.
Well, this is the thing.
No one noticed.
So
20% of the new bundle has gone.
It wasn't... I don't know why that's not worked.
Do you know
I'm so confused.
It's good when it happens to you, because it happens to us at home every day.
It does happen to us at home all the time, doesn't it? But hopefully now, with this, you can see that if you did do that, you can add it in. I will try and work out what that is, though, and why that's happened, and then be able to give you the right one. So let's pop this in. And then... Oh, no, that's boggling my mind even more. We're just going to leave it like this for now.
We're OK where it is.
What I'll do is when we come off air, then I'll try and work out the maths. But I'm in holiday mode already, people. As you can tell, today's going to be a successful day.
We both are. 4
hours of me doing demos like this. You're in for a treat. So let's pop that on there.
We're both kind of D-Mob happy, aren't we?
We're going to pop that on there like that. And then I'm going to use these ones in the background here. So what we can do with that is I'll put a little bit of glue on that bit and foam pad on here so these lift them off. So let's pop them up here. So that one says have a ball of a time. We've got that gorgeous image there again. So someone special can go on the front of the card.
Mm-hmm. It's great fun, actually, because we're all sharing tips, aren't we, about where to go when we're in the States.
So I'll pop this on here.
You're messaging me. Beth Kingston's messaging me. Go there, go here.
Yep.
That's great.
So then we're going to pop this on the back. I'm just stunned now. I'm still not over the fact that I've done that wrong.
You're going to sign that one?
Sign my wrong card.
Handmade by?
Handmade by me. I don't know if I've got a pen. I don't think I need to mess it up anymore, if I'm honest.
Well, you get the idea.
And to be honest, it does work. It does work that way. It stands up perfectly.
You rescued it.
I somehow managed to save it. Not sure how it went wrong there. But there you go.
It happens to the best.
What you can do, and what I did do for another card as well, was I actually cut a piece of like copier paper down to the size of my card blank, and then I worked out the measurements before trying it out on here.
Right.
I didn't do that with this one, so
okay.
that's why.
That's probably why.
That's why it happened. But definitely do it.
Well, Dan is rubbing it in and saying it's a less than 6 minute card. Dan's our director. Right, now, remember you've got two options. You can either go for the pick and mix, which is giving you the choice of choosing any of the 9 of the pads that are available, or you can go for just the 3 brand new ones, okay? If you want the 3 new ones, you'll get 1 free anyway, and the new ones are Fabulous Flowers, Sporting Life, and Into the Wild. But if you want to pick and mix your favourites, I'm not surprised a lot of people are buying 6.
Because you said before, the more you buy,
yeah, if you buy 6, you get 2 free. That's 30 quid you've saved by buying 6, which makes sense. So if you want to go for 6, just choose any. You can have multiples of the same one. If the For Him would have been on your list, well, maybe now that's sold out. Sporting Life perhaps would be the next best. If you're looking for like masculine cards, that would be a good option. Into the Wild is also a good one for everybody who doesn't love wildlife and that sort of thing. And also for kids that are maybe studying, nature and geography, that sort of thing. This could help with that too. So they're the 3 new ones, but the others that you can choose between in the pick and mix, we've got 3 that are Christmas themed, and each of these, remember, will make 16 cards.
Yeah.
So you've got your cute Christmas, which is all kind of cartoony, rather lovely. You've got your classic Christmas, very traditional, reds and golds and greens. And then you've also got your snowy Christmas, if that's what you love, the kind of whiteness, snowy scenes. That's snowy Christmas, there we go. $14.99 each, but if you buy 3, you'll only pay for 2. And then the other 3, from previous shows, maybe you bought them first time round.
That one's sold out.
And you've sold, and you've run out of...
For the kids, Dave.
For her?
5 left.
And for the kids. If you want for the kids, 5 remaining.
I mean, there's only 15 left of the For Her.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you've got that in your basket, we've told you now, there's not many left. You need to check out.
That's going to be the next one to sell out.
Definitely.
I know Christine in the Midlands has done very well. She's actually got 6 of them. So you've saved yourself £30 this afternoon, Christine, by buying those. And remember, pay your P&P once. You don't have to pay it again. So the pick and mix is there. And we did put the 3 new ones in the pick and mix as well. But if you just want those on their own, they're a separate item number. They're available. And you only pay for 2 if you buy those as well. So they are the brand new ones. Right, now we're going to move on to what we teased you with at the beginning of the show. It is proving very popular already. We haven't got the price. This has not been on air since December 2022. We're now in April 2024. Now, this is such a godsend because the big scoreboard's great, but you wouldn't necessarily call that portable. That's for your craft room, and that's probably where it stays.
If we're saying that we're wanting to take, say, like a tote bag away with us, and we don't have that much space, then this is perfect. Yeah. So this deal includes your mini scoreboard, which has a bed of 8 inches by 8 inches, and in centimetres, that's 21 by 21. It still has your incredible box-making technology, but it's just a smaller, more compact version. You are going to get your 8 by 8 cutting mat that fits perfectly in here, and we will show you a photo of that. We searched for at least half an hour to try and find it, and we've hunted high and low. We couldn't find it here in the office. And then you've also got the Crafting Handbook Volume 5, which is your mini make. So this includes loads of small projects that you can make on this handbook, including like gift boxes, different fancy folds. You've got all of the information about the board itself. Yep. And then you've got these really cool instructions. They come with guides as well, so you can see exactly where your scores and your cut lines need to be. Mini centre stepper there, do you see that? These are awesome. And these are some designs as well that you will be able to take with your quick card pads and sort of do those funky folds. I mean, I should have really looked at this because this would have probably told me what my steps need to be for my stepper.
But you know what? If it can go wrong for Natalie, it can go wrong for you at home as well, and for me.
But this is where these come to hand, you know, really, really well, because you can often flick through these, and if you want to do a certain type of card, like a pop-up box, you'd be able to make a pop-up box with the quick cards. Definitely. So you've got all of those. You've got the handy designs here. And I
love the fact you're going to get the cutting mat, which fits into the recess on the scoreboard as well, so it becomes your workstation. You don't put it away when you stop scoring, because you can put the cutting mat in there and cut away and just use it as something to rest on.
Use it for fussy cutting. I use this with my smaller one, like on the telly, and I use it to just like colour with, so I use it as like a base. So you are going to get the mat there as well. So there's the mat inside the actual scoreboard. So it's a work area, protecting your tabletop and all of that. Now, the scoreboard on its own should be £24.99. Yeah. The cutting mat is approximately £8, £7.99. And the book, the adorable scoreboard book, is £9.99. So that comes to £42.97. Now, currently,
we have done a deal with Hunky Dory, and it's only for today. It's never going to be this price again. You can get the scoreboard, you can get the mat, and you can get the book. That's Hunky Dory's price. So they're better than us by about £8. Okay, but no, they're not. Clock is coming on the screen. Nearly 10% of the stock has already gone in baskets. If you check out, remember, everyone will pay the final low price. Your debit card will not be charged, or your credit card will not be charged with $42.97. 30 seconds. It's all going so well today. It's going so well, isn't it? Dan has put me off by putting a clock in, and now by me putting him off, he's now messed up. So I'm happy about that. I'm happy about that. What's going wrong? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's just bring the price down. We are going to beat... We don't need to wait any longer. We're going to beat Hunky Dory's price. We're going to go below 34. We're taking every pound and every penny off this deal, bearing in mind the scoreboard is $24.99 on its own, without the map, without the book. £26 and 58 pence. So in other words, the $9.99 book and the $7.99 mat is costing you... £2? Not even that. £1.59. £1.59. £1.59. What can you get for £1.59 nowadays? Mat and a book. Crazy, isn't it? I know. Crazy. It's so portable. You get that. You get your 3 pads. I know these aren't the right ones, but get your 3 pads. Get your inserts. Look how thin this is. This is going to fit into sort of like a small little craft tote bag, and you can take this away and craft anywhere on the go. Maybe you do craft groups as well. This is a great thing to have in sort of like in your craft groups for, you know, being able to do different card blanks, or like maybe test out some of the designs in here. Do one each week. It is such a good price. This price is never going to be repeated. This is a once-only offer. After today, we will never be able to repeat this price because the cost of living's gone up, the cost of our scoreboard's gone up. We will not be able to do this price anymore. Julie in Lincolnshire. Good afternoon, Julie. How are you doing? She says, hi all. I have this board and it's so useful when making smaller projects and doesn't take up too much space. It complements the other scoreboards. Thank you, Julie. That's what I thought. It really does. I mean, if you're thinking, I don't need another scoreboard, I've got the big one. Yeah, but this complements it. It works alongside it. If you want to take that downstairs rather than the big one, if you want to put that in the motorhome, in the caravan, take it away with you. It goes in a tote bag. Have it in your craft trolleys, because my craft trolley doesn't fit my... I've got a huge craft trolley, but it doesn't fit my big scoreboard in. It won't shut properly. Put this in there, it shuts absolutely fine. So I've got a scoreboard with me that I know I can use. And even if I'm doing bigger projects as well, I can just slide my cardstock down to the next sort of like inch mark, and I've got that room to be able to do bigger projects on this too. And even if you're thinking, well, do I really need a handbook? You know, I've been crafting for years. Do. Yeah, I mean, it's going to give you loads of project ideas. Look at your handbooks. You'll be able to get your demos right. It's nice. It's nice. It's a helping hand. You know, you can look in here, refresh, because we honestly, we use all of our handbooks at Hunky Dory. We're constantly, on days where we're not having a great day, we'll go to our handbooks for inspiration. We'll be able to pull out and recreate those cards, and it just gives you that boost of confidence as well. And it's a great learning technique. And if you're new to crafting as well, this is really good price for a tool that will last you a really long time. And once you've got a scoreboard, the amount of things you can be making, 3D models, different card shapes. So we are £9 cheaper than Hunky Dory themselves. Yes. And about £16, £17 cheaper than what we should be charging you today. Yeah. And you are going to get your self-healing cutting mat, reversible as well, worth £8, $7.99. The scoreboard is worth $24.99, and the book is worth $9.99. I mean, take that book off, that $9.99 book, take that away, then you're getting your scoreboard and your mat for £16.58. Whichever way you look at it, it's amazing. It's crazy, isn't it? And the projects in here are great. Deal. Maybe there are projects in here you never really thought of making. A mini picture frame, a mini basket. What else have we got here? Mini projects in the back. We've then got a pop-up box. You were talking about that. Yeah, little tea-light boxes as well for gifts, that sort of thing. A mini diorama card. Mini triple circular easel card. Some of you have got discount codes, I hear. Fair enough. Yeah, from the Hunky Dory goodie box. Yeah. Yeah, you can still use that with this. You can still use that as many times as you want until April the 18th. Mini Gatefold card. Yeah, so even though it comes in really handy. Even though we have trashed the price, you can still use discount codes if you've got them. Yeah. So she's got how much extra off? Another $2.65 because it was a 10% discount. So that's coming under the cost of what your board should be. Yeah. What a deal. Such a good deal. Glad you tuned in this
that.
afternoon. ZQHD60. Let's go back to another demo from our fantastic quick card pads.
What we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to be able to make bigger cards with these pads.
Okay.
So I'm going to make an 8x8, which is the largest card size that we have. And you might think, well, how can you do that? Because that isn't big enough, and we're going to show you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim this out from here. So I'm going to trim this to 6x8. Oh, we're going to go just a little bit under, but we'll do that in a little minute. So line that up onto here now, and then just trim that panel away. So we've got this section. And then what I want to do is I want to make this so it's about a quarter-ish shorter. So I'm going to take 2 notches off one side, and then we're going to take 2 notches off the other side. So that's going to bring it down to 7 3/4. So we've got that base, and this is going to be like the main focus of our card. Okay. So I'm going to dress it up by bringing in some other items to obviously create my background. So I've got some silver mirror, and I've also got this gorgeous plum colour from our colour block pads. Now this is from our Christmas selection, but it matches so well with the flowers and the backgrounds that we have in these toppers. I'm going to take those out as well. Get those tags in there, get your handmade in there as well, and I'm going to use both sentiments because we are doing a really big card here. So let's trim out these tags because we're going to use those.
We have got our colour block pads in the show that we'll come on to a bit later on, matte and shiny.
So let's make this card up. So what we're going to do is I'm going to layer this onto a piece of silver. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that score line in there, but the way that we dress this card up, you're not going to be able to see that because we're going to add some of those borders in. So laying this onto a piece of mirror card. Now, let me just double check. I had. So I have cut this. So this will give me a border the whole way along our card, and then I'm going to bring in a piece of 8x8 silver mirror, and I'm going to add my colour block pad over the top. Now I have cut this colour block just a quarter shorter again. So let's line that up. Oops. You want to make sure you're getting that nice and straight on there. So we've got that element. I'm then going to go in with this panel and just lie that over the top there. Going to give it a bit of dimension, so let's go in with our chunky foam pads. Okay.
I think we've still got stock of the foam pads on the website. Strips
we have. I think they're going to be included in that 5 o'clock adhesive show as well. So all your adhesives, foam pads, red liner tape, construction glue, your tape runners, which are so handy for creating cards with these as well. So popping that on there, and then we need to work out where we're going to layer all of our elements up. So I'm going to just line this up onto here. I think I'm going to go there. And then this border can go across here. This border...
that rich plum is really opulent,
It's nice, isn't it?
Love it.
I want to see where these are going to sit too. So I'm thinking of popping that across, but I am going to cut into it a little bit. So that'll sit on that score line. This bit up here. I can also probably put this lovingly handmade by on the front as well if I wanted to fill a bit more space up.
Yep.
These tags can go on here. And then I've also got, just for you, let's see how these ones fit.
So that's how you can make a card that is destined to be smaller, bigger.
Just for you, let your dreams blossom. And then can we still fit this on? There's maybe a little border edge, I think. So let's go in, once I've got that layout nice and sort of sorted out, we can go in with our other elements. So I'm going to pop this along the bottom, and I can just lift that up to trim it away with my scissors. Same with this one. I think I'm going to cut this one if I wanted to as well. I don't need to use the whole thing, so actually let's pop this on first. Oops. I'll go in with this and with this. Doubling up those foam pads is going to give me a bit more height to my card as well. This is another card where you can use this topper both ways as well. So if I wanted to,
a landscape or portrait,
I could do it that way. Now I'm thinking. I think I'm going to go portrait still.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop that where I want it to, so it's just off the edge of this point here. And then with this, let's pop this in here. So I'll just make sure I can read that full sentiment. I'm going to trim that out of there.
What does the sentiment say?
It says heartfelt wishes.
Nice.
So I'm going to pop that on there and then I'll bring it back in.
And that's covering up the scoreline on the cards.
To cover up that scoreline. And I've still got a bit more of this if I wanted to make like a little banner.
Yep.
To go sort of like up here maybe. Let's actually pop that there. We'll make the most out of this. I love sort of like just trialing out different layouts, seeing where I want those cards to be. This can go, I'll pop that over there, I think, still.
Are there little
just
holes
sort of
in
hanging
the tags
off
at the top?
There are, so if you want to add ribbon through, you absolutely can do. I'm going to sort of stick them down with a foam pad. So let's just go in there with that. Pop them on there, and then these two I'll use my strips for, because they fit on here perfectly, we know that. So just popping that on there, adding that onto there.
And all these are on each sheet. You know, all these little sentiments, these little banners, they're all on the same sheet.
And it just proves that you can do the smaller cards, but also if you're really clever with the way that you use these backgrounds, because they have been designed so nicely, we can make bigger cards as well. So let's now put this onto our 8x8. Oops. You could have used Matastic here, so you could have maybe got, if you've got some floral stamps, you could have recreated that gorgeous floral design. Line that up with the edge of my card blank.
There you go.
And then our sentiment for Lovingly Handmade can just go on the back.
And that's just one sheet from one of the pads that you're getting today. And it's a 3 for 2 offer on the Pick and Mix, but also on the brand new pads as well.
And that as well is transformed a 4x6 card to an 8x8 card. And I've used one sheet from the pad, and I've also used one sheet from our colour blocks.
Now, the sheets from the colour blocks, I found it. There's the colour.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Nat's just used. Now, the colour block pick and mix always does really, really well. You've got a choice of either matte or the silk finish. So the silk finish is going to give you that lovely shine, and that's the colour that Nat used in there. Now, you've got 12 different designs and 4 of each. So you've got 4 of that purple, but look at all the other gorgeous, gorgeous colours you've got in here. Now, they're $7.99 each, or if you choose to buy 2, you'll get them for $9.91 for the pair. So you're only paying about £1.90 for the second pad by buying 2. And you can choose which 2 you want to go for. So that one, if you like the colour that Nat used in the demo, that's your classic Christmas in silk. We've also got the other Christmas in silk as well, which is Frosted Christmas. Maybe you want to go for those 2. If you buy those 2, you'll pay just $9.91, and you'll then have a total of 96 sheets.
Too as well with this card.
Yeah, isn't that beautiful? So that's your Frosted Christmas, a bit more contemporary. Beautiful colourways in there.
Really,
Again,
really nice, aren't they?
Although we're calling it Christmas, those can be colours all year round.
No, these are just these are colours for every time of the year. And I love my colour block pads because Adorable Scoreboard is great, but sometimes you're very limited with the amount of colours and tones of colours that you can find as well. With your colour block pads, we've got all of the different variations covered. So
this is bright in the silk, so you've got that lovely shine. I can see why.
This is my favourite. I love bright, happy colours, and this one is perfect.
Look at that yellow. Wow. Lime green, love it. Bright green, beautiful kind of tealy blue, then into your kind of bluey purple. Love it.
Really, really nice, aren't they? And
there's
such a variety of colours. You can see all the colours that you've got in your pad as well. So I don't need to even flick through them. I can just have a look at that. I can say, okay, that's perfect for what I'm working with.
If you want,
lay it next to my designs, possibly.
If you want something a bit richer, we've got the vintage. Now, look at this. This is also in the silk, but you can choose maybe to go for a silk and a matte version.
This is very good for masculine themed cards with the deep tones of colour we've got in here.
Very butch.
I don't know whether I would use that term. I think it's just very rich and like dark.
Rich and masculine.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. $7.99. It looks almost like leather, doesn't it, with that shine on it? Really lovely. So that's the vintage in the silk. Then we've got our mattes. Now, this is the classic Christmas. So if you wanted to go for the classic Christmas in the silk,
at the bottom,
which is that one, this is the matte version to kind of complement it. Same colourways, but if I just open it and turn it, you see there's no shine on that.
So you can see the difference. It's the same colour, but you'll have, oh, where are we up to? Blue? You'll have the blue, and then you'll have the other colours throughout there. I don't think these have been padded the same, which doesn't really help, does it? But you can see you've got all of the same colours, but you've got a matte. And it's nice to have the choice. Yeah. I think I love using my silks with all of my pocket pads, with things like my quick card pads. But when it comes to die cutting, then having those matte-tastic versions are very nice, because I can then colour on top of them with my alcohol markers as well.
And you can stamp on it, you can add effects and your distress inks, all that sort of thing to the young.
You can stamp directly on with your prism ink, so you could do like a tonal card, so using those greens with like a deeper green stamp and ink, and that looks really, really fun. You can obviously use your embossing powders on here, or gilding flakes, things like that.
Vintage matte, this one. So you've got the choice, silk or matte. Maybe you want to go for 2 mattes, 2 silks, 1 matte, 1 silk. It's entirely up to you. $7.99, but remember, if you ask the call centre or just select 2 in your basket on the website or on the app, you'll only pay £9.91 for both of them. And maybe you bought the pads earlier on. If you did, you've paid your P&P, so the rest of the day it's P&P free.
I think we're missing the pastels one as well, aren't we? No, we haven't got the neutrals either, so we are missing the pastels and the neutrals. But have a look on the website, because the images will all be on there, and you'll be able to see them.
Frosted Christmas in the matte.
The pastels is like a lighter version of the brights. I don't think they're on this image either. No, they're not.
But they are available. And remember, the naturals or the neutrals are more kind of taupey colours and browns.
Yeah, all of your earthy colours. They're perfect for that. So
basically, there are loads of pads. You choose the colourways and the finish that you'd like, either the matte or the silk. You're only going to pay £9.91 for both of them. Maybe you want to go for 4. If you want to go for 4, how much are you saving by buying 2? You're saving best part of about £6. So you save about £12 if you bought 4 of them today and 1 P&P. ZDHD25. If you're not sure how to do the pick and mix, or you're not quite sure which ones you're after, call the call centre. They'll go through them for you. Just tell them which ones you like, and they'll sort out an account for you if you've never shopped with us before, because we get brand new customers every single day here at HobbyMaker. But what a deal. What a show.
So many deals, aren't there, in this show? Should we do another demo?
Go on. We've got enough time to do another quick one.
Should we do a quick one? Okay, we'll do a quick one. So let's do a gorgeous easel card with this. So what we're going to do here is we're going to cut this out. We'll see how far we get. We might be able to show you another different way before we go. So I'm going to cut this out, and then we are going to just cut that down to here. So let's take all of those other elements out, and then again, I want the scoreboard. So I'll bring you my blue one this time, just because it's here to hand. And I am going to add a score in here at 2.5. So that is then going to give me a fold back. I can use this as a regular fold back card like this, or I can use it this way. Do you know what as well? I've been telling you all this time that these make 6x6s. They make 5x5s, so I have to apologise for that. But your 6x6 envelopes are going to come in handy. And Laura, do we have 5x5s as well, just to throw on quickly? Because that's my mistake.
I mean, the 6x6 envelopes will work with those because they're smaller.
And if you wanted to, matte and layer them onto 6x6s to be able to make bigger cards, you can do.
Yep.
So I'm going to take out my topper. I'm going to take out my Lots of Love. And I'm going to take out one of these border strips because I need this to make my stopper. So just cut them to the full size. And then I'm going to just bring one of my foam pads to pop on that, and I'm going to pop a foam pad on the top section of my image. That is going to sit on, let's go on this side because I like that design on there. Yes, 5x5, sorry.
Obviously the 6x6s will work with these cards, but if you do want the dedicated 5x5s.
I told you I was having a funny day. So I do apologise for everyone who's bought those 6x6s. But also, if you want to switch them,
now we have got them.
5x5s, then call the call centre. They can sort that out for you.
And do you know what? The 5x5s are $2.99 as well. 50 of them. So yes, like Natalie said, if you've ordered the 6x6, not realising 5x5 was available. Call the call centre, they'll swap your order for you. They'll do it. 0800 001 4433, ZGHD37 for the 5x5 square envelopes to complement exactly the size of cards you're going to be making from the pads.
So then you've got that gorgeous little easel card, so you just need to make sure that those folds are folded straight across that bottom edge, and then that will sit really nicely in there. So you've got that sort of reverse easel. Should we try and do another one? Let's do
How long we got?
Gorgeous gatefold this time.
Oh, we've got 3.5 minutes. That's all right.
Okay, I'll try and make it to 3.5 minutes.
No pressure.
So this one we're going to cut out. So I've gone for square again. And this now, is, I think, 10x5. Yeah. Just going to trim that little line again. I've just gone over that edge. So then this time I'm going to create a gatefold.
Yep.
So I'm going to bring this in.
Loads of you stocking up on the envelopes this afternoon. I'm not surprised at that.
What do I want to score it at? Let's go for 2.5. So 2.5 again.
Sure.
And then 7.5.
Sure.
And I'm just going to leave this score line in here. We can just sort of go over that score line as well with your burnisher, and that'll straighten it out a little bit. So this is going to fold inwards.
Oh, a gatefold.
Yeah. So we've got that gorgeous gatefold. So we've got that design there. And then I'm going to pop my topper, and I'm going to get my sentiments. Let's go for these ones this time. I'm not going to bring in my border strips, but I am going to bring in another one of those perfect verses to sit in the middle of my gatefold. So I'm going to stick this sort of on this side more than the other. So let's get my pieces together.
And everything that Natalie's brought us in the show is on the website now if it's still in stock. Some sellouts have happened.
And then I need my smaller squares for this one. So I'm just going to pop that on there. That can go down the bottom here. You can, of course, add any other elements. I've gone with very minimal elements on this card, actually. And then I'm going to pop in this mirror onto there. And then this is going to go on the middle of our card. So we can open that out now. You could put a colour block pad in here as well. Could have gone for that really light blue or maybe our pastel blue. But that white really matches with the white that you've got in there. And then that's how you can turn them into a gatefold if you want to do that. Fab.
I mean, although...
Loads of different elements.
Although the actual pads themselves are self-contained with everything you need apart from adhesive and envelopes, of course, which are in the show, you can put your own twist on them if you want to. These are the 3 brand new ones today. Fabulous Flowers, Sporting Life and Into the Wild. But remember, you can buy those 3 together under one item number. But if you'd rather pick and mix your own 3 favourites or 6 favourites, there are 8 available at the moment because 1 sold out. The For Him did sell out. You've got Classic Christmas, which you can choose between. You've got Cute Christmas and you've got Snowy Christmas as 3 Christmas options. And then the other 2 that we've got, which I think are still available.
They are still available.
For the kids.
Just so.
The kids is the most limited. For Him has sold out. What was the name of the other one?
Oh, the For Her.
Oh, the For Her.
It's here.
Oh, it's here. Thank you.
Hidden
underneath my notes. So those 2 are still available as well. You can cherry pick any 3. They're $14.99 each. So for $29.98, you'll get 3 pads. So if you want to go for 6, you'll then save nearly £30. $29.98 you'll be saving. 1 P&P. And of course, the envelopes are available as well. The 5x5, the 6x6s, and of course the C6 envelopes there at crazy prices. Give us a call for them. Why don't you? And just go to the website. If you missed anything, it'll be there. HobbyMaker.co.uk. See you in an hour.
See you in an hour. We've got dyes. Yeah, the gorgeous homegrown collection. Any houseplant lovers, you're going to not want to miss this show.
Meryl's up next. Parchcraft Australia, some brand new plates. Don't go anywhere.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hi everyone, welcome back to HobbyMaker. Great to have your company as ever. I'm Dave with you till 5 o'clock, then Hayley's here between 5 and 8. Meryl is back. Hello.
Hello there.
How you doing?
I'm all right, thank you.
Good. Meryl's one of the most chilled out people I've ever met because it's Parchcraft and it just makes you go into your own zone, doesn't it?
Does,
and
yeah.
chill out and relax.
Relaxes you and
exactly.
It does.
And you make, when you're doing Parchcraft, amazing works of art. Works of art that you can be proud of, that you can put on display. But what Meryl does, she puts a bit of a modern twist on it, because you think of parchment as being something quite traditional, quite old, but Parchcraft Australia give you modern-day tools to make it easy, don't they?
Yes, yeah. We've got everything that you need to be able to do it, so you don't have to look elsewhere and think, what will that fit? Will this fit?
Yeah.
Because with those tools, they just go into those tracks on every one of the templates. They're engraved just at the right depth for them.
So basically, like Meryl says, the idea is the templates, when you buy them, have got these tracks or etchings in on one side. So the ball tool fits into that track or that etching, and it leaves the white work on the parchment. So it's almost like you're tracing, really, isn't it?
It is, yes. Yeah.
And I know lots of you religiously invest in new templates when Meryl brings them out, and we've got some brand new ones today. First of all, we've got Time for Tea. So it's pretty obvious which one that is. And you're going to get two, are they 8x8 in size?
They're 8x8,
okay.
yes.
So you get two 8x8 templates. So on your special day, and all the other words on that template are also lasered, so they're exactly the right depth to give you a perfect white work finish on your parchment. And you've got that lovely kind of afternoon tea scenario with a laid table and everything. Yeah. Very smart, very lovely. And then next to it, you've then got one of the most intricate border frames I think I've seen. But this isn't just the tracks. It's actually got little holes for the piercings.
Yes. To use your one needle tool in it, your uni tool.
Excellent. So they are brand new today. We put some red card behind it so it stands out so you can see it easier on the TV. Now, they would normally be £31.98, I believe, but we've got a discount on them for you today. And maybe it's something that you've never really thought about and you're thinking, that sounds like a really good idea, because you don't have to be artistic, do you?
Oh, no, not at all, no. If you can't draw even a stick man, you can do parchment with these.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we've got parchment in the show, we've got printed parchment, we've got the traditional parchment. Everything that you need is on our website right now. And actually, your show today has got 3 pages worth of products.
That's a lot, isn't it?
All of that, all 3 pages are available, tools, all that sort of thing. Both Time for Tea, brand new templates, LMP956 is the product code. You can get today for £28.99. So less than £15 per template. And again, who doesn't love afternoon tea?
I know, I do. That's why I did it.
Absolutely, me too. But you've got other words on there, of course, as well. You've got tea for 2, you've got birthday treats, you've also got congratulations, say it with cake, absolutely, so say all of us. You've got birthday wishes, many happy returns as well. So, again, verses that you'll use all the time on special cards. And, you know, these can be used for cards, obviously, but also they can just be used for artwork.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I often think it's nice to do as a special gift, like a wedding or say a 50th birthday, something that can be framed as a card, but then can be framed.
Yeah. I mean, a parchment card isn't a disposable card. It's something you'll keep and you'll show off. And we do have some acrylic stands in the show if you want to show off the cards that you're either selling or want to display at home. We've got you covered for everything, OK? So Time for Tea is brand new, £28.99 for both of those. And we've also got Majestic Ironwork. Now, this is really gorgeous. Look at these. These are slightly smaller templates, aren't they? These?
They are. They're around 6.5 by 4.5 inches.
Right. And where was the inspiration for this then, Nora?
Well, one of them, Richard Hode, who owned the company before I bought it from them, he did that one.
Right.
And I thought, do you know, I really like that. It reminds me of a wrought iron gate.
Yes.
So I went to see if I could make something similar.
Well, you've done a great job. Look at that. And again, you don't have to use the entire template. You know, you can just use certain elements of it. If you just want to use one line of it, you can do that. You can take as much from the template or as little as you want for the projects. But that is absolutely packed full of artwork, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Now, the deal on this is amazing because they're only £16.99. And this is another thing. Parchcraft is not an expensive hobby. You don't have to spend £300–400 on a machine. Once you've got the basic tools...
It's just a case of you're going to need your parchment all the time. That's something that, you know, you will need. But then just when you see something you like, you just want to expand your template collection a little bit, then... Yeah, a bit at a time.
Also, just to give you a heads up, we today have got something that I've not seen before. We've got a variety of different sizes of card blanks, envelopes and cello bags all together as a bundle. So if you do parchment or any card making and you want to have envelopes to put it in, the card blanks to be the right size, and then cello bags to put them in to protect it if you're taking them to sell or whatever, we've got those in the show, and we've got them in 8x8, we've got them in 5x7, 6x6 and A5, all as bundles. So if I just show you here, oops, you've got your envelopes at the bottom, you've got the cardstock, and there's 50 of them, 50 envelopes, 50 card blanks, and 50 cello bags in 6x6 at a crazy price, and they're all on the website now if you want to have a little look. Now, the Majestic Ironwork, already 10% of that stock has gone.
Really?
I tell you what.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
We'll send you over, Meryl, if that's all right.
That's the one I'm starting with.
Terrific.
Oh, can we show some?
Sorry, I forgot about that.
We've forgotten all about these.
They're down there. I couldn't see them. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting caught.
There we go. Now, let's have a look at these. This gives you an idea. I'll put it here so you can have a really good look. There we go. This gives you a really good idea as to what the parching technique is, how it can look. Nearly 20% of this stock has now gone. Look at these. Isn't that just beautiful? And they're only £16.99 for 2, so £8.50 each.
Yeah. The blue one in the middle has been done using the grid around the outside from the Time for Tea.
Right. That wonderful frame.
Yes. It's only been perforated. It's not got the embossed
beautiful
part to it. Yeah.
And, you know, you can literally lose yourself when you're doing Parchcraft. You really can. If you're looking for a hobby for the spring and summer that's going to... You could sit out in the garden and do it.
I love to be out in the garden because you've got the light, haven't you?
Absolutely.
It's lovely.
Take it with you for a weekend away or something like that. Loads of you know, message us saying you're in your caravan, you're in your mobile home. Lucky you. But, yeah, great to do on a long journey as well. If you're sat in the back of a car and you've got a 3-hour drive or something like that, you can just lose yourself and the journey will go like that. It really will. Yeah,
because you don't need to take much with you.
No.
No.
Yeah, a few tools, template, bit of parchment, that's it. So that's the ironwork one, which is going very quickly indeed. The other one we want to show you, which is where we started with the time for tea. I'll give you that one back.
Thank you.
There we go. So this is the time for tea, the one that we started the show with. So obviously these are bigger, they're 8 by 8 in size. There we go. So if time for tea is striking a chord, the majestic ironwork is flying, not surprisingly. There's so much on those templates. About a third of the stock of the ironwork has gone. And this is showing you how wonderfully set that time for tea table is, how inviting it is. And then, of course, just taking certain elements from it.
Again, the B, which is coming on later, but I've put it on that board because it's got the frame, again, from time to tea, around there, look.
Beautiful. Isn't that
and
gorgeous?
that's been embossed and perforated and cut.
I mean, that frame you'll use again and again. And you can make the frame as big or as small as you want, I presume.
Yes, there's a small frame inside it as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Excellent. OK, so that's $28.99, LMP 956 if you want those templates. All right, Meryl, I'll let you go over.
OK, I'll pop this one down here. Thank you.
Now, the Majestic Iron is proving very popular. Can I just quickly mention the acrylic stands? I'm so excited about these. Go on. Yeah, I think these are going to sell out. I mean, you know me, I'm a model maker, I'm a Titanic fanatic and Concorde fanatic, and I've got lots of things that I've collected over the years that I want to display, and that's why I want these, and that you're probably the same. If you want to show your cards off, if you're selling them, how do you get them so that people can see them, so they're not lying flat? Put them on stands. These are acrylic, they slide together, so I'll just undo one so you can see. Look, see? If you've been looking at acrylic stands, you'll know that they are usually quite a big price. You're going to get 5 of these, OK, for an amazing price. So it could be that you want to use these to sell your cards so people can easily see them, display things at home that you've made. $8.99 for 5 acrylic stands. ZVP 964. You've got to be quick on these because if, like me, you know you want them, don't leave it till later in the show. We've got a limited quantity of them, but crazy price at $8.99. And they look so professional too.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, your cards look nice with them because you can't see the stand.
No.
It just, the card is all you see.
And you're doing bigger ones.
I'm doing larger ones as well, so if you've got any larger or heavier cards, they should sit nicely on them. Well,
Glynis in Fife is straight in and checked out. She's gone for 3 of these. That's 15 of those has come in your way, Glynis. You can multi-order if you want to, but we've got a limited quantity available, and there will be bigger ones later. Now, if Janice wants 20, we don't actually have that many left. So, yeah, I knew everyone would want these. OK, Meryl, over to you. What are you going to show us?
OK, I'm going to show you ironworks.
OK, great.
To begin with. So, let's have a look. We've got a template body, as always.
And that's what the templates fit into, yeah?
It is, yeah. So we've got the large one, and then we've got the small template body, and then we've got our protector. So I'm going to move those out the way for 1 minute.
And the template body is on the show if you want it.
And I've got my ironworks already in here. And I know it's the right way because I can feel those tracks there. So, I'll show you what we're going to do first. That's what we're going to do, look.
Ooh.
And I've used the bold metal grid as well, flexi grid. So, first of all, let's get our piece of parchment on. Now, I've cut this already into A5. A5 is available on the website, and also A4 is available.
Yep.
And this is the 140 weight that I've got here, which is the one I usually use.
That's your favourite weight to use?
It is, yes, yeah. So we've got that on, and I've got a bit of low-tack tape just holding it down. Tumble dry sheet over the top. That's just going to make the parchment nice and smooth. It leaves a bit of a residue behind, which makes it just... The embossing tool runs over nicely.
So if you don't use the tumble dry sheet...
It drags.
Does it? Right.
It does. It drags a little bit. So this is the 0.8 embossing tool from the set. And this is the one, as I said earlier about it, the tracks are made for this tool just to sit inside and run round.
It always amazes me because it looks like you're using like a white gel pen.
Yeah,
but
yeah, it does.
It's literally the fibres of the parchment.
It is. Once they're stretched, they turn white.
It's fascinating, it's great.
When I first started with parchment, it was a case of putting your parchment onto a paper pattern.
Yeah.
Securing it down with the low-tack tape in the same way, but then you would have a very fine mapping pen and ink, white ink. So you'd trace everything from your pattern onto your parchment paper, take it off your pattern once you've got all the design there that you want to use, and turn it over upside down, so we're working on the inside of the parchment, and take an embossing tool and do this bit.
Right.
But making sure you stayed exactly on those white ink lines that you'd got, which, to be fair, is not an easy task.
Doesn't sound like it.
No, you've got to have a very, very steady hand to do that. And with this, once that tool's in those tracks, as you can see, it just goes around. But if it slips out, you're not going to mark it up.
I was going to ask you that. So if it slips out the track, it leaves no mark behind?
No, it does not turn the parchment white at all because you've got no track underneath it. So it's all one level and it's not going to slip into that engraved design.
Now, the Majestic Ironwork is in the lead. Time for Tea is very popular too, but the Majestic Ironwork is looking as if it's going to sell out. 40% of the stock of that has now gone. I'm not surprised. And, you know, you can just take a small element from it. If you just want that kind of vase shape that Meryl's working on at the moment on that right-hand template, you can do. If you want just the border, you've got that. Do the whole thing. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm not going to be doing a lot more to this because we can see how easy, just from the little bit I've done, how easy it is to be able to use a template. And I've gone further with one of them because I've got my Blue Peter usual job.
There's nothing to run out. There's no ink, there's no chalk, there's no paint or anything. It's literally a ball tool applying a little bit of pressure.
Yep.
And you don't have to put too much pressure down, do you?
No, you don't. No, otherwise you're going to make your hand hurt. And that's going to be not very nice, is it? If you've got an achy hand.
No, exactly.
So...
if you can hold a pen, basically, you can do this.
You can. You can. Do you remember last time I was here, Dave, and we had... we got the dinosaurs on.
Yes.
And it was Josh who'd done that 2 dinosaur cards.
Yes, I remember.
And he was 6.
Yeah. So even kids love parchment now.
Yeah. And I've got on my Saturday morning, I've got a 10-year-old. In fact, she came to my parchment retreat with her grandma.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so she did a full weekend with me. And she's
multi-generational.
Yeah.
That's amazing that families can craft together, isn't it? It's great.
Yeah. In fact, she tells me she's going to be having her own craft room.
Way to go.
Yeah. That's wonderful, isn't it? If you get the young ones into it.
Absolutely.
And I know Jan, who helps with the samples, her granddaughter loves to do it as well. Now, I'm carrying on here because I'm just, aren't I? I'm just in the zone here doing all this. So I'm going to stop at that point and bring in my next bit.
OK. So that's one that you completed earlier on.
Yeah, this is the one I did earlier. And I've started to do some of the embossing here. Let me change tools because I'm going to have the 1.2 and the 3. So these are all in the set, or they can be purchased individually if you want. OK.
The embossing tool set is only $16.99 if you want it, and that gives you every size of ball tool you want. So that's all the different sizes. So that's coming up on the screen now for you. You can buy them on their own if you want to. I think they're $3.95 each, but if you buy the big bundle, $16.99, and you get a total of... how many are there in the set?
5.
5.
5 tools, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm starting off with my 3, and I've started to fill these little bits in. Now, when you've got I'll just do this on the edge here, where I know I'm going to cut this off. If you've got a circle, don't go round and round and round. You've got your circle, and we want to go sideways, up and down, before we go round and round.
Why is that then?
That's going to give you a much nicer finish to the little dot.
Okay, so left and right, up and down, then circle.
And then circle. Because if you do go round and round and round, 9 times out of 10, you end up with a black dot in the middle.
Oh.
And you just can't get rid of it.
No.
So if you do it that way, then you know you're going to have a nice white area. So like here. I know these are a little bit oval, but the same theory applies.
Mm-hmm. So you're not using the template for this, just literally a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, that's right, a little bit of pressure. I always say, whatever pressure you use to write, use that. If you need to adjust it, then you've got the chance to do that. Either take a little bit more pressure off or add a little bit more pressure on. Right, so we've got a lovely little flower here in the centre. So I've just changed over to the 1.2. And here I'm just going to stroke these petals from the point towards the centre.
Mm-hmm. Look how effective it is.
Always keep turning it over to have a look. Are you happy with that? Do you want to put a bit more on? If you do, add a bit more of your... Well, it's not adding a bit more colour, is it? It's a little bit more pressure for the ball tool.
So the more pressure you apply, the brighter the white becomes, is that right?
Well, no, that was wrong, really. Yes, I shouldn't have said it that way. It's the more times you go over with the ball tool, the whiter it becomes.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
So resist the temptation to apply more pressure, just do it more times.
Yeah, more times. Right, here I want to get this to be a little bit shaded. I don't want it to be filled in completely. So I'm going to do that with my 3, and I'm going to leave that bit for a minute while I work on this bit. So that's now allowing that little bit to rest.
Okay.
And here I'm just putting a bit in the middle of this, so I've not got the whole of the area of that oval embossed, just a little bit. Turn this round, and I'm going to work mainly in this centre, just backwards and forwards. So again, that area is embossed, but those bits aren't.
Right.
Now, as you're working as well, you'll find that sometimes people like to emboss away from themselves or towards themselves. So that's again something that comes with practice and doing it, because you'll find, oh, that feels a bit awkward, and oh, that way is easier for me.
And if you're left-handed, it's not an issue, not a problem?
Oh, no. No, exactly the same. The only problem I've found with left-handed people is when we only had scissors.
Right.
But now we've got the snips.
Yes.
So it's either way with those. Right, let's go back here. So this little bit that I did a little shading on, I've gone back to the 1.2, and I'm just doing small strokes here. So with the 3, I did them a little bit longer to come down towards the centre here. And with this one, only about halfway. And there we go.
Oh, look at the kind of graduation of the white.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And here you see, we've just got it, so it should look as though it's a little bit more bulbous there.
Yeah.
And I've just shaded those in on that bit.
Love it.
So, next thing. I've already got white lines around, but they're not very deep. So let's pop that over there for 1 minute and take my ruler and white pencil. White pencils are a must when you're doing parchment, because...
Now, we have got a set of white pencils available as well. 3 white pencils for only £3.
Even if you don't rub them off, which sometimes I don't, because, well, I just get carried away when I'm doing it. And it's there, and you've done your embossing, and you can't see it. So That's why white pencils are a must.
So why are you using a white pencil and not using a ball tool to get the white line?
Because I don't want that bit embossed.
Oh, I see, right.
So I don't want that bit embossed because I've now got my metal grid.
Ah, I see, right.
And I've got the pencil lines there only to use as a guide when I'm lining it up.
Gotcha.
So it's not, you know, my dots are not going off there. They're going to be nice and straight. Just need a little bit more of the low-tack tape.
Now, we've got the grid in the show. Just to show you, there are literally thousands of tiny little perforation holes in this grid. And you can use it in any direction, up, down, cross, right, round and round, whatever you want to do. And it's just $18.99. But it means that all of your perforations are going to be evenly spaced. And you also get 2 paper patterns with the grid as well.
You do, yes. Yeah.
Excellent. This is $18.99. Is it a tool that you use religiously, kind of daily?
I use it quite a lot, yes,
right.
Because I like to get my lines nice and straight.
Yep.
And when you can do it lovely with a two tool, but sometimes we don't get them quite as straight.
No, or evenly spaced.
Or evenly spaced. So if you use this, you know they're going to be all right. And I'm going to use the 1.2 tool again. Mm-hmm. And I've got it down, face down, because I'm going to emboss a row of dots. I'm only going to do a corner because, again, I've got the next bit ready for us. So we're going to just dot in here.
Oh, so you can use it for embossing as well as
You
piercing?
can,
Ah,
yeah.
Okay.
So
I didn't realise that.
Just a little dot in each one. Yeah, you can get some really nice patterns when you're doing it with this as well. It's a bit like countered cross stitch.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the holes are making sure that you're all in a straight line, everything's even, looks professional.
Yeah.
Doesn't take long either, does it?
No, it doesn't, no. This tool's perfect for the holes. If you use the 0.8, you go right through the hole in the grid. And
so what size is that one you said?
This is the 1.2.
1.2, okay.
Right, so I'm going to come in 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to do some little groups of 4, and I've got a group of 4 in between, and I would go all the way round, first of all doing this row, and then do each corner.
Are there groups on like social media that people can join and follow? And
yeah, I've got Parchcraft Australia UK Inspiration and Gallery.
Right.
It's a bit long, isn't it? And I have to think about it. Or there is just Parchcraft Australia UK. And if you have a look, there's a lot of other parchment ones on Facebook and Instagram.
Good, excellent.
And I don't know any others because I'm not that good on it.
But, you know, you're not left on your own. There are plenty of people to follow and inspiration to get.
Any information that you need, just email me and I'll be happy to answer any questions or point you in the right direction.
And the email address will be on the packaging of your order. So
it is, it is. Right, so we've done our embossing. Now we're going to come to the perforating, which means we need to turn everything over. But you can see the white coming through.
Yep.
So you know where you should be going. So I've got my bowl tool, my one bowl tool here. And we don't need to use the protector now because we've got the grid here protecting.
Sure. And the protector comes with the template mate. Template buddy.
Template buddy, it does, yeah. So just continue. First of all, I'm afraid you're not as quick as that. You are sort of looking for the hole and doing. But once you get into it, it becomes a bit like a sewing needle, up and down, up and down. Somebody did try it on a sewing machine, actually, and it didn't work.
So you're perforating from the front now. That's the front of the parchment, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
So the parchment, when it gets pierced, is at the back, so it looks nice from the front.
Yes, because if you did the piercing from the front, what you get is a very rough area.
Yeah, like a raised edge.
That's a raised edge, it is, yeah. And you don't want to be.
No.
doing that. Although there were, once upon a time, some patterns with that. And it was done like a cross stitch and to touch the edges with felt tip pens.
Oh.
It was very time consuming.
I bet.
Yeah, I'm afraid it wasn't for me.
Okay.
Right, so we've got that all the way around, and then this is where we end up.
Oh, wow, look at that. Isn't that amazing?
So we've done all the embossing, we've done all the cutting. Oh, no, sorry, we've done all the perforating, and now we're going to do the cutting. So I've now got my, and that's just come off, my snips. And it does have a protector on the end, and please put them on every time because the snips are so fine on the point that they will get damaged.
I mean, these are professional precision snips. They really, really are. And once you've bought them, you've got them for life. There they are. So you've got that little screw in the middle, and that allows you to open and close the snip's mouth to exactly the right size, so you're not guessing how much of a cut it's going to be giving because it's just set at that depth or that height. So really, really cool. They're $29.99 today, INP 967. And to be fair, that's probably the most money you'll spend on any tool with Archcraft.
It is.
You won't spend any more than £30 on any other tool, I don't think.
No, I don't think so, no. No, they're all a lot less than that.
And once you've got them, you've got them.
Yeah. And if you take care of them, you've got them for life.
Yeah, exactly.
You really have. Right, so I've opened these a little bit wider than really we need, just to show you. So that would actually go in 2 holes.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is just pinch it together a little bit and wind that up. Too far now, look, because that's not even going to go into any hole. And you just do it until you know. There, that's perfect. That goes into the hole there. So what we do is, let me just get this over here. We pop it in, we give a little twist, and we pull back. You can do this in your hand if you want to, but I find that if you've got it on your mat, you've got something behind, a little bit of support that's helping as you're going round. Plus, you're not getting the grease from your hands on it.
No, that's true.
Because you've got your protector there. So we just continue going round in each one.
And again, it's a really therapeutic process. And because you've set the depth of the snip to the right measurement, you know that you're going to be perfect and accurate each time.
Yes, yeah. So you don't have to think about, pinching it, letting go. While you're trying to find the holes, they're just going to slip straight into those holes.
And it's that snipping action that gives you, as you can see, if you look further up the picture, you can see that almost like a perforation on a stamp, isn't it? A bit like that.
It is, yeah. Yeah, it's the putting in, twisting slightly and pulling back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to push. You will tear your parchment if you try and push them in as if you were using ordinary scissors. Right, I've not caught that one enough, look, so find the one that is holding it in place and just remove it. Right, so let's do these edges here. Now, I know I've not got time to do all of them. I should have done some of them, but I forgot. So I'm just going to do the odd one.
You get that really satisfying click.
So let's turn it round.
Yeah.
And now we're doing these.
So turn the work, not your hands.
Yep. Always turn the work, not your hands. It's very difficult to try and turn your hands all the way around because it just becomes so uncomfortable. And when we've done all 4, we should have a nice cross shape. So you can see the points are going over what's called the waist, the bits that's going to drop out.
Oh, wow, look.
And then...
there's your kiss or your cross.
Yeah, we have a little cross.
That's so brilliant, isn't it?
Right, I'm just going to do these very quickly.
Now, lots of you are coming in for the snips. If you do want them, they're always a bestseller in our shows. Once you've got them for life, like Meryl said. $29.99 is your price, INP 967. And yeah, I mean, I mentioned before that this is probably the most money you'll spend on any tool in parching. So it's an incredibly affordable hobby to have. You're not worried about things running out or anything like that, apart from your parchment, obviously. And it's just such a rewarding hobby to have and a rewarding craft to have. And you make things that are certainly not disposable. You make things that are going to be heirlooms of the future. Whoever receives a Parch Craft card or Parchwork piece of artwork is going to display it and cherish it and have it in their home for years to come, which is so nice.
I can't remember if I did that one. We'll soon find out, because it won't drop out if I didn't.
Now, the ironwork templates, which are brand new today, they are flying out the door. Nearly half the stock is gone. They're only $16.99, and these are the ones that we're using in the demo at the moment. You're going to get both of them. The one on the right is what Meryl's using in the demonstration. But you get both of those, CSP 936. And also, you know, they're a really manageable size as well. It's the sort of thing you could do. Do you do it when you're sat down in your armchair or on your lap?
Oh, yes, yeah. You can do.
Right.
Yeah, put a good film on and sit. That's when I like snipping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one of those little it's not
trays?
a lap tray, but because it goes under the settee.
Right.
So I can pull it really close, get myself comfortable.
Oh, I know, the slidey tables.
Yes, yeah. Good film on, snipping away, yeah. And then it's like, crikey, that film's done.
Yeah. 2/3 with everyone checking out of the ironwork templates has gone. Be quick. Francis, hello. Susan in Cambridgeshire. Mary Lynette in Derbyshire. Melanie, Crafter, Leanne. Check your baskets out if you could. Crafter in New York is calling through. We ship to New York, to America, don't we?
We do.
Yeah?
Yes,
yeah.
we do.
So Parchcraft Australia is truly international. If you want to order, and you're watching us in America, more and more people are watching HobbyMaker in the US at the moment, which is great news. Your shipping and handling is capped at $12.95, no matter how many things you buy from midnight to midnight your time. So another great deal on the shipping and handling for you as well. In the UK, it's $3.95 per day maximum, no matter how many things you buy.
So we're going to put it on to our card now.
Yes.
With our brads.
Absolutely.
Our little 3mm brads.
Now, the brads are cool. They really are. You get a lot of them as well. I think they're here somewhere. You get, how many is it? You get in
you get in 12 colours,
right,
and 40 of each colour.
Oh, they're here. Oh, they are. I can only see the back of things. You're going to get 480 of them. There they are, look. And they're all different colours. You've got yellow, blue, pink, red, green, light green, blues, golds as well, and your whites and your blacks. And because, of course, parchment is translucent, the last thing you want to do is have glue that's going to be visible when you're trying to stick parchment down. So these fix your parchment in place, but decoratively. Very good.
And I like them because they're 3mm and they don't take away from your parchment.
No.
And I'm just using white ones here and I can't grab it. The little legs are open slightly on this one, so it's not doing what I want it to do.
And you pierce a hole first, is that right?
I pierce a hole first. Now, I make 2 holes because I put one in with my Unibold tool, and then I go through with a larger pokey tool.
Right.
So that makes it bigger and easier to get the brad in. So what I do is in with that, in with that. So we've got a small hole. You can do it with that, but it just takes a lot longer to get it in. So I think, why make it difficult for yourself? So pop that one in. Oops, come back here. And we pop that one in. See, they go, that hole is big enough just for them to go straight in. Turn it over, open those little legs out. And there we go. We're in place.
Decoratively fixed in place. Superb.
And this is one of the 5x7 cards.
Okay.
And I'm just going to pop this on there. I don't normally put my tape on beforehand, so I've got to ease it round the brad.
And tape with removable backing always doesn't behave itself in the studio. Always.
No, it doesn't.
It knows it's on TV and it doesn't play games.
It doesn't like it, does it? No. ahead and do that. I think it must be the heat, you know, that makes it that little bit more tacky. And something, I don't know quite what it is, but certainly doesn't like it anyway. Right, so let's get our topper down as straight as we can.
Beautiful.
And there we go.
Job done. Isn't that beautiful? Destined for a frame in the future on a wall somewhere. So remember the brads, if you want them, and it does come with the metallics as well as the matte colours. So you've got a total of, how many was it again? 480 brads in total in these little packets for just £22.99. And brads are not easy to find. So FZP967 is the product code if you'd like those. Now, this bundle that we're about to show you, I think this is really, really cool. We've got 4 different sizes. I'll tell you what, the 5x7 that Meryl just used in that demonstration, if you're thinking, oh, I like the idea of that. This is the 5x7, so that would be A5, is that right? 5x7?
Slightly less.
Slightly less.
Slightly less.
So this is 7x5 or 5x7. You've got your envelopes, you've got your card blanks, so that is 50 of each. And you're going to get 50 of your cello bags. Now, the cello bags have got a built-in self-adhesive strip on the top. So you just remove the back of that, fold it over, you've then sealed the card in the cello bag. So if you go into fairs and things like that, and you're trying to sell what you've made, people are picking them up, putting them down, picking them up, putting them down. Have they got clean fingers? Have they got clean hands? Maybe a little one that's just eaten some chocolate grabs something and think, oh no, he's going to ruin the card. If it's in the cello bag, you don't have that worry. And it also means transporting your work from place to place. It's protected as well. You know, if you're going from the car to a church hall or a school hall or something like that and it's raining, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to get all my cards soaking wet. So to get the combination of the envelopes, the card blanks and the cello bags all to match is great. And for £19.99 for 50 card blanks, 50 envelopes, 50 cello bags, I think that's a deal. Absolute deal. VQP 975. But we have actually got all of these bundles in different sizes. We've got 8x8. Is that your favourite size? Now, again, you're going to get 50 8x8 cards, 50 8x8 envelopes, and 50 8x8 cello bags. Where do you get 8x8 cello bags? These are available on the website individually as well. If you just want the cello bags, just want the cardstock, just want the envelopes, but the bundle is the best value, and that's £24.99 for that size, the biggest size we do. TIP964 is that product code. Look at the stack of that. I mean, it's great that you do this. It's brilliant. When I saw it as a set, I thought, terrific. That's what people want. So that's your 8x8. Then that's a bit too big for you, we've got the same in 6x6, but equally you might want to go for all of these actually, because I've never seen them bundle up like this before. 6x6 cello bags, 50 of those, 6x6 card blanks, and 6x6 gorgeous quality envelopes.
They're lovely, aren't they? They've got a texture to them. They are really nice.
Really good quality. Now these are even better, £19.99 for 50 6x6 cards, envelopes, and cello bags as well. We do cello bags sometimes, like with Paper Dynamics and things like that, but they're usually just one size. We've never offered this variety like this.
No.
So that's really good. £19.99 VTP 978. That's your 6x6. Then we've got A5 as the final option, I think. We've done them all then, haven't we? So this is your A5. Fits A5 cards and envelopes, the cello bags. But there they are. A5 is that size. Again, 50 cello bags with self-seal tops and 50 envelopes. And like Meryl said, the envelopes are beautiful quality. They've got a lovely texture to them. I don't know if that comes across on camera, but really, really lovely. There we go. Gorgeous quality. They're not transparent. You can't see through them at all. There we go.
I did know what weight envelope it was, but I can't remember.
It's good quality, though.
It is,
Very
yes,
good.
it is.
Yeah.
It's a nice, thick envelope.
Beautiful. I mean, if you spent, a good few hours doing a Parch Craft project, you want it to be protected. That's what the cello bag does. You want it to be on good quality card and in a good quality envelope. Otherwise, you kind of ruin all that effort.
You do, yes.
Time. So good that they're here. They've got them in stock if you would like them. All the different sizes and the bundles are on the website. All the prices are there for you as well. LMP 958. Have the acrylic stands sold out? We've got a couple. 5 of the acrylic stands left. We started the show with these because I just thought brilliant. If you want to display what you want to sell, you've got things at home that you want to put on the mantelpiece and you want to display them beautifully. Maybe you collect things like vintage postcards and things like that, and there's no way of showing. You don't want to put them in an album because you never see them. Put them on something like this. And again, if you are selling your bits and pieces, then what better? Rather than having cardboard stands, which don't look that good and they probably won't last that long, these are acrylic and they just slide together. We've got literally 5 remaining. That is it. And for $8.99, I was going to say save me one, but I'll have a chat with Meryl at the end of the show if they've all gone. ZVP964 is the product code for that. OK, we've got about 10, 11 minutes left.
OK,
so,
lovely.
We go on to time for tea, yeah?
Yeah. I knew I was not going to have enough time to do this as well. So I've got this one already embossed for you. So I've just popped it on. And because I'm going to use the frame with it, I wanted to make sure I'd got enough around the outside of it. So we can take this off of here now. Now, just take that off. And I do want to show you as well about embossing the words, because the words are quite large on this template, and I know people do struggle with it sometimes. See, I've got tape everywhere holding everything in. Right, so let's pop this one in.
That frame is amazing.
Just holds everything just in the right place.
Everybody remember, is an absolute must. Once you've got it, but it's your best friend, isn't it?
It is, yes, because you've got a bit of extra to lean on here, and you're not going to slip off the edge, which I find that sometimes if you just catch it off the edge, it marks it, and then, you know, so you've got that extra bit there. I just wanted to point out this middle section as well. So we've got a lovely section there in the middle that I've done that card with. Just use some, well, I'd use the best wishes from the template, and then some words, some flowers from another one, which will be coming on actually.
Okay,
probably
great.
Next time.
That is really cool, isn't it?
Right, so let's pop that to one side. And this has to be turned around that way for it to fit properly.
Isn't it a square?
It is a square here, but not on the inside.
Oh.
Because if you look, we've only got 3 rows there.
I see, yeah.
Where because of the zigzag, we've got 4.
So it's deeper at the bottom and at the top, right?
It is, yeah. So we're going to put this on. And again, I'm putting it face down because we're going to do some embossing. So you can line it up perfectly in the centre there. Take your tape again. Secure it in place. You know when you do this with your tape, fold that little bit over, it lasts for ages. Keep taking it off, putting it on.
Well, now we're using it. It's kicking in on the phones and on the website for the Time for Tea. 20% of the stock of that template set has gone. You get the beautiful frame and you get the Time for Tea template as well, both of them, and they're both 8 by 8 in size, aren't they, though? They
are, yes, yeah. I'm just going to get my one fine tool. I put little markers on them so I know what's what. If you take the top of the package where it says what it is, just put a bit of tape on that and you can stick it on, and then you know they're all marked up.
Great.
Right, now, normally what we do is we emboss first. Always, always emboss before you perforate. But because we've got the acrylic here, I find it easier to turn the whole thing over. Get your fine tool, which I've just hidden down here, and go with your perforations first. So we just find every hole. If there's no hole there, you're not going to go through it.
Fair enough.
So you know you're only going to perforate where you need to.
The manufacturing process of these templates must be so intricate and so, you know, so accurate.
It is.
I can imagine.
Yeah. Takes me ages to do them. Yeah, I do design them all.
You design them all,
and I cut
then they
them
get
all,
manufactured for you, yeah.
No, I manufacture
you
them
manufacture
as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got the machine that does that?
I have.
Wow.
Yeah, it's all done in Mansfield.
Oh, Oh, I thought perhaps you got a big factory to do it. No, it's done by yourself. Never knew that. Well, hats off to you.
Right, there's a little bit there that I couldn't have taken out. So if you do find that you've got ever a little hole that's not quite going through, just ease it off. It's where I've not picked it out, sorry. Just ease it off your template, just catch it, and it will drop out.
Okay.
Right, I'm going to leave it at that because, as we know, time is our enemy on these shows, isn't it, when we're demonstrating?
You have got another show later, though, haven't you?
I have, yes.
What time's that? 6?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, okay.
Yeah, I keep telling everybody it's 5 o'clock, but it's not, it's 6.
6.
Right, so now we're back on this side. And you can see where those holes are. So then we can just dot what appear to be greyed out areas now, because we've got our parchment over the top. And we just run all the way down these, dotting as we go, and that's going to give us our embossed area. The reason I say do your perforating first is because I've been going along and I've dotted a hole, so I've actually gone through, and then that's a bit annoying.
I can imagine.
I've got a hole in the wrong place. So let's bring this over. That's when it's all done.
Oh, look at this. Look at that.
Doesn't it look lovely? And I've used crayons, polychromos crayons to colour with, which I'll be using later on today, and embossed from the back.
Do you colour on the front or colour on the back?
I coloured on the front for this. Whoops. Yep, I did all of that on the front, apart from the tea cloth, which I did on the back.
Right.
I'm going to turn it over, and to get this, all we do is use a large ball tool, and we just flick.
Ah.
So you do that on all of them, and then we come down in size. So I'm now going to use the 4, and this time those little flicks are shorter. So each time you use a ball tool, you come down in size and you do shorter flicks, which gives it a shaded effect.
Beautiful.
I just turn that one over. So that's the one I've just done, and we can see it's a little bit whiter.
How many times would you do that? 2 or 3 times? Or?
2 or 3 times, yes. Yeah. Yeah, and because we want it to look as though it is a tablecloth, here I'm on the top, and I've just flicked these little bits, which would be folded inside the cloth, just from the top. That was the 3, but I can see there's a couple of them that will need the 1.2, just to add a bit on the base there. And then we're going to cut.
Back in with our precision snips again.
That's it. Now, I've actually marked the ones I want to cut with a pencil, because when you've got so many like this and you're watching the TV, you're getting a bit carried away, you go and cut the wrong one. So I didn't want every one cut, I only want every other one. So that's why I've just put a pencil on top. And we now go around. So each one you do, you're going to turn around. But again, as we did before, you do all one way.
Yeah.
And then the other. So we've now got a little star.
Wow, look at that. That's really, really
That's
cool.
what we're going to do, get all little stars there.
Now, I know we haven't got that much time left on this show. Just to let you know, bearing in mind, obviously an awful lot of you watching have watched Merrill for a long time, and maybe you've already got the tools that you need to do this technique and this craft. But for those of you that don't, we have actually got a beginner's kit available in the show, which has got literally everything in the box you need to get started, including some templates.
It has.
I mean, I'll just show you the templates you're going to get. You get the lovely lamp. Excuse me. You've got a fantastic window or a door. And what else do you get in here, Meryl?
You get an A4 embossing perforating mat. I've been using a 12 by 12. You get your 3 templates. You get 4 perforating tools. So you've got a uni bold, a uni fine, a twin fine, and a quad fine. And each of the embossing tools. So the 0.8, the 1.2, the 3, the 4, and the 6. So every size of embossing tool you'd ever want.
And you've also got your foam mat, you've got your white pencil, you've got your tumble dry sheet as well to make all the ball tools just glide over the parchment. And these fantastic templates as well.
You get 10 sheets of A4 as well in there.
Oh, cool. That's in the bottom. Yeah, 10 sheets of A4 parchment as well down there. Now, this today has got a £10 saving on it. And it's on split pay as well. So it's £75, and this is really everything you need to get started apart from the snips. Everything else is in there. And we've got it on is it two-way split? So £37.50 today is your first payment of 2, and it's ZFP97. ZFP937. Yeah. And it's a great gift for someone that's expressed an interest. Or maybe you do the parching and you've got a friend that's said, oh, I wouldn't mind, starting this or doing this. You've got everything in the box you need.
Ideal for them, yeah. Yeah. The only thing you need, as you said, were your snips. Everything else is there, or a template buddy.
Absolutely. Your template buddy's in the show as well. That's available too. But it's a great little kit. Comes all beautifully boxed as well. You've got full instructions that come with it too. But if you are an absolute beginner and you're thinking, well, I want to do this, but I don't really know what I need, order that, and that's a perfect purchase. ZFP937 is your product code. Meryl, thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
You're back at 6.
I am, yes.
Brilliant. I'm going to be with you right the way through until 5. Then Hayley takes over. So Hayley, you'll see Meryl at 6 o'clock. Coming up next, though, more from Hunky Dory and Natalie. So we'll see you after a short break.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to HobbyMaker. Hope you're having a lovely afternoon. I've just heard that the lunch club that normally convenes and meets at 2 o'clock went out to a lake without me today.
Oh, well. Get them. We'll have to. We need. Dan, you need to find like a little violin sound, like a.
Yeah, like our tune.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well.
But it's okay because it was only a few of the lunch club. It wasn't the whole lunch club.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Well, Meryl wouldn't have appreciated it if I'd have gone off to lunch in her show at 2 o'clock,
No, this is true. This is true.
Nat's here. This is your last day before you go off on your honeymoon.
It is my last day. Yeah. Yes, I'm off for like 3 weeks, I think.
You thought I was gate crashing your honeymoon, didn't you?
4 weeks on. 4 weeks today, I'll be back on HobbyMaker, I think.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. You thought I was gate crashing your honeymoon.
I did.
We're both going to the same place in the same hotel, but at slightly different times. Right, welcome to HobbyMaker. Welcome to Hunky Dory. Now, I've got some news. Boss Scott, upstairs, made an executive decision just after we finished the show at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
He did?
And it was all about the scoreboard. If you're watching at 1, you know what we mean. This hadn't been on air since December 2022. Mm-hmm. We brought it back today. It's the compact scoreboard, the one that's go anywhere, you know, great size to take on the move. And it comes with your handbook, worth $9.99.
Just on the end over there.
Oh, thank you, Lauren. There it is.
Yay, she got it.
It comes with that, worth $9.99. And it's also coming with your fantastic 8x8 cutting mat, self-healing cutting mat. Now, that's worth $7.99. That's worth $9.99. We did a price of £26 and what was it? $26.58. Well, Scott said, everyone that bought this at 1 o'clock and anyone that buys it now, you're only going to be charged $24.99. And that's the cost of the board on its own.
That's how much your board should be.
Yeah.
That's how much. If you went onto the website now, your board would be that price, £24.99. You are getting the board and the mat for free.
For free. $24.99. Maybe you didn't even know this was a thing. You've seen the big scoreboard before and thought, OK, well, I've already got one of those. Why do I need one of these? Portability. Absolutely. Not been on air since 2022. We got it today as a little special, and we've lowered the price. If you bought it at 1 o'clock, you will not be charged $26.48. It will be $24.99. All of your invoices, or your email, should I say, go out overnight tonight from midnight, and you'll see you've only been charged
£24.99. And this is a great starting price. Great for anyone who's just got into crafts, because, you know, you can do all of your scoring techniques on here. However, it's just a smaller, more contact. If you're going traveling or if you're going away, this is great to take with you as well because it will fit into like a small little tote bag. Also great for putting in your craft trolleys as well if you're going to craft groups or maybe going on craft holidays because your larger one won't actually fit inside your trolley and then close. But this will fit perfectly on there.
It will. And
great saving.
You're going to get your book that's got loads of inspiration. Even if you've been crafting for years, it gives you loads of ideas how to make boxes, mini diorama cards, triple circular easel cards, mini centre stepper cards, mini fold-back cards, loads of ideas that will work with your scoreboard. $24.99.
And your mat as well, and your 8x8 cutting mat, which will fit perfectly on there.
What a bundle. You're not paying for the mat, you're not paying for the book.
Nope.
Just $24.99 gets the whole thing to you.
So good.
And if you look on Hunky Dory's website, it's about £34 or something, I think. $34.98. $34.98, there it is on their website.
So you're getting £10 off what you can get it on Hunky Dory right now.
Exactly. Great deal. OK, now the main focus of this show is the Moonstone dies. Now, this is the homegrown and love ultimate collection. Now, bearing in mind it's spring, we're all thinking about going to the garden centre, planting things up, making them bloom in the next few weeks or so. These are great because you can make scenes, you can tell stories with these.
So gorgeous, aren't they? So this collection actually includes all 3 of your die sets.
Yep.
So you are going to get the gorgeous nesting die. Your rounded pendant flag. You're going to get your wonderful window and flowers, which has that gorgeous box on there. You've got the window frame, and you're also going to get the mat and layer. You've got the flowers that you can add onto there, and then you've also got the gorgeous indoor garden, which has all of your houseplants on. It's got that gorgeous ladder shelf. It's got the hanging basket as well, which you can add onto any of the gorgeous houseplants and sort of have them hanging on elements of your cards. These samples are incredible.
Yeah, they are.
The finished card models look awesome. There's some in a box next to you there, Dave.
Look at these.
But they are so cute. There's so many really fun things you can do with these, creating aperture cards, creating shaped card blanks. Really fun to use alongside your Matastic or your colour block pads because we can just cut out the images that we want from there. Look at this with that touch of gold shimmer card and that gorgeous
and of course,
yellow.
the nesting dies
so well
are going to work with the windows as well. They're exactly the same shape, and of course they're different sizes. So you know you can cut your apertures to put the window in, like this one, for example. Isn't that just great?
Love that one.
That's like
so
much
dimension,
walking.
and then you've got a shaker element to it as well.
Absolutely.
This window is going to come in so useful, not just for this time of the year, but think about it when we've got our Christmas cards coming and you're wanting to put Santa in the background. I love this card. If you open this card up, it actually has a scene on the whole inside element as well.
Oh, wow, look.
Look how cool that is. So it's like 2 in 1. You've got that gorgeous detailing on the front and you've got the inside as well.
Isn't that amazing?
Absolutely beautiful.
You're going to have so much fun with these. Multi-seasonal, but of course with spring and summer very much in our thoughts at the moment. But if you've got Christmas dies, maybe you've got the fire surround dies and that sort of thing. It could be any. You could be looking from the outside in or the inside out through a window like that.
There's so many times when I've been card making and I've wanted like an arch window die to be able to do things like this, and I haven't had one. Now I've got it. I've got the added element of all of the houseplants, which I'm one of those people that love houseplants. I prefer plants over flowers. I really do. So
I do too. Yeah.
We've got so many houseplants. We absolutely love them, and this is so good. I mean, you've got a nesting die that works alongside your window. It's also going to allow you to make smaller windows as well that you could create apertures and put your houseplants in. This is a really cool and very on trend as well.
It's the scene building selection, isn't it? You can tell a story with these. Absolutely fantastic. $44.97. They're brand new today. That is not your price. 3, 2, 1, boom. They should be $14.99 each. Hence $44.97. $36.97 for all of those dies. YBHD02. I mean, if you like Nat, love all of your indoor plants, your cactuses, that sort of thing as well.
Across this whole collection, you are getting 32 dies in total. You have got 11 dies with your fantastic die here that has the ladder and the houseplants on. So that has 11 dies in total on there. And you can see how big those dies are as well.
Yeah.
They're really, really fun. Then you've got 9 dies in this one. So your wonderful window and flowers. That one's got 9 dies for you.
I love the way you've got the cats getting in on the act as well.
I know. Yeah. You've also got a cut-in die for the window. So if you just want to use this with any of the other window dies, you can. And then your gorgeous straight-edged rounded pendant flags. These, you have 12 dies included in here. So you can see you could use these to create banners as well, using them this way around and bunted, or using them this way around. You can make really fun shaped cards as well. There's loads and loads of uses for this die.
But equally, that could be an archway. It could be a doorway.
Yes.
It could be a window.
Yes.
It cuts the apertures to put the window inside on your card as well. Lines have lit up. It's going crazy. Christine, Phyllis, Linda, Wendy, Crafter in New York again, Marie in West Midlands, Karen in Greater Manchester, Stephen in Hampshire.
32 dies for £36.97. What's that each?
About £1.
That's about £1 something,
10,
isn't it?
£1.15.
Which is incredible for what you're getting here.
YBHD 02.
32.
32 into 36.97. £1.15.
That's so good.
£1.15 per die, and some of those dies are big.
Yes.
And if you are watching us in America, remember, we can ship to the USA with Hunky Dory as well. Your shipping and handling, maybe you bought something from Merrill earlier on, or something from Natalie in the 1 o'clock show. Your shipping is capped, as ours is in the UK, but yours is capped at $12.95. You could buy 20 things from us today, from companies that with us ship to the USA, and you'll pay just $12.95 shipping and handling. So think about that. So welcome if you're watching us abroad. Hi, and welcome back if you're watching us in the UK.
Yeah.
Your P&P is capped at £3.95.
What I need to let people know as well who are coming in to buy these, if you're wondering, will these fit through my smaller die cutting machines? They absolutely will do. The 2 sets that I'm holding up here, all of those, including this window, I'm very positively sure this one will fit through your Moonstone Mini if you're cutting it through lengthways. So this is probably the size of your plates for those mini machines. So I'm positively sure, although I would double check, and I can do that for you, that these will fit through your smaller machines. With this one, I think you're going to get about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the 12 dies through your smaller machines as well. So you don't need to have your big die cutting machines. We know they're an expensive item. If you've got them, great. But if you don't and you're wanting to buy dies, it's good to know that these will all fit through your smaller machines as well.
Fabulous. OK, well, there you go. You're going to get £10, well, nearly a £10 saving off the price, down to $36.97. But again, because you've got all the elements, I like dies that give you the elements to build up a scene.
It.
Yeah.
Then you can make the coolest cards with these as well. They can be like 3D cards. You know, you can be making pop-up cards with elements like this. But like you said, it's nice to sort of have that story. For new home cards, for retirement cards, you're covered with this, I think. It is a really gorgeous collection. And that window will come in so useful throughout Christmas. When you've got those gorgeous scenes. It's also going to work really nice with little books and with duo design pads that have those gorgeous scenes on. Those sort of like fairy scenes, or, you know, at Christmas, that Santa going through the sky, a little bit of snowfall acetate. Those cards are going to look incredible. I
think the more you see them, the more you realise
definitely
the potential. There's so much potential with these. OK, Natalie.
Okay, let's get crafting then. So I'm going to do a shaped card this time. So I'm going to start off by layering up some of my dies here. Now, I have gone with, I wanted this to be 4 inches, so let's double check this. So I've gone in with my second largest die, and I'm going to place that on here, and we'll take that down. And I'm also going to go in with just the window die itself. We're going to use the other 2, but for this little section, I'll get that out.
How do you come
up with this window die?
How do you come up with the designs for dies? Do you, as a group, sit down and kind of think about themes?
Yes.
And that sort of
So Stacey is our die designer. So we go through sort of like things that are on trend currently, and different ways in which we can use them, and then we sort of like build it all together. So I'm going to cut this out, and then what you want to do once you've cut this out is you want to cut your window with your outside edge on the same cardstock again. And then I've also cut out this section from some parchment, but we'll see that in a little bit later. Let's get all of our plants cut out, because I am going to mix and match them all as well. So I am going to bring in...
Are these papers or cards?
These are Matastic cardstock. Now, we've got this on the show. Laura has got it on the show for us. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to cut out the large frame from that die on here. I'm going to cut out this from this sort of like really gorgeous like spearmint colour, and then I'm going to go in with my different plants. Now, I've definitely got this little cactus here. Definitely going to add maybe the other one. Let's go in for this one.
I mean, the Matastic cardstock is perfect to use with these, but also if you went for any of our pads that we had in the first show at 1 o'clock, you could use the dies on those as well.
And what I would suggest as well, let's just switch this one out. What I'm going to suggest is that once you've cut all of your dies out again, go back in and cut them out from some of this, because we're going to fussy cut them out to do all of our pots in. Right. So let's just stick these through. I'm going to add the little...
So you can use your cardstock to do the colouring, or you can use maybe your brush markers that we've got on the show to do the colouring.
I'm going to show you lots of different ways to use your different dies. So let me grab this now. We're going to put all of this through our die cutting machine. Now, you don't need your metal plate either. But because we've got our larger plate as well, it's nice because what I can do is I can just stack all of those little pieces together.
Loads together at the same time.
And die cut a lot all at once.
How much
so
has gone?
let's pop that through.
10% of a huge stock gone of these dies. They're brand new today.
That through.
I knew you'd love them since I saw them.
I know. And then I've cut a strip of cardstock here. Now this is 3/4 of an inch by 6.5 inches. Now we're actually going to do like a pop-up card with this. Okay. So this is going to be the front of our card. So let's take these elements out. And I'm just going to just want to take this out for now. We'll come back to those. So I'm just going to take this piece out of here. Being very careful not to sort of take off that coating because we are using matte-tastic cardstock. So you just want to be a little bit lighter on that when you're pulling that out. You can keep all of these squares as well because they could be used as like tiles maybe.
Yep, absolutely.
So let's pop this out and then I'm going to bring in my scoreboard. So like I said, I've cut out another window using both dies from that set, and then I've cut out just the outside edge from the window die from some parchment. So we'll bring in our scoreboard and I am going to score this now at 1/4 of an inch, and then I'm also going to score it at 1. So that means that I have a little tab, and then this piece here is going to come out 1/4 of an inch.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not even looking where that bit is there. Then I know that the edge needs to be 4 inches. So I'm going to score that at 5 then, and then I'm going to score that at 5 3/4, and then what we can do is we can just snip that at the 1 inch, at the 6 inch mark. I'm just going to trim that down. I just made it a little bit bigger because I always like to, just in case I decide to either change my mind or something goes wrong. So, for this
if anything
piece,
would go wrong there.
It's a good job that I am
cruel.
going away.
They're being cruel.
So I'm going to bring in my dotty tape runner and some red line and tape. With my dotty tape runner, I'm just going to go over the edges of my window. So I'm going directly in the middle, and then I'm going over those two sides. You can also just add some down those longer strips, and then I'm going to place this piece over the top here.
We've got a deal with the dotty tape runners in the show, which we'll mention after the demo.
Oh, I think we're saving that till 5,
oh, are
Dave.
We? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we were going to mention it.
We were going to mention it, but it's, we're saving it for that fab adhesive show.
Yeah.
So let's add this panel on top of here now. So that now is going to cast a gorgeous shadow onto there. So now you've got that like little shadow effect on that window, which makes it look even more dimensional. Let's get our red liner tape, and I'm going to stick it onto these two panels. So on there, and then we're also going to stick it on here.
That green is lovely. There's a house near where I stay when I'm here. It's got double glazing that colour. It's an old cottage.
Yeah.
It's really lovely.
It's a beautiful shade of green, isn't it? It's almost like I won't say like it's a sage colour, but it's a very bright sage colour. So these panels now are going to sit on the very front of our card. So, ooh, that one's not, because I've just pulled that off. Let me stick that back on. I'm going to stick that onto here. And then on the other side, I'm going to stick this panel. So this means that doing it this way, our card will fold flat and we'll be able to put it into a 5x5 envelope.
Perfect.
So we've got that little stand now, which is going to be like the front of our card. Yeah, just like a window box. So that's how it's going to sit. And then let's decorate it up. So I've got a number of different bits that I cut out. And like I said to you before, if you cut all of your plant pots out of that terracotta, then you have all of them sort of layered up. So you don't have to think about your colouring. So I've got these plants here, and then we've got our full frame, and then I've trimmed off the top. We've also got that cat. So I'm going to pop this. Oh.
Well, the matte-tastic cardstock that we've got in the show today is perfect to do these sort of techniques with. There's a great deal coming up in a sec.
So that's going to fit on the top of there. And then I'm going to use my dotty tape runner on this edge here, because this is... Oh, let me just grab some more of that, because I want to put it up here as well, because this is going to hang sort of off the side of my window. So I'm just going to get that like so. And then what I want to do, you don't have to do it this way, and it's obviously completely your choice, is to layer up some of these. So if I get my thin foam pad strips, because they're going to be helpful as well, I'm going to stick those sort of onto here. So let's pop that on here.
So 5 o'clock, there's a whole hour of fantastic hunky-dory adhesives, including foam pads, including dotty tape pens, glues, construction glue. It's going to be a sticky hour.
I'm going to take this off because I want to put it on the front. I want it to be more in view. So I'm going to take that foam off there, stick that to the front. I'm going to layer that onto here like so. And then these little cactuses can fit on the front. So again, a mixture of foam pads and tape just to get that nice sort of height and dimension on these. I'm going to fold this back actually so this stands off even more than that first one. So we can add this now onto the front here. Just create like a gorgeous scene. And then this I'm going to have so it sits on this stand. You can also have it so it sits across here, so it's like hanging, or place this on top of your element as well if you want to, but we're doing it like a little shelf.
Okay.
So I'm going to stick that onto here, going with some foam pads just to add that dimension again onto the card, and then I'm going to use these trailing pieces to sit on the top of here. So I've put out three, but obviously you can cut into them and use them as big or as little as you want them to be, or as long as you want them to be as well, because we can trim that out. So you just want to have it so it's coming over the edge. And this one I've cut shorter. This one's just got 4 elements on there. And it's just a case of hanging them now to how you want them to be. And then I did also have my little cat. And I'm going to pop my little cat on the edge here. So again, let's use a little circle foam pad. The cat comes in with the one that has all of your plants on, and the ladder, your gorgeous indoor garden. So I'm going to pop the cat on there, and then that is that. So we're keeping it really simple in terms of like colours.
That's so cute.
But it's really fun to be able to do this sort of pop-up element. And of course it folds flat, so you can add it to your card. We've got that nice sort of element on the background. So you could add lights behind there, or maybe colour your parchment, or use coloured parchment.
I was thinking of little lights, actually. Tiny lights would look good.
But it's really cute.
And that could be welcome to your new home card. Could be anything like that.
Oh, I haven't put the sentiment on. That's what I needed to do. I've got my sentiments as well. I'm going to use my sentiment strip pad, and I'm going to go in with...
Is that from the Just My Type sentiment strip pad? It is from
the Just My Type. Let's go in with... I'm going to go in with On Your Retirement, because I'm going to use the new home one in the next demo. So just trimming that down, and I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to pop this. I'm going to move that cat around now, because my cat is going to sit here, and I wanted my sentiment to go in the middle there. So let's just go in with our tape runner.
I think cats are on permanent retirement, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's just squeeze that in on here. Make sure you've got all of that wording on there. And then we'll stick our cat onto that corner piece there. So there you go. On Your Retirement. And then you've got that gorgeous different type of card, like a little box with all of those elements on.
Well, let me just show you again and remind you of all the dies you're going to get. 20% of the entire stock has gone in less than 25 minutes, so very, very popular indeed. You're going to get, to start with, your archway nesting dies. They are going to be perfect for giving you, obviously, beautiful mats and layers that stack together beautifully in different sizes, but also they're great for apertures, making frames as well that your window can fit into perfectly. So it's all been thought through brilliantly. Then you've got your plants, your indoor plant dies. You've got that fantastic ladder that you can put the plants onto as well. Whether you're using cardstock to do the colouring, or whether you're colouring them in with the prism pens that we've got in the show today from Hunky Dory, is entirely up to you. But it's a great set, and again, you're building the scene, you're telling the story.
Yeah.
And that window, perfect for spring and summer, but also great for autumn and winter as well. Looking through a window into indoors, or looking out the window to the outside.
The set as a whole is great for whatever time of year, isn't it? Yeah. Because we can colour in sort of like the leaves so they can be autumnal on that flower box.
I agree.
So no matter what sort of season you're wanting to use these cards for, they're going to come in really handy, and you're going to be able to make some really nice cards with them as well.
Now, this is the cardstock that Natalie was talking about, using this coloured Matastic to do the colouring for you. Use the dies. This deal is amazing. You've got loads and loads of different colours of green. You get one of every single colour that you can see here. And if you're using the greens for your foliage, I mean, imagine how many leaves and garlands.
There's so many greens as well in here. So I pulled every colour of green to be able to make this card, because I thought it would give me a lot more variation in my plants. Instead of just using one green colour. We use that green, obviously, for the base of our card with all of that gorgeous imagery on there. So it's really, really nice.
Absolutely. That is the... Oh, no, that's the grey. I mean, at 50p a sheet, that would be good. There's the green that Nat
gorgeous,
used.
Like tropical colours as well for all of your plant pots. So you could use
That's
those
the green
pinks
that you used in the demo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That one there.
You could use the peach that I used for like the terracotta plant pots.
Yep.
You could use the turquoise. You can also go in with your fine liner, so you could add like little details onto there. So this is fantastic. You get one of each colour.
I'm a big fan of using coloured cards to do your colouring.
Yes.
I really am. It's a really good look, I think. QHD02, 30 sheets of Matastic, so if you do want to add effects to it with Distress Ink and stuff like that, $9.99. If you're going for the dies, this is what Nat's put together to complement those dies. 32 pence per sheet for adorable, scoreable Matastic cardstock. Absolutely fantastic value for money. And this could be your die cutting pack. Just keep these for the dies that you're buying today, because all the colours work.
I didn't use that much of it. I obviously cut into the cardstock's colours that I was using for my leaves, so you're not even using all of these colours here, but it's a great thing to use alongside both of them.
Okay, QHHD02, $9.99 for 30 sheets of adorable, scoreable. Hello, Sally. Hello, Suzanne. Hello, Catherine. Glynis, Linda. Loads of you coming through. Margaret's checked out already. And that's hand-selected by Nat to work with this collection brilliantly. Also, just my type, Nat used one of the sentiments and verses out of this.
It's so cool.
There's actually 603 different verses in this. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? And you've got every type of type you could think of and every type of message you could think of. And it's wonderfully old-fashioned typewriter font is what you've got on here. But, of course, it's all straight lines. So with a trimmer or even scissors, it's so easy to cut these out. You've even got a... When was the last time you saw a neighbour tag or embellishment?
It's not something that you really see that often, is it?
No, exactly. So you've got black on white, which is nothing obviously unusual, but then we've got white on black. Really, really striking that. And you'd be surprised how much these stand out.
And all of these colourways as well are going to work really nicely with this sort of theme that we've got.
Yeah.
So you've got the browns that are going to work all nicely with your, like, the earthy tones from your plants. Then you've got that fresh white, and then you've also got the black with the white. So depending on how you use it, what elements you were going to bring in, it can look really, really cool.
And then as you go forward into the pad, you've got more special days throughout the year. Easter, Mother's Day, christening, deepest sympathy, good luck, happy graduation. Everything's covered in here. And again, you get that in black on white, white on black, and then you get that lovely kind of almost like a parchment look. Really lovely.
Like tea stains,
quite vintage.
Sort of esque, yeah.
And then you've got prominent words. You've got shine, glory, inspire, success, cute, beautiful, sparkle, awaken, cherish, forgive. So this is a must-have pad to have. It really, really is.
It's so useful. And in total, I think there's 603 sentiments
You're right.
in this book.
603, and all you need is a trimmer to cut them out. £7.99 is all this is. You're amazing. Let love blossom is another few of the verses in there. Dare to dream, be thankful, little by little.
I mean, you might already have this because it was one of my deals for my birthday show.
Oh, was it?
Because it is one of my go-to things that I use when it comes to die cutting.
£7.99. Well, lots of you are liking this today. Janet in Moray's in, Cynthia, Linda, Beverly in the West Midlands, and many, many more of you coming through. Pop it in your basket. Check out if you've bought something already. Remember, your P&P for the rest of the day is free because you paid your $3.95 already. YTHD27 for that one. Right.
Okay, so next up, we're going to use our dies to create a mask that we can then emboss. So what I've done, and we've got these on the show at 7 p.m, is I have taken this one die here and I have popped this a number of times. I've cut it out 10 times of a sheet. Now these sheets are just larger than A5, so I've actually cut it down because I'm going to use this as a DL. The way I've done it as well is that I could tile it if I wanted to, so I could make this pattern bigger or shorter.
Okay.
So what you want to do is just line up your dies. I'm just going to place this on here and then run it through your die cutting machine so we can finish this sort of pattern off on here. Now if you're going to be using your plates for embossing, you will need your rubber mat. It's just my day-to-day because it is another thing that we can't find. But it's okay because I came prepared.
They wanted your last day for a few weeks to be memorable.
I wanted to be able to show you how you can do it because it looks so good, and you can do it with your Gemini. If you've got the Gemini, you want to choose a plate sandwich that you would do for embossing with a die. Okay. With your Gemporia machine, if you've got that at home, you want to use I think it's your 2 large plates, your plastic shim, and then your rubber mat, which you're then going to place. You'll place your mats like this, rubber mat on top, your cardstock first, so your rubber mat's here. We've not got it, remember. We're going to place this on top, and then you're going to place your second clear sheet, and you're going to run it through your machine. Gotcha. So look how fantastic this cuts from your Mylar.
So you can make your own stencils, basically.
Yes, which is going to look so good with all of your houseplants. So that's just come out of there and added that extra detail to my mask. And then let me show you how it looks when it's embossed. I can't show you how it goes through, but can you see?
Oh yeah, wow. Yeah.
The detailing on that. It looks so cool, doesn't it? We're going to bring it out a little bit more by adding some of our blue. This is our powder blue, and I'm just going to go around the outside edges and just touch over a little bit onto those flower designs. So it's a great, great product. It's on the show at 7 o'clock tonight. We've had it on before, and it has sold out a few times.
So it's plain sheets of Mylar, basically.
Plain sheets of Mylar, which is basically just the sheets that we use in the industry for making stencils. Okay. So it just means that you can use your nesting dies, you can use dies like this.
Yep, make your own.
You can use like panel dies. I've got some really detailed dies as well that I'm going to show you later on. So we're just going to ink that to bring that through. And then let's stick this straight onto a piece of black stamping card, because this is going to help bring all of those colours out.
Don't forget the adhesive show. It's going to be sticky at 5.
All of your adhesives, those tape runners, your foam pads, everything we've used, they're going to be perfect for. Then I've cut all of my elements out, and you'll see some of them here. So I've cut them all out of watercolour card because I'm going to use my watercolour pens to colour those in. So I've cut that same plant out again, and I have cut 3 of my shelves this time, which I'm going to use. So let's grab those. I've got my greens. I've got number 39, which I'm going to use for my shelves, and I'm just going to place this over the edge here. And then what I'm going to do is I'll do my sort of leaves on here. So I'm going to go in with this colour all the way across.
We've got a cracking deal on the watercolour pens coming up in a minute as well. So
these pens that I'm just using, first of all, are all from the same set. They're from your, I think it's called the Woodland Walk?
Forest Walk?
Forest Walk, there we go.
Yeah, Forest Walk's all the greens and browns.
I was close. Yeah. I'll let it go for today. So I'm going to add that in, and then if I bring in a water pen, what we can do then is just add this wash of colour. So we're just going in with your gorgeous water, just pushing out that colour and giving that really nice sort of rustic feel. And it's going to do the same as well with your leaves when we colour these in.
This is why I love watercolour, because it's so forgiving, I think.
So easy to use as well, especially I had so much fun colouring in these plants. And then I'm going to go in with a pink for my plant pot. So again, I'm just going to focus it on one side, and then I can just push that colour out. And what I love about these pens as well is that fine line and nib. So what we're going to do is we're going to come back in and we're going to add some detail, which I have done with all of these pots. So I've used the same colour, but once it's dried, just gone in to add a fun little bit of detail to it. So let's build this up. I'm going to use my foam pad strips again to pop on my card. So we're going to have these sort of layered on our card. So let's go for this one first. I'll place this not centrally, but just off the centre at the bottom. And then I'm going to go in with our next one. And that one is going to come just off the edge here. I am going to sort of snip into these, so don't worry about that. And then this one is going to come off the top base around about here, I think, because I'm going to add quite a big sentiment in on this section. We're going to bring in our combos again. They're another favourite of mine. So pop in that on, and then we can start to rearrange our flowers now. And again, you can go in with your foam pads if you want to. Let's just place them and see where we want them to go. So if I put that up there, that one can go down here. That one kind of needs to be on its own because we're going to bring something else in. So let's pop those up there. We can have our little pots here. Start to keep building, building and building. I'm going to go in with my little plant that you've got there, and then this is going to, cat's going to sit up here like he's climbed all the way up to the top. I'm going to make sure that my sentiment fits before I stick those on. So I'm going to have happy across here, and then I've cut the new home out so it looks like a little picture frame. So that's going to go on there.
It's got a totally different feel to it with the watercolour, hasn't it?
So different. I'm going to switch these around a tiny little bit so I've got the space that I need, because we don't need to use them all either if you don't want to. Let's pop that one on.
Just play around with them till you're happy with the balance. Yeah. I
think that one's a little bit taller, so see if we can get that one up. We can. And then that can go on there. So a mixture of my tape runner and my foam pads, I think, again, just to add more dimension to this card. So we'll pop these on here, but I think it's nice to show you the different ways in which you can colour them in. And in the next demo as well, we're going to use our craft markers, which is going to give you a really, really vibrant look. So just layering them all up as you would do sort of in the house. You're going to have sort of like 3s together, 2s together, loads of different sort of layouts.
So just so you're aware, the craft markers are alcohol-based that we'll come to in a minute. These are, of course, your brush markers that are watercolour-based. So we've got colouring techniques for absolutely everybody. Maybe you want to do all 3 techniques, using the cardstock, watercolour and alcohol. They all look totally different.
And they're all good to have in your stash for different effects. I think because you've got the houseplants in this collection, and houseplants are very, like, earthy, and it's nice to have this watercolour look to this card, and I think it works really nicely. It's not fresh, but it's very, that is the word I was looking for. It's very natural, isn't it? So let's go in with foam pads on here. So that's going to sit on there. I'm going to put my other cactus over here. Now I am sort of moving this closer together because I need to fit my new home in, which is here. So again,
is that from the pad that we did a few minutes ago, just my type? Yeah.
So all I've done is I've cut it down. I've cut it down a little bit thinner than what you get, and then I've just backed it onto some black cardstock again, so that this now looks like a little frame in the house on the side. And I've got my happy die, which is my favourite combo die, and I'm gonna I've cut this out of not only black stamping card but also our double-sided foam sheet. So that means that I can add depth to this word, but without using my foam pads. So it's going to sit really nice and flush if I can get the back off here.
Everybody's struggling getting backs off tape today. Because it's got a bit warmer, maybe.
Maybe.
If you leave foam tape in a car and it gets really hot, you won't be able to get the back off of it.
No, it's
a top tip for the summer.
It's a little bit, it makes it very, very tacky, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So let's take this off. It's getting there. It's a little bit of a struggle, but we've got that. Oh, no, it's sticking to my hand.
Been a bit obstinate.
It is, isn't it? It's just me today. I'm cursed. Started off, couldn't make cards. Now I can't take back into our foam pads. So let's pop this together.
You need a break.
I'm going to line this up nicely onto there. And you can see it fits on perfectly. Now, if you're fussy, you can go around this foam pad with one of your black markers. But because we're going onto a white cardstock, it's not something that offends me that much. But I know some people can be quite particular about having their foam pads. So you just lay that on top of your die.
So is that a sheet of double-sided foam that you die cut?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
I'm not sure if we have it on the Fabdesive show, but we'll definitely add it into that hour because it is an absolutely awesome product because you can use it with all of your letter dies. I think it's just your own A4 foam pad sheet.
Okay.
And then obviously it's shaped. Oh.
Because it makes everything then into like a three-dimensional sticker, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then obviously you could add glitter straight onto there. You could add so much stuff, gilding flakes, anything like that. See, the other side comes off perfectly. Honestly. And then let's stick this across here, and all we have to do now is pop this onto a card blank. So this is a very, very me card. I love the style of this. I love the watercolour effect as well. Yep. So just popping that onto a 10th fold. Giving that a nice white edge again, just to bring in all of that gorgeous watercolour. And then there you go. You've got that really gorgeous, slick, slimline card, but you've got all of that detail from the embossing. It's
beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So the Homegrown with Love Ultimate Collection Die Collection. Remember, just in case you've just switched on, you're going to get these nesting dies, which are obviously the same shape as the window, so you can cut your apertures, make frames, that sort of thing. So you're going to get those. Then to go with that, you've got, of course, the arch window and the various like little kind of flower, what do you call them? Flower trugs or, yeah.
Oh, like a tray? Like a window tray?
What's that called?
It's a window something.
Yeah, window box.
Window box.
Window
there
box.
we go.
Then you've also got, of course, your potted plants, which can be any colour. You've got cactus in there, a watering can, little putty cat, and then you've got, of course, your ladder for the display of your pots and that sort of thing. Now, we did promise you an amazing deal on Prism
got it.
brush markers. Now, the brush markers are the watercolour. The other ones that we're coming on to in a minute are alcohol-based, but these are the watercolours, OK? Now, we had this out of stock for a long, long time. This is the collection, actually, that Nat was using in that demonstration when she was talking about the greens and so on. You've got so many different coloured greens here, and this particular collection is called Forest Walk. So you can see you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different greens in total, because no leaf or no grass is ever just one colour of green. So that's why it's nice to have a lovely supply of them. And you've got your neutral tones in there, your black, your brown, and so on. But look, one end is a brush. The other end is a fine liner. Now, you don't find fine liners very often.
No, you don't.
On the other
Not
end
in the same colour.
No,
either.
exactly. And if you're a Santangler or whatever and you want multicoloured fine liners, then these are perfect for that. And then you come on to your Berry Burst. So that's a lovely display of pinks and reds and oranges and purples. So many shades of purple in there. Then you've got your Blue Lagoon. So many shades of blue. Again, great for sea and sky and that sort of thing as well.
Because they're water-based as well. You've got all of these pens, but you can make so many different shades and colours by mixing them together too.
Yeah. I mean, 72 pens, but you've probably got I don't know, about 600 or 700 different colours when you're watering it down and so on. This is called your Heavenly Sunset. Lots of oranges and yellows and bright summery and spring colours. Then we've got Rainbow Pastels. Lighter shades. Now, that one was out of stock for ages, evidently. And then we got this one, and this one was out of stock for ages too, the Antique Dreams. Now, if I just take one of these out of the packet, have you got one?
I've got one.
OK, just to show the different nibs, thanks. So one end is your fine liner, and that is fine. The other end is your brush. How cool is that? Exactly the same colourway. You've got good grip, finger grips there as well, but they are incredibly ergonomic, nice, and lightweight pens to hold as well. They're not too chunky, not too big. And you also, as well, so you get the most out of your Prism markers, you've also got the handbook included as well. Now, this is $9.99's worth. All the handbooks are worth $9.99. And this is going to show you how to get the most out of your watercolour pens. So, $99.93 is what the price should be. Loads of different techniques in here. Lots of great photography as well. $99.93's worth with all those pens, and you've got 72 of them, and the book. And today, we are not charging you anywhere near that. JRHD 95 for all of them, $49.97. It's half price. If you take the $9.99 off for the book, it's like you're paying 40 quid for 72 double-ended pens, which is 55p a pen for top quality water.
It's crazy.
Watercolour pens. JRHD 95, that is also on split pay. Now, as it's gone under 50, it shouldn't be, but as it should be nearly 100, they've kept it on split pay. So all you have to pay today to get this whole collection of pens is £24.98, I think it is. £24.98, your first split payment of 2. The whole lot will be on its way. Look at that, Library of Colour.
It's great, isn't it? And you've got so many different colours within there, and they are perfect. Like you saw with the way I coloured these in, if you're wanting that gorgeous sort of like light, fresh, natural colour, they're fantastic. You can obviously watercolour and then go back over and sort of add designs in if you want to. You can use these for your santangling. So with Sandra's stuff, you're going to be able to use these, and you've got all of those colours.
Totally.
They're just incredible. You can also layer up the colour as well. So once you've watercoloured it and it's dried,
also,
go back over and
calligraphy
add it more.
covered in there as well.
Yeah,
because you've got the brush nib, you can do fancy swirls and that sort of thing.
You absolutely can do.
Okay, so the whole thing, basically nearly £100 worth, yours today if you just give us that first payment of $24.98. That's all you've got to give us today. And nearly 10% of the entire stock has gone already. Karen, hello. Margaret, hello. Julie, Diane, Deborah, more people coming in and putting it in their basket. If watercolour's what you've said you wanted to do this spring and summer, maybe you want to go down the bottom of the garden and watercolour a plant or a flower in your garden. If you're going away...
You can also use them to colour your stamps into. So as like you would colour your stamping with an ink pad, you can do exactly the same. Just colour over the stamp and stamp onto it.
And also put it down on your craft mat as well and pick it up with a brush and paint with it. So it's almost like every single one of these pens is an individual palette, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's so many incredible things you can do with watercolour. So having these in your stash is essential. If you're starting out in your colouring journey as well, I think that these are the best for that because of how versatile they are. They're a little bit more forgiving. You get that nice sort of I'm trying to think of the word, but I can't think of what it is. You get the nice soft look. It's not as heavy as using your alcohol markers. It is great, and this book is so handy for beginners as well.
And like you said, if you've gone in with a colour and it's a bit too bold, then just water it down, and suddenly you've got a much more subtle version.
Add more colour to it, and it will flush that colour out. You can pick that colour out as well, which is quite good. You can't do that with other pens.
Margaret, Julie in Kent, Deborah in Essex, Hayley in Northampton, Diane, Karen, Margaret, Deborah, busy for these, JRHD 95. And you can take them with you when you're going away for a weekend and that sort of thing, or going off in the caravan, and do a little bit of sketching, do a little bit of watercolouring without having to worry about palettes. You've got them in pen form, basically. Right.
OK, let's do the next one then, and we're going to use craft markers this time. And I'm going to bring in something else that we've got on the show too. This is our stone wall mask. Now, this is for you to buy. We've got it, and we think it would work perfectly with this. So I've added this on already, and I've just moved that down and added it back on to be able to layer this up. And we've gone in with greige, so going over it really lightly, and then adding in a lot of depth around those edges and sort of around the bottom.
This will be a stencil you use all the time.
When you pick this up,
£4.50.
Look how fantastic that looks. So just going in with your greige for that one. And then what we're going to do is use our nesting dies. So let me grab the dies. And I think, let me just double check. I want to go in with this one. So I'm going to place this about 1/3 of the way up, and we are going to die cut that out of here. So let's just place that on there, and then we're going to go in with our plates. I'm going to have to move these all back around now because I was showing you which plate formations for other things before. So let's pop that in, and at the same time I am going to add in my elements. So let's go in with our houseplants again. We're going to add these onto here. Should do them the other way around because I'm going to cut into that. We don't need that today. So let's pop these all in, and we can cut these out.
They're nice bits of furniture, those ladders, aren't they?
It is really cool. We've got one at the office that we put samples on, and they are really quite cool. They're quite fancy in bathrooms as well.
Yep. Not just for plants, but for ornaments.
For all home decor elements.
all your smellies and that sort of thing.
So I'm going to pop this off here, and then I'm going to come in with maybe this spearmint colour, I think. So let's just take this panel. We'll come back to those elements in a minute. And I have gone in, I'm just going to pull this out, and I have used the same die, and then the next die up I have cut out another frame just to give this a bit more dimension, and I'm going to colour that in with this spearmint. So giving it that nice sort of blue look, I'm just going to brush this across my die. So just giving it that tiny little bit of sort of dimension. You can obviously go in with your alcohol markers as well if you want it to look a little bit darker.
Now, although the best deal is obviously to go for the bundle of the dies, if you just want the nesting dies on their own, they are available at $14.99. You can buy the individual die sets as well.
It's a brand new nesting die, yes.
Yeah, brand new shape.
So it's a brand new shape. It is a sort of like banner design, but you can obviously use it as a banner design, or you can use it
turn it up that way, and you can make fantastic bunting.
Windows.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, loads of bunting, maybe on the patio in the spring would look nice.
So then I'm going to add this onto here, and what I'm going to do is just, even with the die on, I'm just going to lightly place my colour down to give that nice blue look, and then I'm going to bring in my ink again, and I'm going to go back in and sort of create a nice like ombre in this sky. Now, if I was thinking correctly, I could have cut the same shape out of my Mylar and created a mask to be able to make this image like perfect on here.
And the Mylar's in the 7 o'clock show tonight, by the way.
Let's just grab that. We need to go
great.
a little bit darker, a little bit lower down, sorry, onto here to give you that nice
So rather than that being
edge.
a window or a door now, that's like an archway in a brick wall looking out to blue skies.
So let's pop that on, and I'm going to use foam pads to do that. Let me get some thicker foam pads. So popping this on, I am then going to come in with my elements. So I've got those ready to go. I've got one little cactus that I need to colour in, and this time I've gone for like black sort of furniture designs on here. So let's just stick that where we want that to go, and then we'll bring those in. So I've gone for like taupey colours with this. So I'm going to have this sort of standing on here. Now what I'm going to do is just place my elements.
Have you coloured those with...
I've coloured these with our alcohol markers.
The alcohol markers, I thought they looked bold.
So you can see the difference here in that really nice sort of bright edge, and then I'm going to pop this bit onto here. So just making sure that I'm layering up my foam pads where you're not going to see them. So that can just sit on there. And then these two are going to go onto my shelves. So I'll add on my circle foam pads for that. I'm going to go in with this one here. And then I'm going to place this one just at the top. And then I've got my hanging basket and my little cactus to colour in. So if I just grab a sheet of colour, so I'm not going onto this, and I'm going to go in with my darkest greens for this. So for my pots, I've been using Warm Grey 1 and Warm Grey 5. For this cactus, I'm going to use 421 and I'm going to use 429. So I'm going to go in with my chisel tip, because that's going to give me the best coverage straight away. And then I'm going to go in with that darker colour, and I'm going to place that colour along the score lines of my design, and then I'm going to go around the edge of this cactus and then just bring that colour up, and then what we're going to do is go back in with that 421 just to lighten and soften that gradient of that colour. And then
that's how you blend with alcohol pens. It's so simple.
We can add our dotted tape runner to the base of this, and now we can create a hanging basket. And then this is going to go up here on top of our window.
That could be a Greek taverna, that, couldn't it?
It could be. And then that is going to go up here. And I wasn't too sure on the sentiment for this one. I was going to use our Happy New Home, but Happy Holidays would be really good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Quite appropriate.
Especially if anyone is going away to sort of like Greece or anywhere like that. There we go. Ooh. Do you know why it won't stick down? Because I've used...
Is the ink still... The ink's still wet.
Let me grab my fantastic construction glue. And I think I'm going to leave it sentimentless.
Okay.
And then we can just go in and add one when the time feels right.
Okay, well, we've only got a few minutes left on the show, but we do have the alcohol prism markers in the show, the wonderful craft markers.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
But I think like a happy holiday. I brought these ones with me. So I could maybe put them like in the middle of here, or you could have it down here. But yeah, all your sentiment strip pads again.
Okay.
There's loads of variations in there.
So we've got absolutely every type of colouring you can think of in the show today. We've obviously coloured using cardstock, using the dies to cut out the die-cut cards. We also then use the water-based prism markers. These, though, are the alcohol-based ones, and you can see you've got virtually every colour in there you could ever possibly wish. One end is a bullet nib, the other end is the chisel nib, and you've got a total of 84 pens in total. And you can see a lot of them are very much kind of colour families, so you can easily blend and make something look very, very three-dimensional, simply and easily. And just like with the water-based, we're giving you a handbook.
We are.
To get the most out of your new alcohol-based... And alcohol pens, remember, will go on virtually any surface. So you can colour on things like metal, on acetate, anything, even things like ceramic and stuff like that. Parchment, yeah, perfect.
Glass, you'll be able to use them on glass, acrylic.
And it talks about colour combinations that you can use together. If colouring is something that's kind of not passed you by exactly, but sometimes scares you a little bit. I don't know what colour goes with what, what's going to clash, what's going to blend. They talk about all of that, the kind of colour theory in the front of the book, and also how to do very realistic skin tones and hair as well. That's all covered.
Hair tones.
There we go, look.
Is in there using that blend as well, because that sort of acts as like an eraser with these pens. So if you're wanting to do that, like a brick effect, you'd be able to use that eraser tool to be able to create that with your browns.
So if you're wanting to have bolder colours rather than the more subtle watercolour, then alcohol is the way to go.
Yes,
right, the whole lot for 84 pens and the book should be £149.85. JXHD06, which is a really good deal when you consider you're going to get 84 pens and a £10 value book. 20 seconds and we'll give you a deal for these. Maybe you've had alcohol pens before and you're running out of a few of them, a few colours are going, you're thinking, I need to change them. This is the complete set, isn't it?
The complete set, yeah. All 14 that you're going to get in this deal with that handbook. And honestly, the colouring that you pay off that you get here, it's almost that sort of like cartoon-esque colouring. It's very vibrant. Look
at what we can do. Look at what you saved.
Definitely tell the difference.
You're saving £65 off what the price should be. £65 better off in your wallet and purse. And it's on 3 split pays as well, not 2.
This is your alcohol markers here with the leaves and the pots. This is your water base, so you can see how different those colours look. It's very vibrant, isn't it?
Definitely.
Very dark. It stands out. You've got that nice definition on your ladder as well compared to your wood shelves with the watercolour. So if you're wanting something that is very vibrant, then this is what that colour pays off.
With split pay, if you want to go down that road, we offer it to you as a business. It's not an outside finance house or anything like that. It's $28.33 today. $28.33 plus your P&P unless you've already paid it. And if you've got the hunky-dory discount code,
you can still use
that is still valid off the already reduced price. So that's another £8.50 off that if you've got that code.
That's really, really good, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, already Crafter in Cheshire's in, Susan in Nottinghamshire's in, Deborah in Essex, June in Kent. Maybe you've treated yourself to the watercolour and you want the alcohol as well, because an awful lot of people have both. So stock up today while we've got these great deals. You're saving £65, and the book, of course, has got a value of $9.99, so it's like you're only paying £75 for 84 alcohol pens. Chisel nib one end, bullet nib the other, JXHD06. Now, Nat's here for another 2 shows. 5 o'clock is the sticky show. That's going to be the adhesive show. And then at 7 o'clock, what have you got at 7?
I've got Mylar at 7. So that gorgeous mask we've just made with that die, we're going to bring that back, and we've got a deal on all of our nesting dies as well.
Fantastic. OK, coming up next, though, Jane is here all the way from the Isle of Wight. We've got some great shows still to come, so stay tuned to HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
HobbyMaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Hi everyone, welcome back. It's HobbyMaker. Great to have your company this afternoon, and great to see Jane back with us. Hello.
Hello.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
You got over on the water okay this morning?
Yeah, lovely and calm today.
Was it?
Yeah.
Great. Because Jane comes all the way from the Isle of Wight to see us every month, is it?
Every couple of months.
Every couple of months.
Yeah.
And what we've got for you is Clever Prints, which is a brilliant brand. And we've got some brand new things to HobbyMaker today. We've got some fantastic stamps. We've got some paper kits for you as well. We've got some stencils too. The artwork is really striking and very different. I love it.
It is. All of the stamps, dies, stencils from HobbyMaker, from Clever Prints, we're on HobbyMaker, are all hand-drawn images. They're all from hand-drawn images, so they're all totally unique. There's nothing that's been, bought from anywhere else. And so they're all quite quirky and a little bit different.
Absolutely. And can people make and sell?
They can, totally.
Great.
Yeah, as long as you're making something with it, that's totally fine.
OK. Well, let's start off with the first two stamp sets here. These, I'm sure, are going to be very, very popular. Now, everything from Clever Prints is on the website right now. And you will see that these stamp sets individually on our website right now are £10.99 each, which makes £21.98. So you can buy them individually if you want to on our website, or better still, you can go for the bundle, because if you do that in a minute, you'll see an amazing deal. OK, so stamps first of all. Have I got a set here?
The set is on the actual front there, but the boards that are made are there.
Ah, OK. So these will show you what the stamps actually stamp like and what they look like. You've got 7 stamps in this one, which is both sides of the heart, and Always Be True, which is this one, you're going to get 8 stamps in there. So obviously the heart is the main theme, but it's what's going on inside it as well, which is beautiful. All individually hand-drawn. Think it, say it, show it, love it, happy anniversary to you both are the verses on that one. Always Be True to Yourself is the other one on the other side with have fun. But they're just escapism, aren't they? It's like you're on holiday.
They are. They're lovely because you've got those lovely big heart sort of focal points there with lots of images on there that you can colour in, or equally just leave them black and white. They look just as beautiful.
Stunning.
But then you also get your sentiments and you get your little sort of worker stamps as well to add to it.
OK, let me just put that down and show you some finished cards and some finished ideas, because stamps like this, really, there's no rules. You can go to town and you can be as crazy as you like with the colours, make them as flamboyant as you like, dull them down a little bit and make them more monotone if you want to. But look at that, using embossing powders. How cool is this?
That's really a lovely, elegant one, that one. It'll make a lovely anniversary card.
I mean, that one hasn't really been coloured in. It's just basically alcohol pens giving you the background and then stamping over the top of it.
Exactly, yep. So you don't have to... You can go to town if you want to, but you don't have to.
And again, using metallic markers or indeed embossing powders to great effect. So stamp with your sticky ink. And then you can colour, of course, with any of your pens. If you've just seen the show that we did with Hunky Dory with the alcohol markers and the water-based pens as well. How beautiful are these? Just using some of the extra stamps you get in the bundle. And again, on the clouds there, you can probably see they've been given like the glossy accent treatment or the clear embossing powder treatment on the top there. But really bright, really cheerful. A few more other things. Think about making them into ornaments, and you could actually have them maybe hung in the bedroom, maybe on the bed or something like that. Again, a symbol of a heart, whether it's to your other half, whether it's to your girlfriend, whatever, best friend, a relative. It's going to go a long, long way. And look at this one. Look at this. Look how flamboyant that is.
It's really funky, that one, isn't it, really? I would never have thought of using those colours, but they look so beautiful.
They do look great, absolutely. Think it, say it, show it, love it. OK, so £21.98, £10.99 for each of those stamps. And remember, this is original hand-drawn artwork. So it's not been, bought in from like an agency or anything like that. Basically, this is an artist hand-drawn artwork that you have permission to make with and sell for personal profit or for charitable reasons, absolutely fine. But today, if you want both of them, they're completely different. The hearts are the same, but what's going on inside the hearts is completely different. 3, 2, 1, we're going to get the price down for you. You can get both of them, not for 21 anything, not for 20 anything, but for £11.98. So that basically is £5.99 each.
That's mad, yeah.
And if I just grab the stamps just to show you, I mean, one is £10.99 and the other one is 99 pence, if you want to think of it like that. There we go, look. Those are the stamps, that's what you're going to get. I mean, you can make them into beautiful home decor projects. You can stamp on MDF with them, make them into plaques. You can stamp onto fabric. Sky's the limit, really.
That's the lovely thing about stamps, is they are a tool at the end of the day. So anything you want to do with them, as long as you have the right sort of inks and paints and things, you can put them onto whatever you want.
We've got someone in New York coming through for this as well. Lots of USA orders at the moment coming through. You're finding HobbyMaker. But, of course, a heart like this, if you stamp it numerous times and just stamp it in like a circle, you end up with a flower, don't you?
Yes.
A big flower.
Yeah, because they are sort of like a petal shape when you do them in multiple,
I mean, imagine that on a wall, for example. Stamp it maybe probably, how many times would that be? Maybe 10 or 12 times to make a full circle, and you'll then have a superb flower on a wall or on a plaque or something that you can colour in. But that's entirely up to you if you want to go that far, but that would look amazing.
It would look lovely.
OK, 10% the stock's already gone. I'm not surprised at £11.98. From Clever Prints, whatever you do, pop that in your basket. And there is also some colouring inspiration on the front as well. And we have got another stamp set, which we're going to come to a little bit later on, which I know you'll love too. But we have also got the paper kit. Are we going to do the A6 a bit later?
A5.
Oh, we can do it now. OK. All right. So, because if you love those stamps, you might well love these at the same time, because they basically do work well together. They really, really do. So this particular set of stamps, there you've got the heart in the middle with the circle going around the outside edge. And again, you've got the quarter circle there, which you can use in a corner. But equally, you can stamp it 4 times to make a complete circle, which will make it look more like a sunflower, possibly.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do, actually, in my first demo, to show you how to do that. I didn't know that.
Thinking alike. And that's what the stamps stamp up. But again, think about the numerous ways that you can use these. Not $16.99 today. Look at this canvas. How amazing is that? And again, the colours that you use really sets the mood and tone for the card. $10.99, and you get 7 stamps in that one. How you use it, how you interpret it, whether you go full-on colour, whether you go monochrome, whether you go... Is it making you thinking of, like, the swinging 60s?
It could do, yes.
Carnaby Street-esque.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that, isn't it? This one. Quite minimal, but really lovely. That's done by Margaret, I believe. Look at this next one. Have a great day, but using that corner stamp in 4 segments. Really love it. So because you've got the elements here, you can really go to town and, just use them in whichever way you choose. So that is another one that kind of complements the 2 hearts as well, to be fair. Circle of Life, that's called. And that's only £10.99. So if you wanted to go for the first 2 stamps and this as well, you wouldn't be spending much more than £20, but you've got this really distinctive look. Love it. And again, lots of colouring techniques and tips on the front of the packaging too. KO7270, brand new today from Clever Prints for us. And fill your boots and enjoy. Think about stamping onto canvases. Think about stamping onto objects, if you've got any like MDF and boxes and stuff like that. But also think about wall art, canvases, even onto walls themselves you could stamp onto, couldn't you?
And even though some of the images are quite big, you don't have to use the whole image on anything. You can always part stamp it onto a piece of card. It doesn't have to be as big as the stamp.
Exactly. OK, so that's the other stamp set. And one more thing before we get to demo, Jane, is we've got, for the first time on HobbyMaker, we've got this. Everyone has that one friend paper crafting kit.
I love this.
This is so quirky.
It's really cool. It's made by Clever Prints using the artwork that was in these stamps and in some of our previous stamp collections, one of which was also on the show today. But they've sort of been taken apart and then built up into different images onto the paper.
All of this is very easy to cut out. It's printed on what sort of card is this?
It's 300 GSM cream cardstock for the printed sheets. There's 14 sheets, and I did count the elements, and I got to roughly 136. So I think I said approximately 136 elements.
Oh, these are great. I mean, they are just so different, so quirky. And so bright and vibrant as well. They're almost like carnival characters, aren't they, to be fair?
And you've got some that are sort of like more of an A6 sort of topper size. Yep. And then you've also got sentiments in there. You've got small elements that you can cut out. And they are just such fun.
You may recognise these from your posts on Facebook, because I saw these yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
When you were saying that we're coming to HobbyMaker. Aren't they great? Now, we're going to do a great deal on this. So all of these, remember, are 300 GSM cream. Nice to see it on cream card, actually. I think that works.
Yeah, it's sort of just a little bit warmer, a little bit sort of more subtle, isn't it?
Oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah, so there you've got sort of like A5 size toppers there as well.
Absolutely, and big toppers too.
Mm.
So that's your 300 GSM. How many sheets of that was it?
You get 14 sheets of the 300 GSM with the cuttable elements, and then you get 20 sheets. 20 sheets
of your backing papers.
Backing paper, which is 120 GSM. And again, it's on a cream paper stock. They're just under A4, so if you had, say, like an A4 canvas or something like that, it would fit nicely with the border.
Talk about vibrant colours. These are amazing. You can cut those hearts out if you want to, collage with them if you wanted to do that as well. But talk about vibrancy. They jump off the page, don't they?
They do, and I think every single one is different. So you've got some that got similar, like the same pattern, but it'll be in a different colourway.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah, so that's a lot from the stamps that are coming up as well.
Yeah, we've got these stamps coming up in the show if you fancy creating your own versions of this sort of shape. And it's almost like it's dancing. Yeah. It's bright, it's cheerful, it's out there. Oh, wow. I mean, imagine these as fabrics. I think they would be amazing, wouldn't they?
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
John Scott will wear a shirt like that. Now, already, we've got a lot of you checking out on this. $19.99 for the card collection today from Clever Prints. Gorgeous quality 300 GSM cardstock. And if you look at some of the projects that have been made here, this kind of gives you an idea. It's always nice to see what other people have done, how they've interpreted the artwork. And it gives you encouragement to give it a go. That's what I love that.
That's so simple because it's literally just taking the topper. So it's ideal if you just want to make really quick cards and you just want to take the topper, put it on a card blank, maybe add a sentiment and you're done.
But it's so cheerful. It's so bright.
But that one, the colour's been added. So the cream base is uncoated so you can add things to it. Right. Obviously where the ink is, you get a bit more sort of resistance to like wet mediums. But...
And then you've got the little bird characters as well. Quirky. Absolutely. Quirky sums it up, I think. A treat. Isn't that beautiful? Bright and cheerful, they really stand out. They'll stand out on the mantelpiece, they'll stand out on your craft table if you're selling your cards that you made. And, you know, you can put your own interpretation and tell your own story. Yeah, quirky being the word. And this is really sweet. This has actually been made into a little book. So if I just open up and pull this...
Yeah, sorry, I redid the bow.
That's all right. If I just open it up, you can make your own little notebook if you want to. How cool's that?
Yeah, and I think that's using some of the stencils in there as well that are on the show.
Excellent. OK, so that is just $19.99. How many sheets in total is it? 34 in total. Half of it cardstock. The other 20, of course, is your backing papers for £19.99. VY7253. The first two stamp sets that we brought you, or the first stamp set we brought you, flying. Everyone's loving those hearts. So, Jane, if we could go to demo, that would be fantastic. Nearly 20% of the stock is gone. You get both of those heart stamps for $11.98. There should be, what were they each? $10.99? $10.99 each. So you're paying basically 99p for one of those stamp sets, which is amazing. And that product code, remember, YI7287. YI. OK.
OK. So I thought I was actually going to start with the big stamp set because I wanted to show that these smaller elements also make such fantastic cards. So I have got this card that Kaylee made. And I should say a big thank you to Kaylee, Tracy B, Tracy M, Kay, Margaret and Sheila. I hope that's 6 people. Is that 6 people?
You said 6, yeah, I think so.
For all their lovely samples. So this is like using the big circle, which is the main image. However, you can also use your sort of smaller images to create that big flower. So I thought I'd just start by showing how easy it is to stamp that out, because sometimes you know, you might think, oh, to make such a big card, it's going to take a lot of hard work, but actually it's really, really simple. So I've just got a piece of card. I'm just going to find my block. So I'm just going to put it on an acrylic block. Our stamps are all clear stamps, and they cling to your blocks or your stamping platform. You don't need to add anything to them at all. I'm just going to use a permanent ink.
I can imagine using some of these stamps maybe on like if you're using the fabric inks and that sort of thing, maybe on a jacket, back of a jacket, nice, yeah. Would look fantastic, or on a bag or something like that.
So I'm just going to put it roughly in the centre. I'm not going to sort of use, I just wanted to show you the idea of how you can build the pattern up. So they stamp beautifully. They're really good stamps.
And if you do want to colour them in, they're nice and open designs, yes. Aren't they?
We tend to have really lovely open designs. Now, I'm going to turn it... No, I don't know. I'm going to turn it that way. So I'm not going to worry about lining it up exactly. The other thing about our stamps is, because they're hand-drawn, they are often sort of quite sketchy lines. So if you make a mistake and you miss a bit, just grab your fine liner pen and pop that bit in. It won't matter, because it will fit with this whole style. They're not like perfect computer-drawn images.
No. And that's the charm of them, I think.
Yeah, exactly. There's something a little bit different. So I'll put my third one in there. You see just how quickly that would come together, and I'm making, it looks like a sunflower really, doesn't it?
It does.
But you could have stopped at any point and just put 3/4 on there, or just 1/4, so you have instantly a really lovely big card. But alternatively, you could cut your pieces out. So you might just want half of your flower to put on the side, or you might want the quarters to, like you say, you could pop them into the corners like that.
I mean, it's almost like jigsaw pieces. Like you've got the elements to play with to put them where you think looks best.
Yeah. But then you also get the circle that's in there as well, and the little part for the middle. So I'm going to use those to create a background for a card. So let's find my piece of card. Here it is. So I'm going to use the big circle. Oops. And I'm going to pop that one on here. But I'm going to this time use some coloured inks to make a really quick background. So let's start with some yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I tend to keep my stamps nice and flat down when I'm inking them and take my ink to the stamp. So I don't have to have it right in the middle. I can have it coming off to make a bit of a pattern there.
I mean, there's no rules with stamp sets like this, are there?
No, that's the thing. They're
escapism is...
Yeah, and they're because they are often very... They're not lifelike, as in it's not a particularly, lifelike flower.
No.
It's more of a fantasy flower.
A fantasy flower,
It means you can sort of really go to town and do whatever you want with it. So I'll go with that one, and then we'll have...
And the cards will certainly be a talking point. I mean, if you walked into a hall or a venue where there's a craft fair and these cards were on display, they'd really pack a punch. They'd stand out.
They would, yeah, especially if you did them all lovely and colourful as well. So
yeah.
I've not even bothered cleaning my stamp in between. I'm just going with the colours that I get. And then we've also got on the stamp set this little sort of petals which fit really nicely
right fit in the centre.
In the centre. So you could add those in. Or use the same block. I would normally recommend you use a block more sort of suited to the size of your stamp. It just makes it a little bit easier, but because that's the one that's out. So you can put it right in the middle, or if you wanted to use it more as a sort of an individual pattern, do it outside.
Do you remember those spirographs?
Oh, I used to love spirographs.
It's reminding me of that a little bit.
Yeah, it does actually, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So let's just do one more just to show. So you could build that up. So you could have stamped that in black and coloured it in, or stamp it in colour and colour it in.
Wow.
But I've actually made another one where I have just backed it onto some black card. Now, initially when I was designing this demo, I then thought, oh, I'll take a couple of the flower corners, and then they could go in the middle.
Oh, they look like wings now.
Yeah. And I thought, oh, wings, and then put a little heart on. And then one of the sentiments, have a great day.
Yeah.
But then, when I got out the paper kit, I thought that another thing you could do is, rather than stamping the elements, in the kit you get these toppers.
Yeah.
But you get like 4 on a sheet, but you also get separate birds, so you can really go to town cutting them out, layering them up. I could even layer his heart up.
Do you think the word that sums all of this up for me is bohemian?
Oh yeah, that would be nice. Think? That's a good word. Yeah. So
I could be in Brighton right now, and it's got that sort of vibe to it. You know?
Yeah, carnival.
Yeah.
And then I could put the same sentiment on, and have a great day like that instead.
That's amazing.
So either way, so there's so many different ways, and this one I popped it onto a topper, the other bird, and used one of the sentiments out of the kit, and you've got an instant card as well.
Is that fab, isn't it?
They are so cute.
So we're mixing the stamps also with the paper kit that's in the show today as well. And the paper kit is amazing value for money when you bear in mind you've got 34 sheets in there, 20 sheets of the background papers and the other 14 sheets of the 300 GSM. And just on one sheet of the 300 GSM, you've got like at least 4 elements on each, but in some cases you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 elements on that one sheet. So, you can make these go a long way. So go for that right now. $19.99 is your price, and it's VY7253. VY7253, that's the price if you want to go for your cardstock. Now, other deals we've got for you in the hour. Now, we've got 2 sets of stencils in the show. So let's get these so you can... OK, Spring Dreams and Mandala. I've got that here, so let's show you that one first of all. Now, they are, again, in a very, very similar style, bohemian. Here are your Spring Dreams and your Mandala as well. So there they are. Not necessarily what you'd expect if you think of a mandala as being very uniform and being very 360 degree. This is not like that, but it's very, very gorgeous. So it's made from mylar, and this is the sort of thing that creates when you actually spray it or ink it. Aren't they great? And again, bohemian, Carnaby Street, swinging 60s, all those sort of elements and those sort of eras kind of spring to mind looking at this. Flower power, all that sort of stuff. Now, $13.98 is what they should be for both of them, so that is roughly just under £7 each, $6.99 each, which is good. But if you buy them both together, you're going to get a deal, and a very, very good deal. These are really lovely, aren't they? You get $9.99 for both stencils for £9.99, and they work with the main card collection brilliantly. They work with the stamp sets that we've had already brilliantly. Using them for your backgrounds, use your wonderful ink pads that you love and cherish. Great, aren't they? $9.99 for both, £5 each basically, or less than that, by a penny. But they're really cool, and again, you can use stencils on any surface you want. You can stencil onto furniture, stencil onto boxes, onto fabrics if you've got the right inks and that sort of thing as well, but really quirky. Again, a bag for life with that on it would look fantastic. $9.99, you know, it reminds me of like festivals as well, that sort of thing. Yeah. KF7247, £9.99 for both of those. And then the other two we've got in the show, Pattern Hearts and Spring Meadow. So here are those. Right, here they are. 20% of the mandala one has now gone, that duo. OK, so this is your Patterned Hearts and your Spring Meadow. Similar but different, and we're going to match the price on these as well for you. And again, a stencil, you don't have to use the whole thing. You can just use 1 or 2 elements from it. It's up to you. Use a little bit or use the whole thing. You choose. $9.99, a £5 each, and they're good sizes as well. These are they A5? A5.
Yes, they are, yeah.
A5 in size. And again, let's show you some boards. That's the Patterned Hearts. This is your Spring Meadow. Again, imagine that maybe as you could have like a border of those flowers just going around the skirting board of a room or something like that. They'd look fantastic. Yeah. Or maybe going up a staircase. They would look fantastic. So not just for card making, but also home decor, interior design. Lovely colours in that one. How cool is that? And of course, you could do smaller cards with big stencils. You don't have to fill the whole card. And that's using one of the stamps, remember, that we showed you earlier on, but with the stencil in the background as well. $9.99 for both, something a bit different. I've not seen a collection like this before on HobbyMaker any something.
No, I love these stencils. I think that stencils are so versatile, you can use them for so many different things as well.
And you can emboss with them.
Yep.
So, yeah, that would emboss beautifully. So both of those, $9.99, PS7268. Great designs, really exciting designs, actually, at a great price as well. OK, Jane, back for another demo, if that's all right.
OK, yeah. So this time I'm going to use both sides of the heart. No, I'm not. I'm using Always Be True.
OK, fair enough.
But they're both, if you buy them both together, you get them both anyway. So Always Be True. But I'm going to use it slightly different in that I've started by actually stamping out onto some masking paper, and I'm going to add that to the middle of my card stock to start with. Now, you can guarantee that I'm not going to be able to get the back off that. Oh, yes, I can.
Oh, everyone has struggled getting the back off tape and stuff. I think it's because the sun's come out today. It's a bit warmer, maybe the tape's rebelling.
So I'm just going to pop that down. And
now, a third of the stock of this is now gone, Jane, so very busy. Both heart stamps for £11.98, or both heart stamp sets for £11.98.
They're really simple shapes as well to cut out. That's one of the things with Clever Prints is that we don't tend to make anything too tricky to cut out. I'm going to use a stencil, so I'm going to use the Mandala All Sorts. And I love this one because it's got sort of like your mandala, but it's also got your heart, so you could take different parts of it. Would like me to move over a little bit. There you go. But I'm not going to do it in pinks, which would be, you know, a little bit obvious. I'm going to first use... No, I'm not going to use a bit of tape, because by the time I get the end of that, I'll probably have been able to just hold it down. I am really bad at not taping my stencils down, so if you want to tape them down, you can do that. But because I've got that bit in the middle that's not being stenciled on, actually, it's not too difficult to hold down, because I'm holding it still in the middle. And if your stencil does move, just realign it and start again.
Well, the pattern is so kind of out there, it wouldn't really show anyway, would it?
That's the thing. They are very nice, bold patterns, and you wouldn't have to just do this in one colour. You could do it in lots of different colours. So I've just slightly moved it there, but straight away you can really see the white lines, so you know where to line it back up to.
I mean, if you've got someone in the family that's really into, like, Glastonbury, Isle of Wight Festival, any of the festivals, you know, someone that's really tricky sometimes to make cards for, they're going to really appreciate this.
Lovely teenager type cards.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I was thinking.
So I'm just going to lift that off of there.
Or maybe it's reminding you of your misspent youth yourself.
I've never been to the Isle of Wight Festival, I have to say.
Even though you live there?
Yeah.
I'd love to go, actually.
So I'm going to take my mask off, but I am going to now add the stamp into that. And this is like an easier way, rather than me stamping the image, then masking it off, which can sometimes be a little bit tricky. This is actually an easier way if you've got a simple shape like this. So if I just pop that into my stamping platform, it doesn't really matter if that's not straight, because I'm going to be lining up my Always Be True heart. So then I can just then put it into there. And if it doesn't go exactly, it's not going to matter anyway. So I'm going to then use my... I
mean, all of these stamps, all of these elements that are in the show are going to make amazing wall art. Think of the canvases that you can make using these. The amount of fun you can have. If you've got maybe paints, maybe you're using acrylic paints, you want to use those?
Yes.
They'd look vibrant and beautiful, wouldn't they?
Right, so I'll just pop that down and just sort of press, because there's quite a lot of detail in this stamp. So the reason why I'm using the stamp press, also to get it in place, but also because it is a largish stamp. Let's see.
Oh, perfect.
There's a little bit, so I could go over again, or do it really quickly over again, just to make sure, just because I'm a bit of a perfectionist. But again, if you missed a bit and you didn't want to go back in, get your black fine liner pens out, you know, just go in there. Nobody's going to notice.
30% of this collection has gone now, £11.98. It's like you're paying 99p for one of those heart stamps. You do get two, but they're totally different themes.
It's a massive bargain, I have to say.
Absolutely.
Right, so that is that one there. And actually, I did do one just in case that was... Yeah, but that one's already stuck onto the black mat. I like to use black just because I think it helps to really sort of push that forward. And then what I did was I just took, because you've got all these individual sort of flowers and things, so you could have stamped that into the background, but you've got these flowers, and you can also restamp the heart, cut some out of there. And so I've just sort of cut out a variety of little flowers.
So all those little flowers, they are one stamp. They're not individual tiny stamps. So you've actually got about 2, 4, 6, 7, probably about 15, 16 flowers in one cluster.
So you could layer them up over the parts in there, or some of them, like these ones, are different, so they'll layer, like, be a little bit different. So I can just pop that on there. But then what I've also then done again is, I must really love this little bird, because I've picked the same one, I've just realised. So you can have your little birdie in there, and then I've got Have Fun from the stamp set. But then you could add on the hearts, because in the paper kit, the hearts are taken from the imagery from the stamp, so that all mixes and matches, so you could have a heart in there as well. Just however you want to layer it up. So loads of little bits, so I'll just layer them on. And you get your hearts as well in the different sizes, so there's another one, so I could even put one up there. And
it just makes you smile, doesn't it?
It's just got such fun, and you can just have a real good play. What I did was I sat and I cut all my bits out of my paper kit, and then so I could just play with them and see which bits I wanted to wear. But you could change out your hearts for more birds or for all different things.
So you've used the stamp, you've used the stencil, And you've also used the elements from the paper kit as well, yeah?
So it's got Always Be True, the mandala all sorts stencil, and also the paper kit as well.
OK, well, remember, if you want to go for the main offer that's on the screen, this is the most popular at the moment in the show, not surprisingly. Just look again at both hearts that you're going to be getting. On first look, you might think, oh, they're similar. Well, they're similar in shape, but they're not similar in design at all. You've got the clouds and the flowers on the one on the left. And then you've got that beautiful kind of sunflower image going through on the other side. You've got sentiment stamps in there as well as the smaller. Bohemian is the way that it's summed up for me. To me, it's Carnaby Street, it's a swinging 60s, it's Brighton, any place that's got that sort of kind of anything goes vibe. That's what this is to me, and I just love it for it. It's got festivals running through it as far as I'm concerned. YI287, 7287, sorry, YI7287, £11.98. OK, now we've got some other things in the show as well. We've got the dies and we've got the stamps. So do you want dies first or stamps first? Dies first. Set 2 first of the blooms. OK, let me show you this. Now, set 2 is this one. So this is the die, and this is what the die is going to cut out. How about that? Isn't that great? And we've got stamps that match it in a second. So you've got 4 big dies in this one. And again, what does that say to you? Does it say festival? Does it say quite Caribbean, maybe? Possibly? Jamaican? Something along those lines? When I saw that there, I was thinking of like a palm tree. But also that could be trails, that could be rail lines, it could be all sorts of things, really. But you've got those dies, which, again, are really different. Half-price deal on this today. You can have that die set for £9.99. And there's a lot of dies going on in there. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 dies. They're all attached, but you can wiggle them to separate them. And that's what you're going to be getting, obviously, up the other way. That's what you're going to be getting when you actually die cut those out, OK? £9.99 for that set, TS7281. Now, set 1, in this one, you're getting 12 dies in this set. And this one, perhaps, is even more versatile, because this one's more of like a border. It could be an edgeable. It could be on the side of a journal or anything like that, or 12 by 12 scrapbook. It would look lovely. But equally, it will work going on the top of something, go along the side of something. But you've got all these other elements in here as well. All these other individual petals and flowers in different sizes are what you've got here. And just look at this. Look how beautiful that is. You're getting 12 dies here, and we're going to match that price. The other one had 4 dies in it, but they were bigger dies. This has got 12 dies in it, and they're slightly smaller. £9.99 for all of those. I mean, just for the flowers alone. Forget that big edgeable there. Look at all those individual flower and leaf elements there. You pay easily more than that just for those stamps, those dies, let alone the fact you've got that huge, wonderful main focal point die there as well. So basically, to show you what you're going to get, there's the board. There's the main die cut out. Then you've got all these other floral elements that you can cut in all sorts of different colours or vivid colours. Really funky, really bright, really cheerful. £9.99 for any die set that gives you that amount of metal is incredible. It's unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. JE7293. JE7293. And there are stamps to match the dies as well. Are they exactly the same size as the stamps?
Yes, I think they are. I have to think about that. And yes, because I'm pretty sure I have stamped before now, coloured, and then stuck the die over the top.
Well, if I give you the stamp set number 1, there it is. So as you can see, it is the same size. You can see exactly the same size. So if you want the stamp to go with the die set, that will cut this out perfectly for you, because that's a little bit of intricate cutting. Only £9.99 for the stamp set, and you've also got Honey Bunny, Dream Little Dream, Nature, Don't Change, as lovely little verses on there as well. But the die, if you're going for that, is going to cut that stamp out perfectly every single time, so accurately for you. So that's DR7235 if you want that stamp. And if you want the die that works with the number 2 die set, then that's this one just here. So if you've already gone for that one, and that's £9.99, there we go, look. Actually, probably better if I turn it up the other way. So they've got 10 stamps in this one, but that is the perfect stamp to match that die, and you've got other extra stamps in there as an extra bonus as well. Circular stamps, floral stamps. But look, packed full. And that's £10.99.
And then the circles are so useful. They're a stamp that I would use. I do love a circle, but they're really handy for backgrounds.
And that's not an ordinary circle. That's got like a distressed finish to it, which is so tricky to do. But when it's actually manufactured that way, it makes it a breeze. It really, really does. So again, all of these work together so well. £10.99 for that stamp set, but it will work with the die set that was £9.99. Now, the paper kit, this is proving really popular. I'm not surprised. The word behind this, or the theme of it, is everyone has that one friend. So it's a friendship pad, OK? 20% of this stock has now gone, and it's just £19.99. So there's 34 sheets in total. I think it's the characters, and it's also the colours that are making this so popular, Jane. It's unlike anything I've seen before. Look at him. He's great. He's absolutely quirky. So there's 4 potential cards. You can actually more than that because you've got all those elements in the middle as well.
Yep.
Look at what you got on here.
And the little tiny ones is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there 7 of them?
7 of that one.
7 and
5 of that one. Well, you can cut them out as a strip and use them as a border, or just cut them out individually. But they are so fun. Really carnival vibes, like Notting Hill kind of comes to mind. Carnival costumes, possibly. It's just, I don't know, you can't look at these and not smile.
And the flower in the background of that one, that's the flower that is on the Circle of Love.
OK.
That you build with the corner. And that's on for the circle with the hearts from the Circle of Love. So it all matches in totally.
I mean, it's refreshing to see artwork like this because not everybody likes, you know, traditional roses and flowers and country gardens. And some people like to be a little bit out there and have things that are a little bit out of the ordinary. As I said before, like festival-like or bohemian is another word that seems to be... everyone's saying yes. What does that say? Be anything but predictable. There we go, you see. Yeah, be yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, so
play your own tune.
The sentiments are a little bit different as well. So they're not your average, like a happy birthday and things like that. But, you know, you could put your own other stamps, you know, that we've brought out collections that have happy birthday and thing on.
I mean, that could go straight on the wall.
Yeah.
But it could.
It could. Just put it in a frame.
Exactly.
Done.
And you can sell what you make as long as it's something you've made, absolutely fine. Look at these papers. I can't remember the last time I saw vibrant colours like this. These are amazing. And again, all those elements you can cut out if you've got the patience and want to do that, or just use them as backgrounds. So for £19.99, very busy on the phones for this right now. Julie in South Yorkshire, hi to you. Julia in Lincolnshire, Beverly in the West Midlands, Crafter in New York. We're getting New York crafters every day coming through, ordering, which is lovely. So if you're watching us in America and you're watching a show that we can... Clever Prints... well, OK, Clever Prints don't ship to the USA. OK, not at the moment. Hopefully going forward we'll be able to. Some companies can, some can't, but not Clever Prints. But certainly Hunky Dory do. And what else have we had today that does? Parchcraft, Australia does as well. So we're gradually getting there with more and more suppliers being able to ship to the USA. But Clever Prints at the moment can't, unfortunately. But look at those. They're great, aren't they?
It's lovely to have like the smaller versions and the larger versions, so you can really sort of mix and match that up into your projects as well.
Beautiful. And it's on a cream cardstock, not a bright white. Actually, bright white wouldn't work, would it?
No, I think it needs that cream, because it's so vibrant, I think it needs that sort of balance.
Tone it down a little bit, yeah. Brilliant. £19.99 gets you 34 sheets, and that's how it's going to come. Everyone has that special friend. That's true. Well, everyone has that one friend.
They can be special too.
They can be special too, yeah, absolutely. Right, Jane, what's next?
OK, so you probably think I've just got a bit of brown card in front of me, but I haven't. I've used the patterned hearts stencil, and I did what you said about I put it through my die cutting machine on an embossing setting.
Yep.
You don't get if you had an embossing folder, obviously you'd get a really, really deep emboss.
It's more subtle, yeah.
Yeah, but you can, if you could shim it up, but you would need to look at what your die cutting machine sort of says. So I've just got it on here, but just to show you that it has sort of where it's like magic. I've just got a white pigment ink.
Okay.
And just running it over the top, and it will catch more.
Oh, I like that.
Sort of on the raised areas. But this is just something just to remember with all of your stencils. Oops, I pushed a bit too hard there. You can do this with all your stencils through your embossing machines. You know, they act as a bit like an embossing folder as well. So I've done that. Now, I did do one in advance, mostly to make sure that it was nice and dry. So that one I really went over it. And then what I did was I relayed my stencil over the top, and I got my white gel pen, and I just went round. And that's another thing that we often forget to do with our stencils, is you can use it literally as a stencil. Okay. You know, pull it in, put your pens on, do things like your sand tangling and your patterns and your doodles and everything.
That makes a big difference, that gel pen, doesn't it?
It does. It just lifts it up a little bit more. And because you've got that sort of, that bit of raised edge where it's been through the machine, it makes it even easier to put that through. So that's the background. And initially, when I was prepping my demo, oops, just dropped a bit of water, I thought, oh, I'm going to do my both sides of the heart, but with white embossing and with some pencil work in it to really make like a brown and white themed card. But then I was playing around with the heart again, and I decided to do a coloured one. So I'm just going to stamp it out just to show you how I stamped and coloured it. So again, oops, I'm going to use my stamping platform because it is a big die. Not die, it's a big stamp. So this is from, it is both sides of the heart, isn't it? Yeah, both sides of the heart.
I'm so pleased you're loving the artwork, because it is very, very distinctive. It's very, very different.
It is, definitely. And let's pop that in there.
Just think of what you can make with that huge heart, though. That could be bags that you could sell. It could be T-shirts. That in the middle of a T-shirt printed for the summer with some fabric paint would look amazing. Again, canvases for wall art, notelets, whatever you want to do with it.
Yeah, and like I said, you don't have to stamp the whole thing out, so you could just, like a little portion on a little card would work just as well. And you wouldn't even then need to show that it was a heart. Right, let's see if that
what about maybe putting a few of them on like little poles or something, or some canes, and maybe putting some in a vase, so you've got little hearts coming out of a vase would look nice, wouldn't it?
That would be nice. Right, so pop that one back over there. And all I did with this was I just did some watercolouring on it, so I'm just going to very quickly, I won't do too much, just to show you. So I'm just going to use my distress inks. You could use whatever you wanted to. So let's get a brush and a bit of water, and they're so easy because they're lovely big open spaces. And I like doing things with watercolours because it doesn't, you don't have to be too precise.
I mean, maybe you bought some of the hunky-dory pens in the last show with Nat and myself. The alcohol ones would work. The water ones would work.
Yep,
I mean, the alcohol ones would be really vibrant.
Yes. Whatever your colouring medium is that you like to use, then, use that. So I won't go on to do the whole thing because I have already done this one. Let me just wipe the ink away now, otherwise I'm going to put that in it. Now I'll just have to pick this up, I apologise. Because what I did was, like I said, that you don't have to use your whole heart every single time. So I've actually decided to cut this one so that I could maybe have part of it on that side and part of it up on this side. Then, I've got to find all my little bits. I went to the paper kit again, and he keeps making an appearance, this little birdie, but I thought they looked really cute. Now, they were in a set of the 3, but you don't have to have them as the 3. If you want to cut one off and just have it as a pair, because then I was thinking, in the stamp set, you've got Happy Anniversary to you both.
Yep.
And then I thought they would be quite a cute little pair for who may be having their anniversary.
But I can honestly say I can't remember on HobbyMaker having a collection like this or anything like it for a while. So if this is ticking the box, and it is for a lot of you, because I can see all your names on my screen, nearly 40% on the bundle of the stamps has now gone. Please check your baskets out if you want it. But, if you struggle with a certain person in your life to get a card that's right for them, if they are that sort of quirky person that likes to go to the festivals and that sort of thing, I'm not saying everybody goes to festivals are quirky, but what I'm saying is it's got that vibe to it, and you think that's perfect for a teenager, that's perfect for that friend of mine or whatever, because we haven't done anything like this before. I can't remember it.
No, it's very, very unique. Yeah. Now, this is just tiny slithers out of one of the papers, and again, because it's hearts, I thought that would go really nicely, but I've just cut 2 2 pieces just to layer up, and they just make a little sort of point for my little birds to stand on. So I'm going to just stick my pieces of the heart on. So one on one side. But you could have just, you know, you could just leave one half if you wanted and not have the other half, or have it right in the centre, whichever you want. So let's pop that there. And then I've also cut one of the matching hearts. So again, the card pack, the paper pack, has the hearts that match the stamp again, but you've got all your different sizes. So I could have that on here as well, or I might just have my little birdies. So let's just pop them on.
And, you know, so many of you I know have gone for the stamps, but have also gone for the paper pad as well, because it all kind of teams and themes together really nicely. Actually, the whole show works. Everything in the show works with each other. So, you know, with these ridiculous deals, these amazing half-price deals we've got on most of it, take advantage, because you don't see these collections very often, or anything like it very often.
We'll have Happy Anniversary up the top, and then we'll have To You Both down there. I thought I did bring a card blank, but then I would just stick that to my card blank, and there we go.
That is just so cool. Gorgeous, isn't it? So, so cute. So the details on the screen are for the 2 heart stamp sets. Now, remember, they should be £10.99 each. You're getting both of them for £11.98. Now, if I show you the boards again quickly so you can see the difference between the two. Yes, they're both hearts, and yes, they're both the same size, but you can see that what's going on inside the heart is completely different. So you've got that almost like a tropical scene, possibly, with the clouds and so on, and the seagulls. And then over here, you've got a more close-up of the sunflowers and that sort of thing too. So really, really lovely. And you've got verses on there. Think it, say it, show it, love it. Happy anniversary to you both. And then over here you've got the extra floral stamps that you can see there as well, with the words have fun as well. Both of these, £11.98. Think about what you're going to be using them on. I mentioned canvases. They would look great. Stamp them, then cut them out, maybe colour them in, put them on canvases. They look amazing. Think about fabric that you can stamp if you've got the right ink or the right paints. They'd look amazing. On walls, on furniture. If you want to jazz something up that's really kind of quite dull and quite boring, and you want to stamp this on maybe the back of a chair, or on the top of a dressing table, or a chest of drawers, or a bedside cabinet, something like that, and paint it. Use your wood paints to paint inside. So it doesn't have to be just for card making. Far from it. All sorts of different. And remember, if you cut these, well, I say cut them, stamp them numerous times. You can put one heart next to the other, and then gradually keep on going to make a complete circle and have a flower, and that will make a fantastic either fan or flower, and that could be wall art. That could be in a bedroom or going up the hallway, or yeah. And if you love all that kind of festive bohemian sort of vibe, which I must admit is right up my street, I love kind of pop art and stuff like that, bright colours. That's what this really does beautifully well. And, of course, the paper pack that we got for you, the card kit, in other words, I'll show you again what this is. This is how it comes, and it's branded Everyone Has That One Friend, someone that's maybe a bit unique.
Yeah, a bit quirky.
Yeah, a bit quirky, a bit unique. Nothing wrong with that. Quirky and unique, we love it. We embrace quirky and unique. We like it. That's why I love places like Brighton and all sorts of places like that. And places like this. Yeah. There we go. Now, this is 300 GSM card, OK? Now, the characters are brilliant. Look, they are so cheerful. Maybe you saw Jane's post on Facebook yesterday saying that these characters were on the way to HobbyMaker. Here they are, and you're loving them. You can have a whole kind of crowd scene with these if you wanted to, couldn't you?
You could totally go to town and have loads and loads of them.
Have loads of fun. And some are facing left, some are facing right, so you can have them kind of talking to each other or pecking each other. There we go. Love them. Absolutely love them. So you're going to get 14 sheets. 14 sheets of the card stock. And 20 sheets of the backing papers. And the backing papers are just as vibrant, if not more so, than the actual cardstock. But there's nothing stopping you cutting all of these hearts out, the large ones and the small ones. You've got 4... You get about, that's 7 there, so 7, about 21 hearts on there, and the word quirky and love you. Love it to bits. So, so cool. And they've got the bunting at the top there as well.
I thought they could also be, dare I say it, Christmas lights as well.
Could be.
I don't like to use the word yet.
Well, yeah, I know. But I'm thinking festivals. That's really what comes to my mind when I see this. We're coming into festival season. I love that. I don't know why, but I love it. Because you've got the verses, the words there that you're trying to read as well. Love that to bits. And it's just bright and cheerful, isn't it?
It is. That's the thing. It's also just happy.
Yeah. And here are the papers. Again, beautiful. Very, very different, vibrant. Keep checking out on this. Nearly how much? 20% of the stock is gone on the card kit at £19.99. And many of you know I watch these shows back a bit later on. Maybe if you're at work or come in and you sit down at maybe 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock and sit and watch some of the shows that you missed during the day. I hope the stock is still there for you. But it's really cheerful, really bright. Just right for a day like today.
It is, yeah. Getting a bit of sunshine.
Absolutely. And that's what this is, literally, a bit of sunshine in a card kit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gorgeous. So VY7253. VY7253 gets you all 34 sheets of your card and paper. Now, the two stencil sets, quickly. Right, they're over here. Now, we've got Spring Meadow and Patterned Hearts. So Spring Meadow and Patterned Hearts, hopefully you can see them okay with the packaging. But Patterned Hearts is that one. Spring Meadow is this one. And like you said, Jane, I mean, stencils are versatile. Absolute versatility.
And for that price as well, I mean, that's £5 per stencil, and that's, you can use all your inks, all your paints through your embossing machines, your texture pastes, stenciling through them with your pens, you know, all sorts.
I love that colour combination. Look at that.
Yes.
The yellow and the grey. Or is it grey or pink?
I think it's pink.
Yellow and pink.
But it's literally just the stencil and then just a big sentiment over the top. So, you know, you don't even have to do anything too fancy with it. You can just use it as it is.
Now, the other stencils we've got, these are slightly more... Oh, hang on, if I can pick them up. Now, this next one is the most limited. Now, this is your mandala, but it's mandala not perhaps as you would expect it to be. It's slightly different. You've got your mandala all sorts, which is that one, and your spring dreams, which is that one. But they're lovely. They are gorgeous. And again, what are you going to be using these on? Furniture? Fabrics? Something to wear on the back of a denim jacket, maybe, depending on the tape, the type of paint you're using or the type of ink you're using. I mean, quite simply, you can use these anywhere. You can stencil onto walls. You can stencil onto furniture. You can stencil onto anything.
I love these two in particular because you could take elements of them, but they also are so beautiful just as a whole stencil. So just by using different colours through them, they just make a beautiful, beautiful image just on its own.
Brilliant. Well, we're nearly out of time. $9.99 your price for both of those. KF7247. Jane, safe journey back to the Isle of Wight. Thank you ever so much. Brilliant demos. Great to see you. Enjoy Clever Prints. I'll see you this time tomorrow. Hayley's going to look after things from now until 8 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of the evening because Natalie's continuing her honour shows with us right after a short break. See you tomorrow.
Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hello there, how you doing? Welcome back to HobbyMaker, and thank you, Dave, for bringing us the first 4 hours of the day. I am here for the next 3 hours, 2 of which are going to be spent with you.
They are. We've got a great show coming up. All of our adhesives, so anything from your tape runners to your tape to your glue to foam pads.
Well, yeah.
We have got it all for you, and of course we're going to bring it at incredible prices, and then
Absolutely.
at 7 p.m. we're bringing some Mylar sheets.
Exactly, yeah. So we've got two very different shows. So we've got this show taking us through to 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Then I've got a lovely show with Meryl. Looking forward to that one. Then back with Natalie to finish off the day. So this hour it's purely adhesives, and what I want to know is your experience of Hunky Dory adhesives.
That's the best
stories,
thing, isn't it?
yeah.
We need your stories, what you've used the tape for, what your favourite tapes are, what your favourite adhesive is maybe, what you find your construction glue
Hints
best
and tips.
for.
We love hints and tips.
Definitely. Let us know. I like to hear other people's stories as well, because I think as crafters we all inspire each other, don't we?
Absolutely, and it's something that we all do so well, isn't it, as crafters?
Yeah.
So share your stories. Now, one thing that I'm going to be sharing with you in this hour is value for money, because that's what Hunky Dory are doing.
Definitely.
And we're kicking something off with
super-sized construction glue. And it is absolutely huge. When we say that this is our regular construction glue, this is your super-sized construction glue. Now, you're not just getting one in this deal, Hayley.
Absolutely not. You're going to get all 3.
We're giving you all 3. Now, in your little one, you only actually get 60 mil. In here, you're getting 250.
So that is more than 2 of those, then?
Yeah. So one of these bottles is more than 2 of those already, and we're giving you 3 of them all together.
They look tiny in comparison.
So tiny. I think as well, if you do have the smaller bottles as well, you can use these and decanter them into the smaller bottles.
That's a good idea.
So you can buy these for the value and how much glue you're getting, but if you don't want to use the larger tubs that we've got here, you can decanter them into your already smaller
Nice
tubs.
idea.
And then you can use this like on the go, and then you've got the bigger ones.
I love it, and they are brilliant, because usually you'd be looking at, is it $9.99 each?
$9.99 each, yeah, but for this deal you are going to get 2 for the 3 for the price of 2.
That's
there we
it.
go.
Absolutely. So yeah, £19.98. If you've already used the construction glue, you will know just how you need this bumper bundle, because it's one of those adhesives you never want to be without.
You don't. I think it's great for construction, so any 3D projects it's really good for. It's great for just using with acetate and using with your parchment, because it dries clear. So you've got that really nice finish to it. You don't need a lot of it either. You think that you do quite need a lot of it, but you really, really don't. And for using it with lots of different materials too. So not just for using with paper craft, but you know, you can use it on wood, you can use it on metal. It is a glue for everything.
Absolutely.
If you've got the time to let it dry and let it set, you can fix all sorts of things.
And I love the stories that we get alongside the construction glue, because I've got one to add to the mix as well, because I fixed my boots. Anne-Marie was telling me about fixing Joseph's school shoes.
Yeah, she's fixed school shoes.
Teresa as well, there you go. Teresa, the same.
I've repaired some... I got some really nice comfy heels, but the sole keeps lifting off.
Okay.
I'm not sure why. And I've stuck that sole back on with my construction glue before as well. Yeah. I've heard stories of people fixing, like, do you know the laminate that comes off your side in your kitchen?
Oh, yes, like the edging.
The edging. Yeah. People have used it to stick that down. Someone's used it to stick their car branding back on when it's fallen off.
Honestly, this is one of those glues, really definitely for your craft bag or your craft room, but please keep one maybe in the kitchen cupboard as well, maybe one in the garage or the shed, because you will find yourself using this not just in your paper crafting as well.
But so it's an absolutely fantastic deal, and when you know that you can get, that is 6, probably say maybe 7 bottles.
Well, it's kind of, there's 2 and a bit in each.
2 and a bit in each, so maybe 7.5 bottles of your regular ones.
Yeah.
And you're getting them for £19.98.
Value for money. And it's one that you'll find yourself having on your craft area over and over again. You'll be using this. You won't put it away because you just go to it time and time again.
100%.
And of course, Auntie Pauline loves this one as well.
She absolutely loves it. Kat loves it. She'll use that for every project that she possibly can. It is a fantastic thing to have in your stash.
Crystal clear as well.
It is. Yeah. It is. It's great for using for diamond painting. There you go.
Oh, there you go, Julie. Top tip. I like that. Top tip number 2. Your diamond. When your diamonds fall off. Well, your diamond art, should I say, not when your diamonds fall off. I haven't got many diamonds myself, but there you go. Another top tip here from who's this one from? Oh, somebody knows what's going on in your life here. Yeah. Viv, repaired my cat scratchy pole. I love that. That's one of my favourites.
Honestly, anything you can think of, you can fix it with this construction glue.
But when we're talking about these different scenarios, I mean, it's lovely hearing these stories, but think about the materials. Sometimes you've got 2 materials that aren't the same, like, I don't know, maybe a fabric going onto a wood or leather going onto, like, the rubber sole of a boot.
Exactly.
They're not the same surfaces.
No.
So for a glue or an adhesive to be able to bond those together to such brilliant quality, it's saying something.
It is absolutely fantastic.
Fantastic honeymoon.
I know, thank you very much, Viv. I'm very looking forward to it.
Should be running out this car park,
one more day, one more working day. I'm at the office tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
I am at the office tomorrow, and then that is it.
Are you all packed and ready to go?
Absolutely not.
I love it.
Absolutely not.
Now, I've just got a quick message to share with you before we head over to the smaller bottles. And this is lovely Karen. And she said, did you know that this glue is very sticky? My granddaughter was crafting yesterday, and she put her elbow in the glue and said, well, that's glue sticky.
It is a very, very sticky glue, which means, and that is why it's so perfect for using with all of these different materials. It isn't a water-based glue, so if it's dry, you are going to sort of have to peel it off. Which it does peel off, but it isn't a water-based glue, but it is a fantastic glue, and that's why it works with so many different products.
That's why it's such a popular one. Now, as I mentioned, we have got the smaller bottles available.
Yeah.
So I'm going to explain that one to you as well. Sadly, I only have one to show you, but
use it with this one.
Put your double vision on 3 times over.
3 times over. If you've got 6, this one's mine, so it's very well used. And this is one that I actually I do decanter my bigger ones into this, and then this one stays in my craft bag. So this, you're going to get 6 in here, so you're going to get 6 60ml bottles, because maybe it's just the smaller ones that you need, or maybe you're going to use these in a school or in a craft group, so you're going to separate them throughout.
Idea.
This is a great one. This is the usual price, isn't it? So it should be £17.94. Are we going to do a deal on that?
Oh, Alex is driving the show today. So there you go.
There we go.
That's what you're going to get. Beautifully lined up there. So £17.94. But as Nat has alluded to, and Alex is taking care of, the price is coming down. £9.99.
And when you get your construction glue home as well, you'll see that you've got this really nice sort of like ridge. Around here, you can just see it here. Now this is what keeps your lid on, and you need your lid to stay on for that
really
glue
click it, don't you?
Yeah. You need to really click it down. So if you're wondering how to open your construction glue, we always say use your pokey tool. Just pop it in the top there, and it will open it, and then you've got that glue that's going to come out of the top there. That also means that this lid is going to click on really nicely. And in terms of shelf life for this glue as well, it lasts a really long time. We've had loads of people commenting on previous shows that they've popped this in their storage room, come back to it. With the lid on, it has lasted like a couple of years. It is a great, great product. I'm so happy that we've got it in like both options, because then depending on how you want to use it, we've got something for everyone there as well.
Absolutely. So don't throw away those smaller bottles. If you have got some that you're part way through, keep them, because you will be able to top them up. But of course, having the small ones to start with, this is the way you can get hold of them. So £9.99. YEHDO4 if you fancy getting hold of those. Where are we going next?
The next one is our white craft glue.
Oh, okay.
So this one is another bumper deal.
Lovely.
I think it's the one in the white box.
Oh, is that what it is?
It is. So you're going to get
that's heavy.
all of these in here.
Okay.
This is your white craft glue, so you're getting 40 grams of this glue in here. Again, it's got a really handy nozzle on here that you can just open up to release that glue on there. This glue is great for using with your dyes, so it's great for using with kids as well, because it is like a water-based glue, so it's easy to sort of clean up. If you're using this with dyes, I would suggest putting it down on a craft mat, maybe a glass mat.
Have I got a space?
And then sort of like popping your dyes onto this glue. But this is how many bottles you are going to get 12 in total.
It's like a little game of Skittles, really, when you look at that. Yeah,
12 bottles of your Premier Craft Tools glue. This is a fantastic glue to be able to use. £11.99.
That is phenomenal, phenomenal. It's just a really nice size as well. So if you've got kind of like a small tool bag that you take with you to your classes in your workshop, or the caravan, or even different rooms.
It's perfect for me coming here because it means that I can fit like both of those smaller bottles in my little my craft tidy with everything else that I've got for the show, and I've got both of them. So depending on what sort of I'm using and what I'm doing, I've got all the options there.
And I like that lid as well because you've got that little, it's almost like a little pimple that comes through and closes it up there that you can see right in the centre there. And that keeps it airtight as well. So and when you do use it, just literally just twist it, fingertips, really, really easy. And then when you finish, just make sure that you close it up to keep the air out of that bottle. But 12 of those 40-gram bottles coming to you for £11.99, I think you will agree is amazing value for money.
And great for using with the kids as well, as the message said there. Using it with the kids in the nursery because it just cleans so easily off your hands as well.
Little bottles for little hands.
Little bottles for little hands.
Yeah.
Now,
so
if you want to use this glue for precision, we also have the same glue in glue pen form. So that is these, and you're going to get 6 of these pens. So in your glue pen, you have, let me just double check it, 18 millilitres in these pens. Again, you can screw these lids off and then you can refill them with your glue that you've just bought. It is the same glue, but this has got a precision tip on the top of it. I don't have mine with me. Oh, there we go. So this has your precision tip on it. You've got these really nice gills as well. So that means that when we're using this on our dies, we can sort of
oh gosh, really skinny thread.
It's really thin, isn't it? So it's great for using on the back of your dies.
If you need more, you can see that you can just squeeze it harder.
The more you want, the sort of more pressure you add onto here, and the more is going to come out. But it is a really, really fine nozzle, which means
control.
You've got that control. So if you've got really detailed dies, this is fantastic for gluing those down onto.
I love that. Dries clear as well. Nice squeezy barrel.
Oh, I love that idea. Dan just said. Use it to like write letters or names or flowers and then pop glitter on it.
That's a good idea.
There we go. There we go.
Make your own little almost like glittery gems in the centre of your flowers. So
definitely, definitely. So 6 of these that you're going to get for this price.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's not your price?
It's not your price.
Are we going under £10?
Ooh.
Under.
Mischievous. Now, you're actually going to get all 6 of these. I've only got 5 here, but you're going to get 6 of those. There you go. Oh, there you go. That's where it is.
6 of those.
6 of those. And you're looking at £7.99.
I thought it was going to go to £10.99, but I didn't think it would go to £7.99.
It's like at £1 and what, 20 pence per... Wow, that's a lot for doing.
And again, if you're run a craft group, if you work doing craft groups, this is fantastic to have a stash of for when you go around. Everyone can have their own.
Absolutely. And again, really portable if you're wanting to take them to your classes and workshops, or just keep one in the kitchen drawer and things like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's amazing. There you go, £7.99. If you fancy getting hold of those, then you can do. But of course, one of the very, very popular ways that we apply adhesive is using the little tape runners.
We do, and these are brilliant. These are not brand new. We've had them for about a couple of months now, but they're not that old really. So we're going to start off with our permanent tape runner. So our permanent tape runner is this purple tape runner here. In this bundle, you are going to get your tape runner, and you are also going to get 2 refills. So your refills come like this, and then you can pop them in. On each tape runner, you have 22 metres of tape on here. So in total, you're going to get 66 metres. You just take them out, you pop that back in, and it just clicks in place, and then you can close your lid, open this little piece here, and then you can go and use this on lots of different things. It is a permanent tape as well, so great for using with your papers, great for using with your cardstock, because you know it's going to stand on there. And I think the fact that you get the casing and then you get your refills is fantastic, because then you can rebuy your refills in your refill bundle that we also have for you.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then take just add in your refills as and when you need them to be. So
nice, isn't it, if you can reuse that packaging that you've got there.
So this is your permanent tape runner, and this is going to come with another 2 of your refills altogether. So that is a fantastic price, really, when we think of it.
Do you get an empty case and then 2 of these?
No, you're getting a full case.
So that's kind of like 3.
So you're getting 3 altogether, yes.
Wow.
So 66 metres of tape you're getting.
I didn't realise that.
66 metres.
So if I kind of put that like that, that's kind of what you're getting, isn't it?
That's exactly what you're getting.
There you go. Setting up a show there.
Less than £10 as well. Is it less than £10? Are we going down?
Ooh, I wasn't sure whether because it's still on the screen.
I know.
No way. Less than £9. £8.78. Wow.
Such a good deal, isn't it?
That's almost like a try me price, isn't it? If you've never tried it.
It is
before,
actually.
Yeah.
Now, if you've already got this tape runner and you need more of your refills as well, then this is the next deal that you're wanting to get. So this is your
seamless.
permanent tape runner refill. And this, you're going to get another 66 metres.
See, I'd be going for the first set and adding these in as well.
Yes, and again, this is not your price.
We are going lower. We're going down. We're going down. And where are we going to this time, Alice? Oh, £8.38.
So once you've got your bundle, then all you need to do is buy these. Now, at this price, I'd be buying 2 sets of these. So then I would have 132 metres, 66 on both.
Yeah.
132?
Yeah, it will be, yes, yeah.
Well, 132 metres of tape, which means I'm stocked up for quite a while with that.
But if you think about it, you're just using, sometimes we only use like,
sometimes you only use a tiny little bit, so it is going to last you quite a while as well. Not like me who uses it every single day, all the time.
You know what?
But even that, it lasts a few days.
But when you've got a ready supply of it, I think you use it to its full capacity.
You do, don't you?
Sometimes we can be a bit stingy, can't we, when we think...
Just add little bits here and there, just make sure it's covered as much as possible and then add it on. But yeah, I do go a little bit crazy with how much I use on my tape, but perfect for this. Now, if you like your permanent ones, then you are going to love the next one. So the next one is our Dotty tape runner. It works in exactly the same way, but this one is pink. So this is your pink Dotty tape runner. You'll also notice on the casings as well that this has a full white line, whereas your Dotty one has a Dotty tape. It's also a green sort of tape on the inside as well. So you can see that that's a different colour too for when you're popping them into each other. Again, it easily goes in and out. Now this is perfect for using with dies or with die cuts because, Levi, I'm going to test your skills now.
Oh,
if you get really close up onto this tape runner, you'll be able to see that this is actually tiny little dots. And those dots go down onto your cardstock. And then when you pop them over your die cuts, it's only going to stick onto your cardstock.
If you've got anything that's got kind of like a wispiness to it.
Yes, or like a filigree frame, anything that's really detailed, then use this for that. And then the adhesive will just stick onto your cardstock, and then it's not going to go anywhere else that you don't need it to go. So again, this is exactly the same. You're going to get your tape runner with a refill in, and you're going to get 2 other refills.
Right,
so you're going to get 2 of these. So that is going to be not that price either.
That's it. So both of your other refills will be in boxes. I've got a third one here. Don't want to confuse the issue.
So you're going to get 2. You're going to get 1 of these, 2 of these. Again, 66 metres in total. Less than £10 again for this one.
And there's a difference in the starting price, as you've seen with these as well, because it's all to do with manufacturing costs and things like that. But still, less than a tenner, £9.98 for the equivalent of 3 of those, I think is brilliant value.
And then again, we also do our refill bundle, which is going to give you 3 of these ones. So you get 1, 2, and then you're going to get another one.
Those ones,
another 66 metres, and again, we're going to go under £10 for that. So this is a great time to stock up on all of these adhesives that you're going to use all the time for all your different projects.
And also, if you have already ordered something today, or maybe you're ordering during this show, for that £3.95 post and packing, maximise stocking up on these items because they're all very affordable, £9.58. But then if you're adding on another £3.95, it doesn't make it such a brilliant deal if you're just shopping for that in the future. And I'd hate for you to be looking for these in maybe a fortnight's time and think, oh, I wish I'd got them back then.
Shall we go through all of our different tapes while we're looking at tapes? Where should we start? Should we do red liner?
Or shall I
we've got a few different bundles for you here, and I really like these new red liner tape bundles. Again, this is a new product that we are bringing to you. We'll go with Let's go with the ultra high tack multi-buy, the one where you get the 12 metres, because this is a really, really thick one.
That's a nice width,
It's
isn't it?
really good. It's great for full coverage. Normally we do like, we've normally done 3 and 6, and we do have a bundle of those. But now we have our 12 metre multi-buy. You're going to get 3 of these ones.
Okay.
And it is super, super thick. Your red liner tape is perfect for box making. This is a high tack tape, so it's going to make sure things are super stuck down. It's more useful for box making or gift boxes or gift bags, because it's not going to sort of come away. You can obviously use your construction glue, but if you need to do something really quick and you don't have the time for it to sort of dry, then I always say, I would always use it personally myself over glue anyway, because I know it's stuck. It's a high tack tape. Now this is great because it's a really thick high tack tape, as in the width of the tape is thick, which is something you don't normally find. So you're going to get 3 of these.
Is there 5 metres on each one of those?
There is, yeah.
Oh, okay, right.
5 metres on each one. It's ideal for sticking really heavy cards together, using acetate as well, sticking ribbon down or adding glitter onto your cards, because you know it's going to sit. It also says heat resistant, so it works well with your embossing powders.
Oh, now there's a few techniques you could do with that then.
I would also say as well, it works really nicely with your gilding flakes.
Ooh, nice.
So popping this down and then adding your gilding flakes on top is going to give you a really cool background. So that is your super thick, your 12 high tack tape. Now, if you want bigger high tack, if you want different size high tack tapes, sorry,
we've dropped the price.
Not dropped the price.
We need to drop the price. And you know what? We've gone international with this one as well.
Have we?
Maybe you could pop some of this in your suitcase as you're heading off.
Maybe.
Some of these are heading over to New York. So, yes, and that is one of the fabulous things that you can shop for your hunky-dory products here at HobbyMaker.
It is, yeah. All of your hunky-dory products we can send over to America for you. So we're dropping this lower than £10 again, for 15 metres in total.
That is brilliant.
Of your 12mm tape. So you can get that. We also do them in single packs, so maybe if it's just something that you want to try, you can get that single pack. So this is just going to give you 5 metres in total. £3.99 for that one.
See, that's a nice one. Maybe you've gone for your construction glue or your glue pens or your tape runners, and you think, oh, I'll actually give that a go. £3.99, pop it into your basket.
Especially with it being like this sort of thick as well. It's not something that you find very often, like a really thick red lining tape, so it's great to be able to have that.
Quite often it's quite skinny, which is brilliant for those circumstances, but sometimes you want that kind of grab and that confidence that you've got in your tape, but on a wider strip.
And now this is what we've got here. So in here you are going to get 5 of each different size here. Now this one is your 6mm and it is your 3mm as well, so one that's a little bit thinner than that. I'm not sure if you can see it if we turn it that way.
Oh, okay.
So you can see you've got your 6mm tape, and you've also got your 3mm tape. So for any really skinny borders or thin dies, maybe frame dies, you'll be able to use these 2 sizes on there as well. And that for a bundle of 10 rolls, all of them have got 5 metres on each as well. So that's 50 metres of tape in total. And £20 is a great start price, but it's not the price we're going to stay at.
It is not as well. And something can I add about the 3mm wide? Sometimes it's tricky to get 3mm wide tape that doesn't fall off the roll. You know how sometimes it can kind of, it's almost spring-loaded and comes out the side because of the tension. With these, you're not going to get that, and that is the beauty of this tape. Now, as Nat quite rightly said, £20 is your start price, but it's certainly not the price you're going to be paying, because Alex is going to press that button and he's going to bring that price down. Now, this price, we could sell these over and over again, and we do every single day of the week, but that 25% saving is something we don't have to do, but Alex has chosen to do it on this occasion, and at £14.99 I would certainly be bagging plenty of those.
Definitely. This is something that we use all the time. It's our favourite sizes, so stock up on our brand new ultra high tack tape mega buy deal. This has been around for, I think, at least maybe like 4 weeks. That we brought this to you, so it's a new product that we've not had for that long, but definitely grab this one because it's such a good deal. You're getting 50 metres of your tape here. You're going to get 25 metres of the 6mm, 25 metres of your 3mm, and you're going to get all of those really, really handily packed all
always
together
a popular item. I mean, for many years we've loved our red liner tape, but it's the convenience that you know that it's going to behave the way that you want it to behave, and not, as I say, be picking up glitters and all sorts, and just jumping off that centre spool happens so often, and I waste so much personally with when you get rolls like that.
It is true.
So,
So next we've got lots of different variations of our double-sided tape.
Okay.
Now there's a few down here, but I'm not sure.
Now, should we start with 3 mil?
Let's start with 3 mil.
And build ourselves up.
Now, you are going to get 24 reels of this.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure. You might know the answer to this, Alex, on how many we get on each reel.
Oh, now there's a question. There is a question. Oh, we'll see if we can find the answer to that one.
I want to say it's about 50 metres, but I'm not sure.
Okay. They're looking quite full, aren't they?
But they are really, really great. And this, again, is your super skinny tape. So if you're wanting to do fancy backgrounds with your glitters or your embossing powders or your gilding flakes, 33 metres.
On each
one? 33 metres times 24, how much are we getting?
Wow.
So this is your super, super thin tape. This tape fits perfectly on any of your toppers. So on our Hunky Dory toppers, we always have more frames. So the thinner frames on your toppers, this will fit perfectly on.
800 metres. 792 metres. I wonder where that would take us to. If we were to stick it to the edge of the counter and start walking down the A435, I wonder how far we'd get.
It's incredible, isn't it? But 24, and like you said, they're not sort of stuck together. You can really easily pull them apart for when you're crafting with.
And you know what? This is a nice.
You are kidding me.
What is it in?
You're getting enough tape here to go up and down the Eiffel Tower twice.
Oh, Dan's been doing his research. He
up
likes
and down the Eiffel Tower twice.
So, up and down the Eiffel Tower twice. I love it.
$9.99 though.
I'm sure you'll put it to better use.
That's a really good deal, isn't it?
Also, as well, 24 reels of this. It's a nice one to buddy up with somebody, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. And not just buddy up, but even 3 or 4 or 5 people. 33 metres on each.
Yeah, it's fair.
And it is a tape that we use, but only on certain things like your smaller frames and your toppers.
That is true.
So we've got this deal for you. Next up, what have we got? Your 6 mil?
We're going to go a little bit bigger. So if you like the idea of your 3 mil and you want to go a little bit wider, this is the bundle for you now. We've got these. Some of these have only got individual.
Yes.
Incidentally, the 3 mils over allocated now. So check your basket out if you've got that in your basket to ensure that you're going to get hold of it. What that means is all the stock that we've got, people have kind of got in their basket.
So this is your 6 mil. Again, you're going to get 33 metres. On your 6 mil as well. This time, you are going to get 12 of these. Okay. So imagine half of these,
but
you're going to get 6 mil. So it's probably going to come to you the same amount.
It's the same square footage.
Yes.
Or meterage.
Just a little bit thicker. So again, this one works on your outside frames for all of your toppers. Again, it's nice to mix and match with the other different sizes for when we're doing different designs and things like that with our other elements that we're bringing in, or if you wanted to use pearlescent powders as well.
Frames and things like that. I mean, later on we're going to be talking about nested dies and creating frames. So having a good range of different widths is perfect.
It's perfect, isn't it? So you're going to get 12 reels of your 6 mil tape here. Again, 33 metres, so the same amount there, just under 800 metres of tape altogether.
Absolutely. Can you guess what's coming next? We're going 3, 6, 9 mil.
9 mil. So this time you're going to get 8 rolls of these. So you're going to get 8 rolls of this tape. And again, 33 metres on each roll. So there's quite a lot of tape there. I think this one I would use for all my backgrounds, sticking large pieces of cardstock down.
Your go-to one, isn't it? And then the others are a little bit maybe specialised if you've got your narrow
Any
pieces,
of your borders as well, your border strips are going to fit the size of this one. So this is great. So is this the right one? 5, 6? Is this 6? This is a 9.
Oh no, that's a finger lift. That's different from Alex.
Oh,
yeah, I've got the finger lift here. Yeah.
So this one.
Oh, so we haven't got the 9 mil.
We got the 9 mil.
We have. He's keeping us on our toes.
Confused. I thought it was me then for a second. There we go.
So 9 mil. So we've gone, where was it? 3, 6. We're now on the 9 mil.
So you're going to get 8 of these. $9.99, which is a really good price.
But still 33 metres on it.
Still 33 metres. Okay. And then we've got a double-sided finger lift tape.
This has got a different kind of finish to it because the tape doesn't go right to the very edge.
So this one is perfect for anyone who has sort of like problems with their hands or like getting the tapes off their backings. So you'll see, I'm trying to get it. Let me
it's not an easy one
see
to
if I can compare
shiny,
it with this. So this tape here is your thicker tape, and you have the tape the whole width across the background there. You can see it shining the whole way across. This is your finger lift. So what that means is that the casing is larger than the actual tape that you've got on here. So let's see if we can show you.
Oh, there you go.
You got it?
We got it. There you go.
You can see, there we go, that the tape is actually thinner than the background that you've got on there. So these edges are really free, and then when you pop that on your piece of paper, you can easily tear that off.
Literally with your fingers.
Literally finger lift tape for a reason. So you're going to get 5 reels of this in here. And again, it's absolutely so good for when you need to be super, super speedy, when you've not got the time to be able to like
a lot of projects.
So definitely one of my favourite tapes to have around.
Popular item as well. You're loving your finger lift tape, so lots of you shopping for that one. I'll keep you updated with regards to those as well. So if you do want to get hold of any of those, they're all kind of the same adhesive, just in different kind of delivery, I suppose.
It is.
Right the way through.
And then we've got the tape that's perfect for dies. So that's the tape stack here.
I see you
now,
guys
this is
using
really
this
cool.
all the time.
It is really cool. So you're not getting one tape here. You're getting all of these tapes in one bundle. Now this is like a paper tape or like a washi tape, some people will refer to it as, and you've got different thicknesses in here, which is great as well, because depending on the size of the dies you're using, this is really good. So your smaller one I'd use for like my sentiments, but this is like the tape for sticking your dies down onto your cardstock when you don't want them to move, and then they're going to sit in place. So in here you are going to get 10 metre rolls, 10 metres on each. And we have got your 5mm, we have got your 10mm, 20mm, your 30mm and your 40mm. These are all really fun because the patterns on here, you can just decorate things, like you can make cards using the patterns on here. You could use them to decorate up your trolleys if you wanted to.
Idea.
It's really fun, but they come all stacked up for you. Really, really handy for you to use. They're cool as well. It's not just plain tape.
Absolutely.
It's really fun tape. So you're not going to get it lost if it's like stuck on the edge of your machine. You're not going to lose it. You're going to see where this is. Good for scrapbooking too.
Yeah, good point.
Anything where you would use like a nice
it in
fancy
all sorts of different scenarios. I use it sometimes to stick my fabrics together as well if I'm doing a plique and stuff.
Cool.
I don't sew through it because you've got to be careful with adhesives in a sewing machine. But if you wanted to keep things together, a really good idea.
I like that. I like that.
So £9.99. That's all you're paying for all of those. They look cool as well.
They do look cool. They do look cool.
But that's not your price. Oh, okay, right, fair enough. I was jumping the gun a bit there.
All the deals.
So when you consider looking at what a tenner, now we're looking at, so that's like a 30% save.
So good.
That's a big save.
I'd be getting 2 of these because it is something that I use all the time with these, so I would
Sadly, you're in the wrong place. You can't be placing your order, but don't worry, plenty of other people are. So
it's such a good price, isn't it? £6.99.
I love it. And don't forget, if you've already placed your order with us, then you won't have to worry about coming back and ordering this and paying your post and packing over and over again. Pop it into your basket today, and your post and packing's already been covered, so it's £6.99, maybe to try out a new product from Hunky Dory. And if you're a Hunky Dory fan, you all know how amazing their products are, including the next item, which is kind of small but mighty.
It is a favourite, isn't it? So this is your eraser. Now, I use this for so many different things. You can see it's very well used. It's very glittery as well, because I've been using it to remove some glitter off some elements. So you are getting one of these glue and residue erasers, and they are perfect for cleaning up any mistakes. I'm going to use it on a couple of different things, though. So let me use it on this cardstock that I've got here. So this is my Dotty tape runner.
Okay.
And if I've popped it onto this area here and I don't want it, look how easy this is coming away.
See, that is brilliant because it's not having a detrimental effect on the card.
No, and this is on the top of a cardstock as well, and this is a white core cardstock, so that could come away or remove it, but that has completely cleared it. And I'll try it with my normal one as well.
Okay.
So let's just add a little bit of that on there. And then again, just sort of in circular motions on top of your cardstock.
So Dan's talking about sticky labels on it.
We were talking about this with Rosie. When you go shopping and you buy like homeware items, things like that, glass,
you can't get them off.
You can't get the stickers off. You'll be able to definitely, this will be a godsend for removing that. It's great for using with embossing as well. So I have very often used embossing ink, like the sticky ink.
Oh yes,
and I've stamped something on my image and it hasn't fully stamped, but I've already put my embossing powder on. Now if you take off your embossing powder, let me see if I can show you, because I've got some ink.
This conversation now, I'm starting thinking about masking fluid as well. So if you work with masking fluid, maybe
that would be really good for your masking fluid.
Maybe.
So let's just pretend that I've just stamped a stamp on here.
Okay.
Just add a tiny little bit of that on there, and then I'm going to add my embossing powder on.
Right, okay.
And then we're going to tap this off of here. Let's just pull this off here.
Right.
So I've popped that on there, but that's a stamp and it hasn't stamped properly.
Okay.
So now what I'm going to do is just take my, I would use a brush if I had one.
Yeah.
I'm just going to brush off that design. Okay. Now I want that design to go in the exact same place. But you can still see it, that sticky residue is there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my anti-static bag and I'm just going to go over the top of that. Now that won't remove all of that stickiness away. But what I can do is I can go over that with my rubber and it will remove that stickiness off there. And then if we go in with our embossing powder again, it should, it's not going to do it this time, it should easily come away. So it's not, if I was to do that,
but you'd be stamping over the top again anyway,
yes,
so
so actually
so you'd be covering it up,
you would
with what you
go
need.
back in with your embossing ink exactly onto that place and you're going to be able to cover it. You can still see a little bit of that stickiness on there.
Well, sometimes
just
you
keep
have to
going back in,
don't you? But what it's not doing is damaging what's there. So sometimes it'll be just kind of like a go over it the once. Sometimes it might be a couple of goes with it.
With your construction glue as well, if you just add a little bit of construction glue onto here.
See, I know sometimes we rub it away with our finger, but sometimes that can leave a mark, can't it? Because of the grease from your fingers.
Exactly. But we, again, you can see it just moving along. Now, you do want to wait until it's slightly tacky. You can tell it's going to be a little bit more tricksy here, but just keep going around in circular motions, and you can see that has come off, and none of that is stuck on our cardstock at all. This is a fantastic product.
No, I know we're talking about like sticky labels on glass. We've got a glass mat here. So
you've got your glass mat.
Anything with that?
Yeah. So I very often will use my dotty tape runner over my dies. So when I'm placing that over my die, I'm getting my tape onto here.
Right.
And then again, just go around circular motions. You're going to get that straight off there, and then just pulling that away, and then what I would suggest...
You've got like sticky, you've got little bits that are on the eraser now. So, I mean, does it get to the point where it won't work anymore?
No, you can just clean it off.
Okay, right.
So you can just clean it off. I sometimes sort of like pick it off, but I think you can just wash it.
It's quite good fun making it off.
It is quite good fun picking it off. But yeah, just run it over some like hot water, and it'll just clear off all of that sort of like gunge off there. And you'll be able to reuse it time and time again. But I think it's great, especially for your glass mats, because it is a surface that you will... You don't like it, do you?
Yeah.
So I would do that, and then what I would do is just buff over that area with like a cloth, and then you can see it's all come away.
So yeah, if you've got a mucky mat and you need to take care of it, then this is the way to do it. Now, if you're yet to own a glass mat, we can help you with that as well. The ones that we're chatting about here are available, and the details are up on your screen.
It is. This is our. We launched this last week.
Oh, okay.
It is our glass mat.
I like this idea. We've got your card.
It's really cool, isn't it? So you've got centimetres and inches on here, and now when we were designing this glass mat, I was very specific of having a centre point in the corner that then went out.
Right, yes.
So it goes upwards to 30 and then upwards to 30 here, just so I knew exactly where they were, because on some of them you've got 0 to 30 here, but then it's backwards, so it's like 30 to 1, and it doesn't make sense.
And you've got it on all 4 sides as well.
We have it on all 4 sides, so we've got 1 to 30 here, 1 to 30 here, and then we go from the bottom upwards to 30, and at the top it actually goes out 0 to 15. So you've got that centre point there on the top. Oops.
So that's nice if you're trying to kind of centralise something.
Yeah, exactly. If I want to know that I'm putting a piece of cardstock into the centre, it's absolutely level. We've got all the sizes on here as well. You've got your 45-degree angle. You've got 12 by 12, A4, US letter, 8 by 8, 7 by 7, 6 by 6, 5 by 5, 4 by 4. You've got A6, 5 by 7, A5 and DL. Now, if we are using this for stamping and inking, we've also got these 3 squares here. These are perfectly sized to fit our square ink pads. So you can just pop them down on there and create like little palettes that you can colour down on here. And then we've also got these popular card sizes, which I think is absolutely fantastic. This is great for when we're creating cards from our adorable Scoreboard.
Yes.
Because what you've got here is you've got the full, like, what size these measurements are. So if I want to create like a mat and layer, I can just follow this. You need inches or centimetres, whichever one you prefer, and you can straight away cut that down. You've got the exact sizes, and it's going to fit perfectly on your cards.
And it's not going anywhere. I noticed as you were chatting and moving it around.
Yeah, especially when I was like giving it, when I was using my rubber on it. Yep, it's got tiny little rubber feet on here, so they're going to help make it stick in place. I love the fact that it's kind of like clear in a way, so you can really see all of the lines.
There's a nice bright white behind it, so if you are using this kind of blending area, you're going to get an exact true colour.
The true colour.
What about, heaven forbid I drop it, is it kind of like a shatterproof? Because I'm guessing that with the backing on it, no, we're not going to test it. I think because it's got the backing on there, that backing is going to stop it going into kind of
so I do think that it's like a tamper-proof glass. So it is going to, if you drop it, you're probably not going to end up having to pick up thousands of pieces.
You probably won't be able to use it again, in all fairness.
I don't know how detrimental the damage would be. It's not something that we've really tested, if I'm honest with you.
I don't know if we've got the box for it, because quite often it will mention on there.
But
so, tempered glass. And I suppose it would have to be because of kind of coping with heat and stuff.
So you can use your heat tools on here. You can also use your knives on here for... fussy cutting, and if you've got your screw hole punch, you'll be able to use your screw hole punch on it.
A better result using a blade on a glass mat as well, don't you? With paper cutting.
That with your plastic cutting mats, they're fantastic, but you're cutting through that mat.
It kind of drags a bit.
It's self-adhesive, but you're going through that plastic. So you don't get that like fine precision as you do with this. And I also like it because your paper glides off this, so it's easier to move. So if you are doing a lot of fussy cutting, it's easier to move it on this surface
find yourself
than it is
kind
on
of
plastic
turning
one.
around,
so yeah, there's loads of really cool things about the glass mat. I love the fact that it's A3 as well, because it's a large space, and if you're someone that doesn't have a craft room or doesn't have a dedicated craft space as well, you know that this is going to be large enough for all of your different works, and if it's on your table or anything like that, it's going to protect the surface.
And it's quite weighty as well, so if you're shopping from us here, then the post and packing is going to be exactly the same, so that is the beauty of it as well. It's not a kind of inflated P&P because of that. I'm going to bring a little tray over.
We've got the foam pads.
I don't know which one we're going for, so I'm going to bring them all. So where are we going
first? Which one should we go first?
Shall I take those from you, my darling?
Let's go for the small ones. We'll go smallest to largest again.
Lovely.
So in your small ones, this is a selection of foam pads. And you are going to get you're going to get a mixture of tiny squares that look like this. And you're also going to get these squares as well.
So although they're different sizes, they're the same depth though?
They're the same depth. They're 2 mil high. But you've got the tiny squares, and then you've got the sort of like, I would say like regular small squares in here. If you are someone who loves to do decoupage, these are perfect, because these tiny little squares will fit on all of the tiny little elements that you've got on there. And
you never get the same result when you try to cut them with a pair of scissors, do you?
No,
so having the right size is good.
Alex, can you confirm that it's 6 of each sheet? Or is it 8 of each sheet?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't got that on my little sticky notepad.
How many sheets is it in total? Oh, no. We'll have a look for you. I want to say it's 8 sheets of each, but we will double check.
Our little quantities have got a bit smaller than original. I think sometimes people borrow them.
People borrow them in here, don't they? They never stay the same, or they never stay in the same pack. So it's a little bit funny. It's a little bit, it's not always true. But we've got different sizes to show you, so that's good. But we'll let you know when Alex finds out. Let's do indeed. Foam pad strips.
I like that. I'm glad you're going down that road, because you see these time and time again in the demos, and we don't always have them available at that particular moment.
Well, when we're talking about like our different toppers as well, and our topper sort of strips that we've got here, we've got them in there. It will be in the product description, but if you go further down, Alex. Oh, okay, so 6 of each.
Yeah. That would make sense. Yeah, 12
and I think it's 6 of each with these ones as well. So what you're going to get here is in your strips, you are going to get your thicker strips. So these ones are...
They look like they're a similar sort of width.
They're 10 mil. So you've got 10 mil squares. So this is the thick... Let me get mine, because I'm going to end up ripping all of those out. So you've got these different selections. I'll put them on.
Okay, they're pretty much the same size as those squares you just chatted
about. So that is your 10 mil strip.
Okay.
Let's do this. This is... And then, so you're going to get 6 of those ones. Then you're going to get 6 of these ones. Okay. And these ones have different sizes on. So these ones have your 5 mil, I think.
Okay.
And your 3 mil.
Oh, okay, on the same sheet.
On the same sheet.
Oh, clever.
These thinner ones, again, are the same as your thinnest 3 mil tape.
Yeah.
Use them on your middle layers of your frames and of your toppers. Use this one on the largest layers because it's going to fit really nice. So that's your strip foam pad selection.
Yeah, proving to be very, very popular.
And you're going to get 12 of each of those. These ones are our most favourite. And as well with the strips, it covers a large surface area. We don't need to do that. Then we have your large bundle. Now these ones, again, you're going to get 2 different types of. Let me try and get mine.
They're kind of almost like triple the length, aren't they?
Yes.
The little squares.
So you're going to get your rectangles, and then you're going to get your bigger squares. Okay. So this is what you're going to get in your large selection. So you've got your rectangles and your squares.
Oh, those are good for
And you're going to get 6 of each of those as well. So again, £9.99, 6 of each. Love stocking up on your foam pads.
Another popular item. Since we've done squares, should we do circles? These are brilliant. Circles.
Now, these ones, you get the same amount of sheets, and they are circles. Penny sliders.
Oh, yes.
These are perfect for, because they're round, which means that it's going to help to tumble it. Again, it's another thing that you can try and cut out, but it's never really that successful as well. Once you've finished it, this whole sheet is actually a foam pad.
Yeah, don't
throw
it away.
So you can use this for lots of different things as well.
Padding out and all sorts.
But if you want to add glitter onto those, make your own sort of like little embellishments, you absolutely can do. So they are your circles. And how many sheets? 12 sheets? 12 sheets of your circles.
I love it. So, yeah, 10 mil, so you're looking at a centimetre with regards to those. And again, the same as all the others, we're looking at that 2 millimetre thickness, so everything is going to be balanced.
And then the next one we have for you is your black foam pads. Now, these ones are the same sizes as these large ones, so I'm not going to stick them down for you, but what I will do is show you, if we peel that back, you can see the difference. So you've got that nice darker edge, which means if you're using black stamping card,
you're looking at the side,
if you're using, so you want it to be nice and clean. If you've been embossing black stamping card, you don't want that white showing through. So using this is perfect. So you're going to get your squares and your rectangles. Again, you are going to get 6 sheets of these. I'm not sure if that's 3 of each or if that's 6 of each design. I would say it's the same price, so it's probably 6 of each design. Yeah. But we'll double check that one for you. And then our last thing that we've got for you is our self-adhesive A4 foam pad sheets. Now, this isn't the right product.
No, it's kind of like this. It's like that, but imagine there was
A4,
foam.
But it's foam. I used it earlier on. I used it earlier on in the show to die cut a sentiment from. So what they are, which one have you got?
It's like having one big foam pad that's A4 in size.
So what you've got is these ones.
So these are your sticky sheets.
These are your sticky sheets, yeah. These ones are your A4 adhesive sheets. These aren't foam sheets. These are double-sided, it's like a big sheet of tape.
So again, could we use these if we were die cutting?
Absolutely, you can use it for die cutting. You can use it
things
for
like your nesting shapes again, frames and shaker cards.
You'd be able to do it with like really detailed dies like sentiments. So if you peel it back and you stick your like cardstock or anything else onto the back of here, then it's going to turn any of your cardstock into like a sticker basically. So if you're doing like if you're printing labels or anything like that, that's really good for using this with. Detailed dies like big filigree dies, bits and pieces like that is perfect for.
How clear is it? Because it's sometimes nice to actually, it's crystal clear.
It's really, really
clear.
So
if you've got something like a background paper that you like the idea of doing an all-over iridescent glitter, you could literally turn it into a glitter type cardstock.
Stick it on the front of your cardstock, add your glitter on top, absolutely.
As you can see, it's crystal clear there, so yeah.
So this is our A4 adhesive sheet. Now, I know that we don't have I'm not sure how much of this we have.
Oh, I don't know.
We've not got that many, have we?
Okay, fair enough. How many sheets are we getting? I've got 3 here.
You're getting 5 altogether.
See, this is, you can't put hunky-dory adhesive down because somebody will come along and pinch it.
Now, do we have any of the foam pad sheet? We had it on in the show earlier on, I think. Will it be on there? Will you be able to find the code?
We're going to go back and have a little look.
Because the foam pad sheet is exactly the same, except it's 2 mil thick foam pad.
So like
which means you can die cut from it again. And it cuts it into those shapes.
Perfect.
That way you could like either glitter onto those, use your heat embossing on that as well, straight onto it.
So was that 1 o'clock earlier on?
I think it was at 3 o'clock.
Oh yeah, you were on 3 to 4.
3 o'clock.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, it might be there. Now, something else we're going to have a little chat about is hot glue.
Hot glue
guns. So,
yeah.
I didn't realise that Hunky Dory did their own hot glue gun.
We do have our own hot glue gun. So this is a really great glue gun. It comes with a UK plug. And the bundle that we have for you is ridiculous because you are going to get a huge amount of glue sticks that work with this. So they are your smaller glue sticks.
Okay.
You're going to get 2 glue sticks with this. So when it comes to you, there's a bundle and then there's also this deal. So this deal is, is that your price, Alex? $9.99?
I think you still look, yeah.
So you are going to get your glue gun and you're going to get 2 of the glue sticks. Oh,
Perfect.
You don't? That's a shame.
Okay. Maybe on the website you'll be able to find different bundles, but
yes,
this
have a look.
Kind of like a starter set.
This is really, really good. So you get the glue gun and you get your 2 sticks with it. You can also use these glue guns with your like wax.
Yeah. Very clear again.
It is.
Sometimes it's almost like a cloudy glue that you get with a glue stick. So
anything like 3-dimensional or any mixed media things that you're making, you're going to be able to use this glue gun, and you know that it's going to stick straight away. With this, I like.
Can you use this for doing like little gems and things like that?
Yeah. So you'll be able to sort of like pop it down. I wouldn't pop it down on your glass mat because it's going to be hard to pick it off. But if you use your mixed media mat, once it's dry, you can sort of like shape that.
The silicone mat.
The silicone one, and it's going to come away. So super, super quick. It does come with a stand and it does come with a UK plug. And you're going to get 2 of your glue sticks. Now, once you've got your glue sticks, you're going to need more of them. So this bundle that we have for you...
I'm just chuckling to myself how we've got an arrow pointing out a UK.
I know.
That's what a UK plug looks like if you don't recognise it. Now, we've got a bundle of 36 glue sticks.
36 in total.
$5.99. That's
it's
all
crazy,
we're paying for
isn't
these.
it? And I'm not... You might think you don't need that many, but you really do, don't you? You get through your glue gun sticks so much. And again, it's another handy thing to have in the house, not just for using in crafting, but for using all throughout the house, fixing things, bits and pieces like that. So yeah, this deal is going to give you 36 of your glue sticks in total.
Brilliant value for money, $5.99. Definitely worth going for if you're going for the glue bundle that we were looking at just a few moments. So yeah, do take advantage of those. Another of my favourite adhesives, and I use this for all sorts of different scenarios.
It's so good, isn't it? I've used it for like parties before in the past for sticking things up.
It's like a temporary adhesive. These are brilliant for us. And there's
jewellery making as well, like popping your jewellery onto like a piece of cardstock or something so it doesn't move.
Cards that have got kind of bookmarks on, you know, like when you're giving a gift or a fridge magnet.
It does remind me of things like that. Do you remember the toys you used to get and they used to be stuck in the box?
Yes.
It's kind of like the same thing as that.
And what you've actually got with these is you've got, well, there's multiple sheets.
There is huge sheets. So in here you're going to get 100 of your glue dots in one pack. you are getting 6 of these packs. So you're getting 600 of these. They're on perforated sheets, so you can use them all individually if you want to, or you can just sort of like take them off the sheets as well. But they're super handy for popping your ribbons on.
And nice if you've got little embellishments that you're wanting to put in place as well, and you want to do them quickly, then yeah. I often cut them in strips and kind of go bob, 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 bob along things. So yeah, love it. £9.99. If you fancy getting hold of those, then the details are there on your screen. So you're going to get a lot of those. They're going to last you ages. But something that's... we're going to go back because we've got a few minutes. One of the most popular items that we've had in the show have been those refillable tape runners. Yeah. Now, which one are we looking at? The permanent one?
Okay. So this is the deal where you're going to get your tape runner, and you're also going to get another 3 or 2? No, 2. You're going to get 2, 3 in total, because you've got 1 in your casing, and then you've got 2 extra ones. This is giving you 66 metres of permanent tape, and it does go down really, really easily, and also it's easy to refill. So you're just going to close the little lid on there, so that if it's in your craft bag or anything, that tape isn't going to stick to anything and then rip off or pull away. It opens up really nicely here, and then you can just remove that out of the casing, pop it back in really easily. It clicks in, so you know it's in place, and then you can just place that on and then get taping away. It's super, super handy to have around, because you don't have to take any backings off anything.
Good size as well, sits in the palm of your hand, as you can see there with that as well. So brilliant value for money, because in effect you've kind of got 3 tape runners. You've got 1 reusable case with it, which I think is brilliant. And you can see £8.78 if you're wanting to take advantage of those. We've also got the dotty version of those as well. Dotty version looks a little bit different, because not only is the tape a different colour, but you've also got a different coloured housing for it as well.
And I think that's really good, because when you're using both of them, or if you're like crafting on the go, because you could just have like one house and then switch them over, but it's a little just a bit inconvenient. So the fact that you've got 2 different colours as well, it makes it stand out of which one's which. Again, you're going to get your housing with 1 of your runners inside, and then you're going to get 2 of the extra refills for this. 66 metres in total, and it is dotty, so the tape is only going to sit on your paper. So if you've got any really detailed dies or sentiments, it's perfect for using with them. And again, you can use it on for sticking your dies onto like acetate, or sticking them onto parchment as well, and it's going to hold it really nicely.
Brilliant value for money. Definitely worth going for them as well. And I love hours like this. We're learning so much about different adhesives and why you use them as well. Andrea's got a question here. She loves the Hunky Dory glue gun, and it's fabulous. I use it to put my Christmas lights up.
It's a good one, that, isn't it?
It leaves no marks when removed.
Because I imagine, because when it dries, and this is another reason why your glue gun's really good for like making your gems with and stuff. Once it's dry and you just sort of like move it around, it is going to be solid. So I love that idea of doing that. I could do that outside, really, because instead of like using those clips and trying to hook them up, just do it with my glue gun.
I have to say. So if you have just joined us, where have you been? It's been like an adhesive masterclass this hour. But good news, you can go back and watch the show. So if you have missed out on anything, you can go back and have a little look. Now we're going to take a little bit of a break. Natalie's going to take a longer break than me, because she's going to be back at 7 p.m. Totally different show. We're talking die cutting and loads of kind of top tips with regards to using some fabulous nesting dies that we've got coming up, and Mylar as well, which we've struggled to keep in stock. So
we have.
To that one. But I will be joining you just after the break. Lovely Meryl's here, and we're talking parchment again. So I'm very much looking forward to that. I had 2 brand new plates to share with you. So grab a brew. We'll see you in 2. Bye for now.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click, and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to an hour that I've been very much looking forward to, because parchment craft is one of those crafts that I've admired for such a long time. Loved it for years, never had the patience, but you bring a really easy way for us to get those results.
It is easy. Yeah, it is.
Brilliant idea. Now, you may well have seen it at Lovely Merrill earlier on. Well, if you did, this hour is completely different to the hour that we saw earlier on, because we've got two brand new plates. You feast your eyes on these. We're going to show you both of the plates to start with, so you can get involved nice and early, because these shows do tend to get very busy, don't they, when you've got new things. And this, I love the title, Buzzing Around. Brilliant idea. Perfect example.
With only butterflies.
Oh, okay.
And then it was while I was talking in class to a couple of the ladies that come, and, well, gentlemen as well, and when we decided that it would be a good idea to have a bee.
People like bubble bees because they're kind of like a sign of prosperity, aren't they? A very hopeful sign, which I love as well. Now, over the side here, you can kind of see the plate that's been kind of traced out in its entirety.
That's right, yes.
And then essences of it being used in the finished samples.
Yeah, so this one is the bee.
Okay.
And at the other side, I haven't got one like this of the butterfly.
Oh, of course, yes, there's another, yes.
It's a butterfly. The plate as it is, that's been coloured, and I thought, well, that looks just so nice that I'll pop that up there.
Absolutely. Now look at this. I mean, the detail that you've got. I'm seeing elements in here that you'll be using in loads of different ways. I love the little kind of the little flutters, the little dots that you've got there for the trail. The butterfly is beautiful. And those little flowers almost that you've got there.
They are
gorgeous,
tiny little flowers and just a swirly bit.
Really, really pretty. Absolutely gorgeous. So again, there's loads of ways you can work with these. We're going to see Meryl using these. Love that idea of cutting them out and making a little embellishment.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the wings on that one are cut out as well on one, but not on the one below.
And look at that gorgeous butterfly with that fabulous shading in there. Nice mix of colours on this one. Like it.
This one, it's a 3D butterfly. The wings have been 3D'd onto it.
Oh, look at that. Oh, and there's double layers in there as well, so you've kind of got the yellow behind there. Yeah. That is beautiful.
That was one of the
absolutely gorgeous. Very talented crafter. So there you go, that's what you could be creating with these. We've got the bundle over to the side, so exactly what you're going to get you can see on our lovely display. It's definitely worth going for these as soon as you can, because we always find that they're incredibly popular. And you might get a little sneaky peek of the other set that we've got as well, because we've got some gorgeous florals coming up. But as you can see, you've got those gorgeous kind of, are they hexagon octagons? I haven't counted the sides.
Yeah, there's one hexagon and one octagon.
Oh, there you go, covered myself on both bases there then.
I usually get them the wrong way around as well when I'm saying.
So, of course, they are clear, so you've got loads of ways you can work with these. If it's the first time that you've seen, it does look like we've got a big piece of tape going across there. Is that the glare off the light? Yeah, yours won't come like that, unless you've got bright lights like we have in the studio. So what are we getting? We're going to get the 2 plates.
Yes, in the set, it's just the 2 templates.
Perfect, I love it. But as you can
8 by 8 size.
A little bit of idea and inspiration there as well. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of those, $24.99. Very, very busy for those already. Lots of you are checking out this particular one as well. And this is beautiful. Very traditional flower, Lily of the Valley featuring this one.
It is.
Gorgeous, little tiny bells.
Forget-me-nots, I like forget-me-nots.
Yes.
So I thought, well, I'll have to do one of those as well.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, there's some lovely examples there of the ladies and gents that have done for me.
Nice frames in these as well. And those frames you'll use with many of your other plates that you've got from Meryl as well.
You will, yeah.
Useful to have.
And the frames have been made to fit a 5 by 7 card.
Perfect. So there you go, all the thinking has been sunk, as they say. And lovely, whether you want to keep it nice and simple, whether you want to use the focus on your florals, or use literally everything that you've got on that plate.
Yeah, you can do. You can just pick bits out. That's what I like about all the templates. You just pick bits out that you want.
Absolutely,
you don't have to use it just as it's been designed.
Now, this has been a popular one, and we haven't even dropped the price on this one yet. Already 10% of the stock has gone. It's the set that's just to the side of me here, so you're going to get your 2 plates with all that content on there, but you're not going to be paying £18.99. Oh no, the price is coming down to just £16.99. And this is beautiful. I love the fact that we've got sentiments in there as well.
Yeah, I do like to put sentiments on.
It's making use of that space.
Yeah, I don't like to waste any space on them.
A woman after my own heart. So there you go, £16.99. Very affordable way to get hold of beautiful florals. But I'd be tempted to go for both of those. And you will indeed as well, because we're going to have demonstrations as well. Lovely, Meryl. So let Meryl get herself ready. So if you fancy getting hold of either of those two, the one that we're looking at on the screen at the moment is Springtime. We'll come back to this one with a demonstration in a little while. But we're going to be buzzing around for the first demonstration, utilising those bees, whoops-a-daisy, butterflies as well, if you prefer to go down the butterfly route. But this is the board that illustrates just how beautiful this particular plate set is. Details will pop back up on your screen, as you can see. So by all means, pop it into your basket, and I will meet up with you in a little while. But I will tell you that already 20% of the stock has gone. Meryl, they're loving their buzzy bees.
Good, I'm pleased.
What have you got for us over there?
Right, well, I'm doing a buzzy bee.
Lovely.
A buzzy bee. And as usual, well, this is the card that we're going to be doing.
Oh, that's nice. Well, I like the colour.
And as usual, I shall be using the template body.
Oh, now tell me about this. What's this?
Right, so this has a large template body, which fits the 8x8 templates. Then we have the small template body, which fits the smaller templates.
Okay.
And then right in the centre of it, we have the parchment protector. So we keep all those...
So we get all of those? It's not
all
like you
of
have to
that
buy
together.
a separate one that fits inside and another one to go inside. It's
No,
all there.
It comes all as one big piece.
Oh, like a one-time purchase, like it.
And they are really popular and they're very useful.
Well, I'm guessing they kind of help you because they give you free space, don't they, I suppose? Yeah.
So you've got this extra little bit. Once you put your big template in, you've got this extra little bit that's not going to mark, because I used to do that, resting my hand on it, and then I'd crease it along the line. Well, you don't with this.
Yeah, love that
idea. So I've got my protector there. Wonderful. Right, let's pop some tape on here. I've put some tape ready.
Now, we've got a couple of different styles of parchment. We've got some beautiful rainbow parchment as well. But the kind of plainer tone that many of us are familiar with, we've got a couple of different GSMs with this.
That's right. This is a 140, which is the one that I usually use.
Fair enough.
The 160, a little bit thicker, a little bit stronger. Ideal if you're doing 3D work.
So something like maybe a wraparound to go around a tea light or something like that?
Yes, it would be ideal for that.
More substantial.
And also, if I've got anybody that's new to parchment and they seem to be very heavy-handed, I will start them off on a 160.
Exhibit A. That'd be me.
And we do have some 150 coming. It's on its way.
Oh, okay, right in the middle, okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you like the idea of going for that weightier one, maybe you are a little bit like me and maybe a little heavy-handed to start with, then the details are on your screen as well. My goodness, speed is quick.
I know. So I've got my 0.8 embossing tool here.
Okay.
And I'm just following every one of these little tracks in the template.
Now, is this kind of your go-to tool or a good one for that first round?
It's the go-to tool because these tracks have been made, etched, especially to fit this tool.
Oh, okay, right.
So this is the thickness that you want for your first embossed line.
Okay. Now, you say your first embossed line. Do we need to go back in on this one?
Well, when I'm saying first embossed line, I'm thinking of freehand embossing.
Oh, I see, right. Okay.
I always do go twice when I'm doing something for, a card for someone. I will always go over twice because I find that sometimes, particularly when you're going round something, the pressure of your hand can be a little bit lighter in some areas than others.
And I can see that parchment protector, you need it, don't you? Yes.
Yeah, so sometimes you don't get a full white. You get like little breaks in it where it's a bit grey and not really as white as it should be.
My goodness. Now, you might be forgiven for looking at this and thinking that we've sped this up, but this is real time. But how quick is this going together?
Yeah.
Just literally tracing the design.
It is. Once your tool's in that track, it's going to follow it around. You see, I'd slipped out then, but it's not marked, the actual parchment, because there was no track there for it to slip into.
And it's a gorgeous, brilliant white that you're creating with that tool as well.
Yeah.
Love
it.
it.
Shall we stop at that and do something else
It's
now?
entirely up to you. I don't mind. It's your show, Meryl. I'm just here to kind of bobble along.
I could continue doing this forever and a day.
It's very, I must admit, it's very calming watching you do it. Incidentally, we did have a set of 5 different ball tools a few moments ago on your screen. We have got them available individually as well, but one of the most popular ways is to go for them as kind of a range, and that's where we're going to pop those details back up on your screen. And incidentally, if you are completely new to this style of crafting, we have got a fabulous starter kit that we'll be sharing with you during the course of the show as well. So there you go, a lovely array of tools. We've also got some piercing tools as well, or pricking tools, which we'll tell you about as well. So you can see the ones with the little ball tools on there, then if you fancy getting hold of those, you can do. Right, what's next then?
Well, I'm going to do a bit of colouring.
Oh, lovely. OK, now is that hard? Is it tricky?
No, not at all. I've got some polychromos pencils. They're blendable pencil.
OK.
So I'm going to pop it straight down on here.
Now, I've heard the name of these mentioned before. They're good quality ones, these ones, aren't they?
They are good quality, yes, and they do blend nicely.
Lovely.
So I've got 2 yellows and a black.
Wonderful.
And we'll go with the yellow first. So I'm putting, the lighter one I want. The light one in the centre.
So is this on the right side of your parchment?
No, this is on the back.
OK.
And then I've got the darker one that I'm going to go at the edge. Let's get my little brush. This is just a cheap makeup brush.
OK.
Just to take away the dust really from the crayons.
Lovely. And if you're looking for your polychromos, that we have got those on the website, so you can go shopping for those. In fact, I think Alex might have found the details for you. So here you go, popping up on the screen. Obviously, they are an investment of anybody's money, but I know the quality of these. I've heard people kind of liken them to top-notch cars and things like that.
Yeah.
Beautiful quality. They're your go-to pencils?
Always, always, yeah. I know they are quite expensive, but once you see how they do blend, I've gone back to the wrong colour again.
They're not kind of creating that dust sometimes that you get with a pencil when you're adding the colour, I notice.
No, there is a bit of dust, but it's not the same. So they're an oil base.
OK.
So they don't create the dust the same. Right, so we continue in that way, adding a bit of light, and I've done that. That should have been a black one, but never mind, eh? We've got a slightly different coloured bee.
We're going solid in with the black, OK.
Yeah. And his little eye. See, they do colour and cover really, really well.
You can see that blending that you've done there as well with the different colours.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have to have 2 more yellows up at the top. No, I think.
Now, when you're adding the colour, Meryl, what are you thinking about as to where the colour goes, or do you imagine the light coming from a particular direction or anything like that?
I do, yes. Okay. Yeah, you have to sort of think about the light coming in at one direction, not particularly with the black, because that's just...
That's the easy one, isn't it? Just put a solid black in there.
But I'm doing this so that we've got the yellow, the lighter colour in the middle.
OK.
And then the darker yellow. And it's only a couple of shades. It's nothing much, because we don't want it to, be so stark that it shouts at you.
It almost looks rounded now, just using those 2 colours.
Yeah, that was the aim, to try and get it so that it looks as though it's a little chubby bee. Do you know, I was out with some friends on Sunday, and there was a huge bumblebee.
Already?
Came into the restaurant. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Had you got a reservation?
I must say some of them weren't very happy. Not my crowd, but the waitress wasn't. Oh, will it sting me?
Oh, no, I know people have to be careful with bees, don't they? But I have to say, they're nature's friend, aren't they, bees? It's wasps that I just don't understand why wasps exist, but there we go. Don't get me started on that one.
And then here, I've just done a few. of the little honeycomb.
Okay.
Right, I'm not going to do all of it, and I'm only using the one colour.
Okay. It's like a little patchwork. I'm getting
the
sewing inspiration. But I suppose if you wanted to, you could almost make it like a little patchwork quilt if you wanted to, and kind of just use
the
hexagon. Oh, okay.
Oh, watch this space.
Oh, I say. Am I using my telepathy again?
Yeah, must be.
Am I picking up the vibes?
Yeah.
Oh, I love this. This is looking beautiful, Meryl. And I suppose you could almost have like a stash of these all traced out, and you just add your colour at a later stage.
You can, yeah. Right, I'm going to stop there at that one now.
You can lose yourself in this craft, can't you?
Do you know I love colouring? I love colouring.
Well, you're very good at it, I have to say. It looks amazing.
Get my pencils out, and that's me done. Right, so I'm going to be a bit random here.
Okay. Oh, I like a bit of random.
I've got
Ooh,
three different
wings.
colours. Yeah.
Okay.
3 different colours here.
Love the way that colour's going down.
Yeah.
You can tell which are your favourite pencils as well by the length of them.
Look at that one. And I've got a green similar as well. But you can see I'm not being particularly that careful.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not something you've got to think, oh, you know, I've just
Is
got
that
to do
because
it here.
working on the back it's quite forgiving?
It is.
I'd be worried about going outside of the lines and things like that.
Now, if I was on the front, I would be.
Okay.
But on the back, it's not, you don't have to, you know, think about...
I mean, it looks incredibly neat from what we're looking at. Oh, look at that. Wow, that is incredible. Oh, I love it. Oh, isn't it different when you look at the different...
Yeah.
I mean, I love the boldness of the colours there.
It's still bright there, isn't it? But not as vivid.
And the white looks brighter on the other side as well, doesn't it, when you actually flip it over?
Yeah, it does. And that must be because it's the raised area, I'm guessing, anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't understand the science. I just know what's pretty and what's not. And also, I suppose, could you do, if somebody wanted to do a bit of white work with this, with their shading, could they do that with the bumblebees?
Yeah, they could, without having to put any colour on, yeah. Yeah, it is a coloured show, I suppose, this one.
That's it. And also, as well, with the little honeycombs, it's almost like you could have a little sampler of each of the cells with a different kind of piercing effect and a pattern, or an embossed effect if you wanted to as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do a bit of just embossing in a moment on those little bees.
Wonderful. Now, incidentally, if you're watching and I'm not asking questions that you are answering, then let me know, because obviously I'm intrigued. I'm watching this as a bit of a layman. I'm not... years and years ago, I did have a go at parchment, but to be honest, it used to be a case of that tracing designs with kind of photocopy sheets, and it was just so time-consuming. I mean, something like Meryl's created here could take you absolutely ages to trace out and then go back and do all your different elements of your layers and everything. But, of course, these fabulous plates that she brings to us just speed up the whole process, and that's the beauty of it. But as I say, if there's any questions that you want me to ask of Meryl, then do let me know.
Please
Incidentally, a third of the stock has gone of this particular set as well, so you're liking it. What's next, Meryl?
Well, I'm going to do a bit of freehand embossing.
Oh, lovely. Now, it sounds a bit scary.
And I've got my number 3.
Okay.
And I'm just going to gently flick.
Are you working on the same surface now, or have you... Were you working on a black mat before?
No.
Oh, OK.
This is my embossing mat.
I just looked at it and I thought that looks different to before.
My work mat.
Oh, I see. So this is a bit spongier?
This is a bit spongy, yes.
Right, I'm with you.
Yeah, so that it's got a bit of give.
OK.
To be able to do the embossing. If you try to do it on the work mat, you just wouldn't get anywhere, I'm afraid.
Right, it's kind of that little bit of give that you need to get the white work going.
It is.
And what sort of... it looks like you're kind of pressing and lifting up, almost like flicking.
I am, it's a flick.
Yeah.
Yes, a flick. So you start off at the white line.
OK.
And you just give it a flick up.
So you kind of release the pressure as you lift off.
That's right. And the larger the tool, the longer the stroke.
Okay. Now, is this a different ball tool to the one that you use to trace out the design?
Yeah, this is a 3 mil.
Right.
So the end of it's bigger than it was on the other one.
Okay.
And we go right up to a 6 mil.
Okay. So I suppose having the range of that set that we were looking at earlier on is a good idea.
It is, because if I just pop these down, so we've got the 6, the 4, the 3, the 1.2, and then the 0.8. So there, you've got every size that you're ever going to need.
And for $16.99, so all the tools that you could possibly need. There's not many crafts you can get started with that, is it? That small expense. Oh, I love it. Okay.
Okay, so I've now got my 1.2. I'm only doing these 2. And then, because I want to get on to the next bit.
I know, we've got loads to share with you. We've got to look at those gorgeous spring flowers.
I know. So here, this is just a little flick. And you can see I'm not going anywhere near as long.
Okay.
With this one. And I'm only doing the bodies because I want you to see the difference.
Okay. And these are nice little size kind of projects if you're wanting to practice like the pressure that you're using and things.
Yes.
Yeah, you could do them quite... Oh, isn't that lovely?
So you can see on the 3,
Brilliant, yeah.
it's not as white as down here on the body with the 1.2.
That is lovely. It's such a delicate look, isn't it? Beautiful.
And when you've got colour, I'll just do a little bit on this wing.
Okay.
When you've got colour and on the back and you emboss.
Oh, so you can still emboss if it's colour there. Okay.
Yeah, but you're going to lose a lot of the colour on the front.
Oh, look at that, yes.
But if you colour on the front and emboss on the back, you've still got your colour there.
Ah.
So there's so many different
See, it looks like you shaded that rather than just colouring it in and then changing it using the embossing tool. That's a very clever technique. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so you just get a different effect with it all together.
Beautiful. Oh, Meryl, thank you. I'm learning so much from you. I love it. Was there anything more that you wanted to show us with that one?
Yes.
Oh, what have we got next?
Right, so this one's all coloured in.
Okay.
And now I'm just putting these back because I end up with them all over my desk.
That's why you need the tidy tape.
I know, I've got my little tool caddy here and then I still end up with them all over the place.
Now, Meryl, could I trouble you to slide your mat just over a little bit to the left with your working mat? There we go, so we can see good and proper what you're up to as well. Right. And also as well, Meryl's got that fabulous tidy caddy with all her tools in as well. If you're wanting to shop for that to keep all of your bits and pieces in one place, then we're going to pop the details up on the screen. I think Levi is getting himself ready to show you that one. And it's brilliant because you've literally got everything there at arm's length. Love the way that you're just literally standing there ready for you to go in. Even your pencils.
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm using pencils, I always just put in one of the little quarters whatever I'm using, then I know they're there at hand.
Brilliant. You've got paintbrushes and all sorts in there.
I have, yeah.
Got a pair of scissors as well, so there you go. £22 if you fancy getting hold of that as well. So the tool caddy there, if you fancy taking advantage of that as well. But if you want yours and you want it already filled with all those gorgeous tools, then you can do. We've got another way you can get hold of it. £48.64. Now, it's going to come with the embossing tools we were talking about. I think there was 5 of those, I think, if I remember rightly. It's also going to come with your piercing tools as well. So you're going to get everything that you need.
You only get your one. You one bold and you one fine with it.
Oh, I see. I do apologise.
That's all right. I will have to put a set together with the other 2 as well.
Okay.
Which I've not done yet. So
what have you been doing, Meryl? No, I'm only teasing. Now, the details are up on your screen, so if you fancy getting hold of that, then I would certainly be considering. I think it's a brilliant idea. And not just for your tools, as you've seen, things like your little scissors, you've got your paintbrushes that could go in there, pencils. It's just all there, so you can go to them speedy quick. $43.99 if you fancy getting hold of yours. Lovely.
Right, so I've now got my fine 2.
Fine 2.
Fine
so
twin tool.
Fine number 2, or fine as in there are 2 little pointy bits on it?
2 little pointy bits.
Got you, right.
2 needles, and they're fine needles. And I'm going to go down to make 2 holes, so I'm a bit skew with there, but never mind, eh?
Okay.
And
so you're not working with a grid or anything, you're just kind of placing them where you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, and I'm going into the last hole each time and just making 1 additional hole.
Oh, okay. So the kind of the first hole ends up being almost like a guide for you to get it uniform.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. As long as you do it this way, that you know that they're going to be the same distance apart.
Does it matter whether you go clockwise or anti-clockwise?
No. Okay. No. So if you're left-handed, you'd go the opposite way to me.
Okay. And I like the way you've got that little kind of cut-out piece in the protector that you're working with there.
Yeah, because then it holds it. Yeah, holds it down. Because if you don't have it as well, it does tend to pull away, and it's not quite so good.
I suppose when you're lifting it out, yeah. Incidentally, the tool that Meryl's resting on is part of that. It was a template buddy, was it called?
That's right. Yeah, not quite as neat as maybe it could be.
It looks pretty good to me, Meryl, from where I'm standing.
We're okay. So I'm going to take my snips now.
Oh, now these look like the mean business.
Certainly do. And open them up to the area, the width that we think we need.
Okay.
Try. Oh yeah, that's about right, look.
So they just need to be open to the distance between the two holes?
That's right, yes. Okay. Yeah. And you put the point in. See, I'm not holding them up either. This is something I must remember to tell people. You need to have them fairly low down to your work.
Okay.
You give it a little squeeze, a twist and a pull back.
Oh, okay.
And then that's going to give you that lovely piqué edge.
And do you keep it twisting the same way each time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's in towards me.
Oh, it's a very satisfying sound, I have to say, those little snips.
And it is important that you pull back.
Okay.
You don't push down.
And I notice you're rotating your work rather than rotating yourself.
Yes. Yeah. It's so much more comfortable to turn your work around. And there's a couple that have not been cut, I think, here.
Okay.
Because it should just pop out. Now there's one there, somewhere there, there.
There you go, falls away when it's ready.
Yep.
Oh, that's lovely. And it gives you that lovely kind of little lacy edge, doesn't it? Beautiful.
It does.
Yeah.
It does, yes. Yeah. So I'll pop those away because we've done with those for now.
Okay.
Right. Now then. We're going to do a bit of glittering.
Oh, bit of sparkle. Love a bit of sparkle. Okay.
I'm going to move my mat because I don't want my embossing perforating mat to be all sparkly.
Okay, good tip.
Got a bit of scrap paper. And now, one of these pens.
Do we have to think about adhesives when we're talking about parchment craft? Because I remember hearing people say that you don't want to get it wet and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want anything that is too watery.
So any adhesive that's got too much of a water content, I suppose.
Yeah, it makes it all buckle and go funny.
Okay.
Whereas this one, it doesn't.
So that's a little zig pen. I think we've got the zig adhesives on the website as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's almost like a glittery dust.
This is glamour dust. And I know that's on the website as well.
Beautiful.
And I love this glamour dust.
Lovely. Now, we've got the details up on the screen for the parchment and vellum glue. Now, am I right in thinking that this is kind of the adhesive that we use to stick it in place more so than kind of creating and decorating? Yeah. So, yeah, we'll chat about this one in a minute, but we have got it if you want to jump ahead. Details are up on your screen. So this is one of the tricky things, isn't it? How do you take your vellum and actually attach it to your card? Well, the answer is by this little bottle of magic. So the details are on your screen, but we'll chat to Meryl about this one a bit more in a moment.
Okay, so we've now got glittery wings.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, I love that on top of that colour. It gives it a lovely soft
this is the last sheet of this colour I've got.
What, the green cardstock that you slid underneath? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Now, is this in the big bundle that we've got of cardstock?
There is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it's all different weights.
Okay.
And different colours and different textures.
Perfect. We'll have a look at that in a minute. I'm making a shopping list, Meryl, as you speak.
Right. I'm just putting a little bit of tape there. I've rolled it up.
Okay.
So that's going to hold it in place while I use my uni-bold tool. So one needle that's a bold. And I'm going to make 3 holes.
So is this literally like a boulder hole it's making? I know it sounds very layman's terms, but in my simple brain, sometimes I have to do things like that.
Yeah, it is. This one is 0.95 of a millimetre wide.
Okay.
And the fine one is 0.70 of a millimetre wide.
Wow, gosh, that's tiny, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
And I'm guessing that you have to kind of respect the piercing tool on because it's been so fine. Do you have to be careful not to kind of bend it and things like that? I mean, any tips when you're using it? Sorry?
Or stick it in you.
Or sticking it in you, yeah, that is that as well, yeah.
Yeah, that comes...
So you're going quite upright with it, I noticed.
Yes, yeah. If you go in sideways, it does make a sideways hole.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and it is really noticeable. Right, so we've got our holes.
Lovely. Nice little decorative touch like that.
We've got our threaded needle.
I say. Okay, well, I didn't know there was a bit of sewing going on.
Yeah. And I'm going to have another piece of tape.
Now, you may well have noticed on your screen there as well that Parchment Craft Australia UK, which is our lovely Meryl, we're able to actually ship to you in America as well. So it's kind of going the long way round, really, isn't it? But, of course, if you do shop with us as a customer from America, then the post and packing that you're paying for the one day is going to cover you with all your goodies from Meryl as well. So worth bearing that in mind as well. So what are you up to now?
Right, so I'm now sewing. So because I put that little bit of tape on in the first place, it's holding it all there where the holes are.
Okay.
So I know that when I go in, I'm going to go straight through both
so
card and parchment.
Oh, this is a clever way of bringing it all together.
Yes. I quite like the finished effect. When you've got
I've ever seen this kind of method of attaching the two together, stitching, but it works.
It works, it does work well. And what I've done is I've gone through the centre hole first.
Okay.
And I've come down one of the outside and then back up the other outside and down the centre. So up the centre, down the right, up the left and down the centre.
That is a really clever way of attaching it. Have you guys seen this before at home? Because I don't think I've seen this before. It's just blown me away. I think it's brilliant.
Right, before I go any further, I'm going to take that bit of tape away.
Okay.
So we can't see it when it's done. Oh, do you know, I can't tell you how many times I've left it in.
Yeah, it's like, oh
and
no.
You can see it. It's like, oh, I've got to undo it all.
It's a nice metallic thread that you've got there as well.
Yeah.
Very pretty.
This is old made new thread.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely and fine.
So you'll probably find that thread over on Sewing Street if you wanted to have a little look for it.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Doesn't take that long, does it?
No, it's very effective there, and it's a very clever way. I mean, we've got obviously things like brads, which are very much a traditional way of attaching it, and of course I mentioned the adhesive a few moments ago, but I just like this as an alternative.
Yeah. With the adhesive, you do have to be careful. It still shows if you're not sparing with it.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to matter what type of glue you use. It shows.
I don't think there's a magic way of doing it, is there?
No.
I mean, it's the nature of parchment, isn't it? It's that translucency, you can't get away with it. But
sometimes, if you put it on a certain colour, it doesn't show at all.
Oh, okay.
And then you'll use it on another colour, and it does.
And I suppose, I mean, we've got some gorgeous rainbow parchment as well. If you've got something that's distracting you almost, you don't notice it,
No, and of course we've got the gems as well, which you can put on.
Oh, that's a good idea to cover up the little glue
if you've got a tiny bit there, and that one of the gems will cover it, then I use them. Oh, come on. I hope I've got enough. I'm just looking how much.
We'll hold our breath for you, Meryl.
Because if it comes out, I haven't got my needle threader here, and there's no way I can thread it.
Well, we'll use our imaginations if we need to. So
all right.
worry.
I've only got
two
2 more. This one and one more.
Now, just as you're finishing those off, I'll be back with you in just a second, Mel. I must show you this gorgeous cardstock bundle because this is brilliant. Now, this is exactly what you're going to get. So sometimes we do contents may vary, but not with this one. You will know exactly. And the details are popping up on your screen. You're actually getting 100 sheets. Now, you've got a variety of different colours, very in keeping with the bees, I have to say, with the kind of the yellows and the goldens and the orange in there. Love this gorgeous kind of mottled parchment that you've got, and you've got a variety of different GSMs with these. So some are lighter than others. Some of them have got a texture, so you've almost got a hammered finish with some of them. Noticing a little kind of vertical stripe on some of these as well, which is a very elegant look. Don't know. Oh, Dan likes a challenge with his camera. Here he comes. Let's see if we can manage to show you. But really, really fine. It's almost like a pinstripe. Absolutely incredible. This is going to be where I earn my money now, trying to keep still. Trying to keep still and talk at the same time can be very tricky, but if I hold that, there he is. He does it every single time. Well done, Dan and Lee. I love that, Levi. You've done that absolutely spot on. That's what they call about teamwork. That's what we do so well here at HobbyMaker. So absolutely brilliant value bundle, and you're loving that one as well. For $15.99 if you fancy that. Oh, is that not the price?
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming down in price.
Yeah.
$11.99.
11
for all of that, 100 sheets.
Wow.
Brilliant value. And there you go. You can see that gorgeous hammered finish there as well. Beautiful. Traditional style. It's kind of, it's that parchment craft has got traditional running all the way through it, hasn't it? I love it. How are you getting on over there, Meryl?
I'm fine. I finished. I had enough.
Oh, you got enough thread to finish it. Perfect.
So I've just put some tape on the back, and I want my needle tool.
Lovely. We had some. Have we got adhesive tape on this show? We had some finger lift tape on the Hunky Dory show earlier on. We might have some on the other show.
We haven't got any, so it'd have to be.
Oh, there you go. If you go back and look at the show that we had with Nat prior to this one, you'll be able to get hold of that.
Yeah.
Isn't that effective? That's beautiful.
Yeah. Thing is, as well with parchment, you can use practically anything from your stash to colour with, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're just getting started, maybe. I mean, as time goes on, I mean, we saw the polychromos, which are gorgeous, but obviously, if you're just getting started, you might not want to go down that route.
Yeah. Just have a look at what you've got and see. You know, if it works, try it on a scrap bit.
And what size card base are you working with
here? This is an 8x8, and I've not folded it very well. Never mind. Never mind.
That looks all right to me, I have to say. Now, if you fancy getting hold of these, we've got a brilliant deal for you because you're going to get your cards, your envelopes and your cello bags. So if you're looking at making and selling or even just storing your card once you've created it until you're ready to send it to somebody, but $24.99 for 50 little sets, actually. Cards, envelopes and your cello bags. A brilliant value for money. So, yeah. And talking of making and selling, because, I mean, usually parchment craft, you wouldn't think of selling what you've created, but with the templates, the plates make it so easy, don't they?
It does make it easy.
And we're okay to do that, are we, with your designs?
Yes,
Perfect.
No problem at all. Come on that way, no, I'll go that way. Yeah, I'm quite happy for anybody who wants to sell them at shows or, you know, for charity.
Whatever you choose.
Yeah.
I love it. There you go. Last of that adhesive going down. I'll show you the board again in just a few moments. It's been a very, very popular plate, this particular one that we've got as well. So that is beautiful. Oh,
so there we are, all finished.
That looks amazing. I love it.
It goes away.
That is beautiful. Now, Meryl, I'm going to let everybody have a little look at some of the things that you're using. Do you want to get yourself ready for the next demo and we'll get straight into it?
Okay.
So here you go. This is one of the new plates that we've got for you. That fabulous octagon, as you can see there, featuring the bumblebee. But don't forget, you are going to get the butterfly as well on your hexagon. 2 different shapes. Of course, the beauty of having these plates is you pick out elements that you want and maybe use elements of both plates, bringing them together. You are the designer. That's the whole idea. What Meryl does is bring us the ingredients, the elements that you pick from to make your final design. And as you can see from the finished samples here, we've got a variety of different things that have been going on with these as well. You've got colour featuring with these. You've also got your cutout detail with these. You've got your multi-layer elements with these as well. And as you can see, a traditional look maybe from your white parchment, but maybe using some of the colour parchment, and multi-layers, as you can see, with regard regards to these as well. Don't forget those plates are going to have those sentiments on there as well, so you've got everything that you need to not only get started but also get incredibly creative with these as well. And of course, if you are new to parchment craft, then we have got the ability for you to get hold of your tools and everything as well. Talking of which, shall I show you some absolutely gorgeous parchment paper? This is beautiful. This is your rainbow, and this is literally, I mean, look at this. How gorgeous is this? I'm just going to take one of those sheets for you, because what you'll actually see is a gradient of colour. If I hold it that way, you'll be able to see how it changes. From that gorgeous pink up at the top there, going down to the lovely purple there, and that gorgeous shot of yellow coming through as it goes from one colour to another. Now, you've got a variety of different ombre effects, if you will, for your different colours. So you've got multiple sheets, which, of course, you can double up if you want to intensify that colour, or maybe it's going to be something that you want which has got more of a bold green in the corner there, going through to almost a red in the bottom corner that you've got with these. And again, the intensity of colour that you've got, I mean, look at that, how beautiful is that? Multi-layer it though, and it's like you turn up the dial with the colour, isn't it, on this one? It's beautiful. Really, really pretty, lovely, lovely way of crafting, because again, you can do your parchment in the same way as we've seen, but the colour's already there. Yeah. So I'll leave those details with you. 5 of your bright, 5 of your pale. I'll pop those in there. Try and keep my greasy fingers off it as well. Touch it on the edges. But then we've also got... Now, this is something I love, black parchment.
It looks so classy, especially when it's embossed on it.
It's got that, especially because with this, you're going to get that bright white come through as well, aren't you?
You are, on the dull side. Now, the bright side that you've got there, the glossy side, that will just give you a grey. Okay. But if you do it so that the white, you want it white, you would do it to push it through onto that side, which is dull.
So you'd work on that side, and it would be brighter on that side. But if you want more of a subdued look, work on that side, and that would be your right side. Yeah. I love it. Loads of different options. Obviously, it's not often we see the black parchment, so take advantage of that while you can. And we've got some gorgeous Christmas colours as well, so if you want to get ready for the Christmas season and beyond. It's all there on the website. But I'm keeping an eye on the time there, and I want to get another demo in. So I think we're going to hand straight back over to Meryl.
Well, this is a painting demo.
Now, this is using the other board as well. I will go through this one in a few moments as well, but this is your springtime one, and with this one we're going to see an introduction of those gorgeous paints that you can see just to the edge of your screen as well. But the board, obviously on your screen, is springtime. Details popping up on your screen, so if you want to shop for this one as Meryl is working, then you can do. Right, Meryl, what do we need to know?
Well, this is what we can do.
Wow. Oh, that's beautiful.
So this is from the 2 templates and using the paints.
Okay.
So the acrylic parchment paints.
Lovely.
And I'm not going to do loads of embossing, but I've attached it. So it's just a reminder of what you need to do each time, that once you've got it on, attached to your template, tumble dry sheet, start in the centre, always start in the centre.
Okay.
Because with the parchment, as you're stretching it, it's going to stretch.
Ah, okay.
Not only does it go white, it stretches. So if you start on the edge and work in, you end up with a bump in the middle. So by doing this way, you're stretching your parchment out.
That's a good tip.
And you don't get that bump.
So don't be tempted to start with your frame and then work your way in.
No.
Ah, okay.
So it's a bit of getting your head round going backwards.
Yes, yeah.
Because normally, when I've done parchment traditional way with the pattern and the ink and everything, I've always started on the edge and come down.
Okay.
So this way, it's just thinking...
Just thinking in a different direction.
Yeah. In the middle first. As I said, I'm not going to do an awful lot.
I love it. Now, obviously, you've got your little flowers, your little forget-me-nots that you're creating. Now, it could be just 1 or 2 of those, or the whole bunch that you're making with these, I guess.
It could. Now, the words. When I'm doing words, I always start with my 1.2.
Okay.
And we go over, because they're a little bit thicker here, you see. And sometimes the words are even thicker than this, each letter, in which case I would go with my 3 first, and that would then want freehand embossing afterwards just to tidy it. And now I've moved over to my 0.8, so I'm just going around on all these finer bits.
That's kind of like doing the crispness on the edge. You're making it HD.
Yeah. Yeah. And just catching the finer bits on.
And you can see how that almost additional pressure that you get from the smaller tool, that it makes it even brighter white.
It does. It does.
And also as well, it's so useful that the letters, I know it sounds daft, but they are the right way for you to actually trace, because if you're having to do that yourself, you've got to remember to do like the mirror version, haven't you?
Of course, yeah. Yeah, so when I first started doing the templates, I did it all the right way, and then I cut them out and said, oh no, I've done it again.
It's easy then, you just get in the zone, don't you?
Right, so I'm going to pop that to one side.
Lovely. So you carry on and create as many flowers as you want.
That's
your
right.
Template. Lovely. So far,
Bring
so
this
good.
one in. I've half painted this one.
Oh, look at that blue.
Is it lovely? This is from the
okay.
spring.
Now, these are these acrylic paints that we've got?
They are in acrylic, and they have what's called a plasticizer in them.
Plasticizer, okay.
Which means that it's going to stretch when we emboss the parchment.
Ah, so you can paint it on and then work it?
And then work it.
Oh, okay,
yes.
right. I like that idea.
Some acrylics, you'll find, they crack when you do it.
Yep, that makes sense.
With this one. Right, I've got the blue.
Okay.
This is a new blue.
Lovely. So this is from the spring set.
It's about Christmas, I think, January. This one came out. And I'm just going to squeeze a little bit out.
Okay, that's a very small amount.
It is. Well, we've only got 3 flowers.
Okay.
And you can always go back and put some more on, can't you? Whereas, why waste it if you don't have to?
Now, remember, we might need you just to move that more into the centre of the screen.
Sorry.
It's only because when we put the words and stuff at the bottom, all your gorgeous work's going to disappear.
Right, so I'm trying to get everything in, you see, so I'm going the wrong way. There we go.
There you go, you got it.
Trying to get everything in so you can see how much I've put out.
Okay.
And the actual thing itself. So
now, set 1, spring colours, you'll notice the price is coming down on the screen. Just £28.50. So it's a brilliant set. You're going to get a lovely range of colours. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different colours. And you're also going to get your paintbrush and a piece of foam in there. And I'm guessing that having the white in there, we can kind of make paler versions of these if you wanted to.
You can. You can mix any of the colours together. In fact, I'm going to mix some in a few minutes to do the leaves.
Oh, okay. There's a piece of foam in there as well. I'm intrigued.
There is.
What's that for?
So it's 6 little foam triangles, wedges.
Okay.
And you can use them for dabbing.
Oh,
so
applying the colour.
Yeah.
Right.
If you've got a large area, you could pick the colour up and dab it on.
Fair enough.
Right, so this is all done very, very quickly, but I'm trying not to go over the white edges.
So again, this is on the reverse, is it?
This is the reverse. Only because you have to be so careful on the front.
Yes, I couldn't trust myself on the right side, to be fair.
Right, let's wipe that away. So that was a very small brush, much smaller than you've got in the kit.
Okay.
So I'm going to use 2 greens now.
Okay.
And
both of these are in that... now, hold on, we've got 2 different sets, haven't we?
Yes.
The lighter of the 2 that you've got in your hand is from the spring set.
That is.
Okay.
And the darker one's from the autumn.
Okay.
So, again, 1 little dot. This is good when you're mixing because you can put, you know, a dot here and a dot there, and you'll know I might need 2 dots from that one, but I only want 1 dot from this one.
You could almost make like a little recipe card, couldn't you?
You could, yes. Yeah. Right, I'm going to go to a bigger brush now.
Now, have we got other brushes on the show as well? Because obviously the sets come with brushes.
No, it's just in the set.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So here I'm going to just bring that colour up. So we've gone from being a very bluey bluey green.
Okay, I'm glad I left you to say that one, Meryl.
Oh, that took some thinking about. To a much more leafy green.
Now, you're saying it's got a plasticizer in there. Do we have to work quite speedily with this?
It will dry out.
Okay.
Again, that's the reason for not putting much out at one time.
Right, okay, that makes sense. But equally so, I mean, it's parchment that we're working with. We don't want it to be too wet. We spoke about that earlier, yeah.
There we go.
Oh, look at that.
It only takes, once it's on your parchment, it will only take minutes to dry.
That is beautiful.
So I'll wipe away that. And then the last little bit I'm going to show you is just on these 3 flowers. And this is the sunflower yellow.
Which is in the spring set, I think. Is
No,
it?
it's
Oh, no,
the
hold on.
autumn.
No, it's not. It's the autumn. I do apologise, yeah.
So, Bob, let's have a little bit more. This is something that took me an absolute age to get into. I just couldn't get it to work for me.
Okay,
and it's the simplest thing ever.
All right.
All you do is you dip it.
Yeah.
And you dot it.
Oh my
goodness.
goodness.
Dip it and you dot it.
That is a brilliant idea.
And it took me ages to get that. And then it was like, oh, why on earth? Why on earth couldn't I get that?
If you're using a brush, it wouldn't keep its circular form, would it?
No, no. And that's really good. You know, if you just, like in the centre of these, you just want a little bit of colour, so you dip it and you dot it.
And also, we've got those fabulous metallics as well, so if you want that little kind of shimmer, that little sheen maybe, then you could actually add those in. They come as a nice little trio. You probably spied them earlier on as I was moving them out of the way. But you've got your gorgeous gold. It's almost like an antique-y gold in there. Lovely silver tone that you've got in there as well. And then you've got that gorgeous kind of bronzy colour. So if you fancy getting hold of those, just £13.50. And you can imagine just how long these bottles are going to last when you're using the tiniest amounts. I mean, usually I would say, oh, it's like a 5p piece or a 10p piece. There isn't a coin small enough, really, for the amount that you use.
It's a pinhead, isn't it?
It is practically a
pinhead. It really is.
Love it, yeah. So those are the metallics that are on your screen. And the metallics, could we add into those other colours that we were just looking at?
You can mix all the colours together.
Nice, nice idea.
So you can make out of those. Well, if you had them all, what would you have? 16, 19 different colours.
Yes, yeah.
And you can make, I don't know.
A whole myriad of them. And also, as well, in the autumn, you've kind of got your dot. Is it black that you've got in there?
You've got black.
So if you want to do your deeper tones, you can do. In the autumn is on the far side. So here you go. This one is your autumn one over here. This one is your spring one here. But to be honest, they look gorgeous if you can manage to stretch to both of those. And, of course, if you can treat yourself to those metallics as well, then you're changing the colours of everything, because that's the beauty of those as well. I love it. Confusing the issues on your screen. Then on the screen, you've got your autumn details. Everything else is on the website. So what are you up to over there now?
Now I'm using brads.
Okay, yes.
Just to attach it. This, I must say, this is my favourite way of doing it.
It's a lovely, neat way, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Right, let me just leave that one in there a minute.
So you're using one of the tools, the piercing tool. I always get mixed. Is it a piercing tool or a pricking tool? What should I be calling it?
Perforating.
Oh, so neither of those two then. Fabulous. Set myself up for that one. I blinded, didn't I? Fabulous.
Yeah, I call them perforating tools.
Oh, that's a good tip, using your tweezers as well.
Yeah, let's open a little bit, that one. Yeah, in fact, I've got quite a few of my ladies now in class using tweezers to do it.
It's a good tip, actually.
Yeah.
And you talk about your parchment group. Now, is this available for anybody to kind of come and have a little sneaky peek? Do you do social media and things like that?
I don't do social media. I wish I did. I'm just not that technical, I'm afraid.
So you have a little group, do you?
I have 2 groups a week.
Okay.
On a Thursday morning, normally.
Lovely.
And a Saturday morning.
And which part of the country is this?
I'm in Mansfield, Nottinghamshire.
Oh, okay. So we can hunt you down if we're in that area.
Yeah.
Come and have a little dabble at parchment craft.
And then I do also a retreat twice a year.
Lovely.
At Kegworth.
Oh, I know it well, yes.
Yeah, and that's in a hotel, not far from the airport, not on the airport complex.
Yes,
East Midlands. And we have Thursday through till Sunday. So it's Thursday afternoon through till Sunday lunchtime.
Oh, that sounds like a lovely way to spend
And we have 2 full days of parchment. Everything's in, so you've got your accommodation, your food. the lot.
A lovely way of getting away and having a treat.
Oh, it's, yeah.
I'm doing a sewing retreat, actually next weekend. Only up the road at Coventry, and I'm teaching, and it's just lovely. You kind of just dedicate the weekend to your craft. Yeah.
And the ladies, if they want to, after evening meal, they can go back and continue working.
Oh, lovely. Oh, well, check that.
Exhausted, so I go to bed.
I can imagine everybody's up till the wee small hours.
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty?
As I was coming down, they were saying about Alzheimer's and the forget-me-nots, and I thought, there I am. I've got my little.
Yeah, I think it might be there. Yeah, and that could be something that you're thinking of, fundraising for a charity. Like you say.
Yeah.
I think it might be the flower that they kind of use as a charity. Yeah.
There we go.
That is beautiful. Oh, Meryl, I thoroughly enjoyed that. Isn't that gorgeous? And have you noticed that you've got your different mats and layers with your different cardstock? So that's why that bundle of cardstock is so useful. Can I tell you about this, though? I mean, Meryl...
Well, I was just going to say, in this black is the glitter.
Is it?
Non-shed glitter.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. This is a lovely bundle of cardstock that Meryl's brought to us as well. It's got that non-shed glitter on there, so you don't have to worry about it all coming off on your hands or on your parchment work or anything like that. And you've got the most incredible colours. You've got that beautiful... It's almost like a champagne gold that you've got in there. Love that gorgeous kind of pinky purple in there, which is beautiful. The gorgeous red and green. That cobalt blue. Oh, my goodness. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
That looked fabulous with the forget-me-nots as well, wouldn't it?
It would.
And then that gorgeous, almost like a velvet-style black that you've got there, and the beautiful silver there, all coming to you in that fabulous bundle there of £10.99.
But you get 2 of each colour.
You do? Look at that, 16 sheets.
You do, yes.
That is a good value bundle. That is, well, it's better than good. It's a brilliant value bundle. I love it. Oh, Meryl, I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. Now, I'm going to bring that board back in for the springtime that Meryl's just been working on, because, of course, I did promise you that I'd show you that again. So the buzzing around, very, very popular, as has this particular set of boards as well, because you've got 2 lovely plates in here, the forget-me-nots and, of course, the Lily of the Valley that you can see with these finished samples. Absolutely
They're just
beautiful.
popping up at home, the Lily of the Valley.
It's that time of year, isn't it? And they've got such a gorgeous fragrance to them as well. Beautiful. Meryl, thank you. I've thoroughly enjoyed my hour again with you. When are you due back with us? Do we know?
16th of May.
Oh, lovely.
At 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock.
I love it. So make sure you keep a note of that one as well. Meryl, thank you. You have a safe journey home, and you have a lovely time. When is your retreat, did you say?
The next one's not till September.
Oh, so I'll see you before
We've just had one in February.
I'll see you before then.
You will.
So there you go. Now all you need to do is check out your baskets with all of those goodies that you've been popping in there. So there's loads and loads. And don't forget, as we've been talking about your finger lift tape, do check out the Hunky Dory show that I had with Natalie earlier on. She's actually back at the top of the next hour. So I'll see you the other side of this with Nat. Bye for now.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account, and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details, and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker. Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Hello there and welcome. Welcome back to our last hour of today. Now, don't worry, we will be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but this lovely lady won't be. But I've got her for this hour.
You do, and what an exciting hour this is. I think this has only ever been on as a show once before.
Really? Okay.
Once before.
Right.
And it was crazy. It actually happened by chance.
Okay.
What happened was I wanted like a thicker acetate to be able to make some, I think I was making some earrings or something in the office.
Right.
And I just said to Sam in the warehouse, I was like, do we have any of that stencil material? She was like, we've got loads of it. And then I came in the office and I went, Anne-Marie, this is the best thing ever.
Okay, right.
Why haven't we got this in packs for people to buy? I mean, we can use it with our nesting dies. We can make stencils with everything that we own. And she was like, why don't we do this?
It's one of those things.
It's one of those. It's just
under your nose, but you don't notice it.
You don't notice it until you actually need it. And so we have for you on Mylar template sheets. Now you are going to get. I think there's 10 in a pack. Yes,
I'm going to check
10
for
in a
you.
pack.
Yeah, there is indeed.
It's 250 microns, so it's a really, really thick, and it is the material that you use to create stencils with.
Now, this is the stencil. Has that been created with a die?
That has been created with one of our dies. I've got that with us, I think. That is one of our cut-in dies that we've got. So it's our Pretty Posies cut-in panels. So this is the die, and this is what it looks like. It's a cut-in die. So I've just used that through my machine. Now you do need to use your metal plate, and then it creates an instant stencil that you can just then ink through.
So that's going to turn all of your dies in your stash into stencils and masks.
And not just stencils, but you can emboss with them as well. So not just for inking through, but you can use your rubber. You can use your rubber mat on your cardstock, and it will emboss that detail into your cardstock too.
Now, it's a
game changer.
All of that is magical. It's brilliant.
A game changer.
So, what price are we paying for all of that magic there? I mean, we've heard just how versatile they are. The best thing ever.
Incredible. I mean, I used it for like jewellery making. We had little skeletons, if you remember, at Halloween, little skeleton dies, and I cut those out to make little skeleton earrings, because this was like a great sort of like colour. You can also colour it in if you wanted to. So if you were using it for jewellery, in that way you can colour it in with your craft markers because they're alcohol based.
Of course,
they'll sit on top of here. But yeah, it's fantastic. It's slightly oversized. You can see that on my grid here. Just this section here is A5, so it's slightly a little bit bigger than A5 in size.
If you're using an A5 card, you need to have that edge to it.
Yes, you need to have that size. You can also cut it down as well, so you can make tiny little masks, like 4x4 masks. But this, using it with your nesting dies, is absolutely fantastic because we can die cut it, and then not only do you have the outer sort of die that you can ink into, you also have that bit that you've cut out. So get yourself one of those little metal rings, hole punch through all of the cutouts, and then keep them on a metal ring. So then you can place that down and you can ink around it to create like a halo effect.
In fact, you become the craft designer. You're creating craft tools. Now, it's $7.99 for all of that creativity. 10 sheets. Oh my goodness, we were busy before we even revealed that price. How much? 20% of the stock has gone. It's like, how much? So, yeah, and lots of you, looking at the different names, lots of you going for multiples of this.
Yes.
This is the kind of thing that you don't ever want to get down to your last sheet on, really, do you?
No, you don't. It is going to revolutionise your die cutting, because you think of die cutting, you think of cutting it out of cardstock, layering it up, making shapes. You never really think about the fact that you can use those shapes then to create stencils with, or if you're doing like with this design, because it's a cut-in design, I could cut that out of a piece of cardstock, but I might want to colour underneath it. Now, if I've got this shape, I can then lay that on my cardstock first of all, colour through it with either my pens, my pencils, my ink pads as well, and then I can put a fresh sheet over the top, so it gives me that crisp coloured effect.
Nice idea. And as you said earlier on, put it through your embossing machine.
Yes,
and, you're raising that area up, and then putting that back on top, you're masking it.
We created it in our 3 o'clock show. We had some incredible brand new dies.
Oh my goodness, this is fine. Sorry, what was that update, Alex? 60%. I said 20.
We're 6 minutes in.
60%.
3 minutes.
3 minutes have been on this item.
Wow. So this is a...
He said 20%, didn't he, a second? Literally a few minutes ago. Oh, my goodness. Okay.
So this is one of our houseplant dies that we had on at 3 o'clock, one of our brand new exclusive dies. What I did was I embossed this. So if you can see in that detail in there, that is raised up. Now, that means that even the tiniest dies that we have, we can create embossed detail from.
The detail that you've got, kind of the feathering on the leaf.
It's incredible, isn't it? So you can ink through that, you can create like a background with that, or you can use it in this way. I'll show you how easy it is to cut through as well. Because these are detailed dies. When we've got nesting dies on the show, but these are some of the dies that we had online. Now, I'm interested about this because when we launched this in November, I did mention about the scan and cut. It wasn't something that we tried in the office because we don't have one back at Hunky Dory. However, I did say, if you get this home, try it with your scan and cut and let us know. So if any of you did do that...
If you are that person.
Yeah, because I thought cake toppers.
Yes.
Like big birthday cake toppers. You could pop that out. It would be perfect.
Also, you could cut it
Crafter in New York's ordered 4.
Crafter in New York knows good value for money. What was that? Limited stock. Over 90% of the stock has gone. My goodness. My goodness, yeah.
You could create huge, huge stencils with this. Say you're like into pop art or things like that. You could create an image and you could, if you're using it with your scan and cut, you could cut it with your blade and then with the next one, do the next layer. So then you can spray paint through it.
Multiple layers.
So then you're creating like a layering mask as well.
Oh my goodness.
So you could do that with like flower dyes, things like that you might have.
Now, just to reiterate, the set that I've got here has been used. You're not going to have any designs through yours. Yours is going to be completely blank, ready for you to get creative with your dies, potentially your scan and cut. We don't know whether it will cut through that. We've not tested that. But if you've tested that and you watch it, it would make sense.
I think with machines like that, it's all a bit of trial and error, isn't it? Because because I know with the Cricut, because my mum has a Cricut at home, I know with that you can cut things like plywood.
Yes,
So plywood is a thicker material. This is 250 microns. So you need to work out what blade thickness. You can test it by sort of manually increasing that depth of the blade as well.
With the scan and cut, I have used Mylar in the past, and it's Mylar that I've not been able to use on another digital die cutting machine. But because you've got that kind of flat bed that goes through the scan and cut, it's kind of supporting it so it can get that pressure right in there. And of course that auto blade, if you have got the machine with the auto blade, it will automatically find the right depth. Our screen is filling up quicker than the names I can read on there. So yeah, so very, very busy.
We're double allocated.
Is that what you just said? Oh my goodness. It's a good phrase, yes, Alex. It's not good news though.
Have we been able to add more stock?
We'll try. Right, we're going to try and get more of these. We didn't realise how busy we were going to be with this. So yeah, to guarantee yours, check your basket out now.
I would go with. Let's double it.
Okay.
Double what I said before.
Fair enough.
Will that make sense?
I'm just nodding. So I have no idea what we said.
We're just trying to add more stock for you because we do not want this to sell out. It's so busy, so popular. It's sold out currently. But hold your horses because we're going to add it in. While we're getting more stock of this, though, let me show you how it works. I'm going to show you how to cut it, ink through it, We're going to show you how to emboss with it, and then we're going to go through all the dies that we've got on the show as well, because we've got a really good deal on all of our nesting dies.
And I'll pop up every so often.
I'm going to go in with our dies here. Now, I've chosen our incredible diamonds because this is a pattern that you can sort of repeat. This is a pattern with all the different sizes that you've got in here as well, that you can layer up really nicely into like a design or a set.
That's the phrase, you tessellate.
You tessellate it.
Yeah.
With your honeycomb ones, you can be creating a honeycomb background. Yes. I've gone for this one. So like I said, you do need an electronic, you do need, this is an I'm right, aren't I?
Yeah,
you do need an electronic die cutting machine. One, because of the pressure. If you're doing nesting dies, you don't need to have the electronic die cutting machine, but it will help.
If you've got a simplistic shape, you'll probably be okay.
If you've got a simple shape, you'll be absolutely fine. I'm just thinking, Lauren's not around, is she? I'm just wondering whether we could get the Sizzix machine, so I can show you how it works through your manual machine. So I'm going to pop this onto our die. Now, if you're using really detailed dies, so for this die in particular, I would suggest using this plate formation, and I'll show you as well how those detailed dies cut.
And also a detailed die like that, I would say electronic die cutting.
Definitely. Yeah. Basic shapes, you'll be fine with your like a Sizzix machine. So let's pop this through, and I'm going to run it through here.
Everybody's looking around now for a Sizzix.
I know, we're all trying to find one, aren't we?
Down here, there isn't.
And then I'm going to get some cardstock. So this is just plain cardstock that we're going to use to showcase this. And I'm going to show you a few different techniques as well for using it.
I think we found a machine,
here.
But we haven't found one. So you kind of need the whole thing, really.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Sorted.
So you can see how crisp this cuts away.
Do you know what I'd be using these for as well? If you were a sewer, potentially...
I was thinking about this on the way in, you know, and I didn't even know I had the shows with you this afternoon.
You could use these as little templates to do, like, your English paper piecing without the papers.
Well, I was thinking, would you be able to cut out... do you know if you're, like, quilting and doing, like, blanket things?
Yes, yeah.
Would this be thick enough to be able to create, like, a guide from, do you know, to use
with your... the depth that you might have an issue with, because you have to usually put a foot on the side of it.
I see.
But you could create something that you could draw the lines with a heat erasable pen and then stitch on those if you wanted to.
Nice.
But my thinking was, if we're going down the sewing route, because I know that you do a bit of sewing, use the bits to fall away and actually use those as little templates. So you could use those, cut about 1/4 of an inch away from those, spray your fabrics, a little bit of water or best press, and then fold them round and kind of press it. And then you can take those out afterwards. So, yeah.
I like that idea. I think it's nice having someone on the show like you, Hayley, who uses materials in different ways, because it inspires other people, doesn't it? So let's go in with this, and I'm also going to use one of my pens as well, because this is really fun. So you would just lay it down like you would with any other stencil. You can stick it down with some low-tack tape if you wanted to. Remember, we've got that deal on that we had on the show earlier.
Yes,
I've
been telling everybody about
and
that
then you can just go over this, and this is going to give you that precise coloured. So these are great for creating backgrounds with, really.
But these could be laid out to work with your wedding invitation.
Yeah,
or your Christmas card. The area that you're leaving is big enough for a stamp for your sentiment or
so you've got that really cool design now, and then because we've got this image, we can also move it, line it up again where you want it to go,
move that one out your way.
And then you can just tile this design. So it might be that you're wanting to do like this layout where you're going to build up that image to create a background for your card.
Or you could be inking through with your clear embossing mat.
Yeah,
not embossing mat, your ink.
Absolutely, and emboss it, and you can move it around again as well, or go further up this way with it. What I love to do as well
flip it over.
Is you can go in with your fine liner nib on your brush pens. We also had these brush pens on earlier on as well. Okay. And then if you want to do some really fun things, let me just move it around a little bit.
Right, I'm intrigued.
We can then, I'm going to go like this. We can then
Beautiful. Now we're changing the details on the screen to the dies that are being used. We're still working on that mylar at the moment, so please be patient with us. Didn't realise just how popular it was going to be, but we are going to try and get some more of that, and I will let you know the moment that is available for you. The detail on your screen are for the dies that we're talking about here at the moment. The demonstration's going with. You're getting 11 dies in this set. As you can see, a whole myriad of different sizes. $14.99 is your price on
doing
this
things
one.
like this.
Is that not our price?
This is really cool to do with your circles as well if you're creating bubbles, is to go over your design with a pen, and then it gives you that really cool, funky, almost contemporary geometric pattern to it. So this is how you can like ink through them. Let's show you how you can emboss with them, and I'm going to go in with some coloured cardstock as well.
Are you using the same dies on this occasion?
I'm going to use the same dies, and also if you have you got that one that was cut out with the flowers on? I think it might be in that pile.
Whoops.
And we can show you how it works with that detailed die as well. So I have somewhere.
Lovely. We're getting busy for the dies as well. Don't forget we've got lots of different variations. So we've got the geometrics of the diamonds, we've got circles, we've got rectangles, we've got squares, we've got label shapes, all nested dies. So the kind of effect that we've just seen Natalie do, you could do with any one of those. But the diamonds are very popular.
And you can also, I need to show you this bit as well actually. While I've still got my ink on, let's try this. Because I said I would show you inking techniques. Because you can use, not only can you use the inside, but you can also use the cut-in bit. So keep these because you will need them. And this is really nice sometimes. If you go, keep into like that edge detail. You can use your finger daubers for this as well. Oh, I've just moved that. And sort of have a little bit of ink behind it, and then just go around the outside of your dies. This gives you a really cool like halo effect.
Could you use the little tape runners that we have?
You could use the tape runners, You could use your glue dots as well because they're going to lift it, and then you can just lift this bit up, and then you've got the other side of this as well. So that's really cool. Let's show you how to emboss them though.
Okay.
So for this, I'm going to use our Gemporia machine. You can also do this with your Gemini, and I know the plate formation for that, so I can tell you that one as well.
Okay.
So I'm going to put in my largest plate, my plastic shim. I'm sure this is how you do it, but if it doesn't go through, I need to take this plate out.
I'll distract everybody.
But we'll see. And then once I've shown you how to emboss them, we're going to show you how you can cut it on your Sizzix as well. So you can see exactly how. So you're going to put your rubber mat down. You're then going to put your cardstock that you want to emboss. Then we're going to pop in the die that we've cut out. Then we're going to go back in with this plate. And let's see if it'll take. If it doesn't, no. I need to take this plate out. So what you need...
This is something you do at home, isn't it, if you're working with new card or new medium?
So this is what you need. For your Gemporia machine, it's your 2 largest plates and your rubber mat. For your Gemini, with our Mylar, because we've got a Gemini in the office, it is your 2 plates, your thin plastic shim, and it is your pink mat, and you lay it in the same way. So you would lay it your outside your white plate, your clear shim, your pink embossing mat, cardstock you want to emboss, the mask, and then this piece. Now this has just gone through once, but you can already see you've got that embossed detail within. Now if I use this one, and we'll pop it on here.
And of course, the combination can be different depending on the type of card that you're using.
I mean, if you want to have a little bit more of an embossed look, and let's try it with this, just add an extra piece of cardstock underneath it. Or let's do it underneath this bit, because the rubber is what creates the embossing. So instead of adding your plastic shim, because your plastic shim is a bit too thick, add a piece of cardstock, or even a flat piece of Mylar as well, because that 2.5 mil
building up that depth,
just going to build it up. But you can see when it's got it, because your rubber mat will start to sort of come away.
And it's just different combinations. You'll know this if you've got a die cutting machine.
Yeah.
You've probably experienced it already.
So there you go. You've got
look at that.
That gorgeous detail now embossed onto your image.
That is amazing.
It's so incredible, isn't it? So, and there's so much detail in that. And then again, you could go over with your inks and just add colour, or go in with your brush markers and add colour to those points.
And that is almost the effect that you get from an embossing folder, but the embossing folder didn't actually exist in the first place.
No, so it's a great way for using all of your fancy dies. Now let's show you how it cuts on your Sizzix machine, shall we? So let's use a different die set, because we've got loads to go through on the show.
I'll pop those.
We do need to run through them all in a moment, but let's go
There's loads of different variations.
With, I'm sure these ones are on the show. These are our straight edge hexagons.
Oh,
so we'll cut them again. And this time I'm going to use the same side because I don't want to waste too much. And I'm going to cut those dies out. And again, we'll do like a nice little pattern for you. Obviously, you don't need to do these patterns. You can be cutting them out however you wish to do so. So I'm just going to stick that in place. It's important that you do stick your nesting dies in place. And then we are going to use our Sizzix machines. So...
now, people are asking about different machines. Now, of course, Crafter's Companion bring the MIDI machine to us, which again, that's a manual machine, isn't it?
It is a manual machine.
So if you're doing simple shapes, I imagine you'd probably be okay. You'd have to try it there.
So in the office at Hunky Dory, we have a Sizzix machine, and I know it works because I'm too lazy to get up to use the electronic one. So I have a Sizzix next to my desk. So I know that it works on the Sizzix machine. Becca has a MIDI. Now, it will work for your nesting dies if you're just using like one die at a time, because obviously the more dies you add in, the less pressure you've got on that one cut. So if you're doing like your large shapes on the MIDI, it will work through your MIDI. But try it and test it.
Over there.
Let's see if we can scoot it over. And then we're going to pop this through on here, and you can hear it cutting.
Yeah, don't be, if you are new to these machines, then don't worry about that cracking sound. It's just... It's a good noise.
And this is one pass through your Sizzix, and you can see it just falls away. So there you go. If you've got an electronic die cut machine, it works. If you've got your hand cranky machine, it absolutely works. One thing you need to know though, if you are doing very detailed dies, like the flower die, and I'll show you that one now because we've got it. Let's just, I might use the other one actually because there's two designs on this one.
So yeah, manual machines keep the design simple, but electronic designs, then you're okay.
You can go as crazy as you want. What you might need to do is change the placement a couple of times to get the cut to go through. Okay. So again, we're going to go in with our base plate, our plastic shim, our magnetic plate. Then we're going to put our die facing upwards. Wonderful. And I'm actually going to put it at quite an angle because a weird tip is that your die cutting machines have the heaviest pressure on the sides.
Okay.
So if you're wanting to get that cut, but sometimes if you have your image that you're going through at a slight angle, it also cuts it a little bit better. So let me just make sure that's going through.
Wonderful. Now,
good
look what's back. Hey, I was about to say, as soon as I've got news on the Mylar, I'll tell you. But there you go, it's back. It is available now. If you shopped with us earlier on and you're thinking, do you know what, I wish I'd gone for more, you can come back and get in more. But what is important to know is if you didn't manage to get it first time round, you can. There's no extended delivery or anything like that. Hunky Dory will get those orders on their way to you, speedy, quick. But you are going to get all of those fabulous. It was 10 sheets we were talking of. I've put it out of my reach now.
The machine's in the way now. The other machine's in the way.
That's what Natalie's been using, not only to create her masks, but her stencils as well. And so many of you are going to be creating with these in the future. So, yeah, take advantage while we've got it in stock. So A5 inside, a little over A5.
So I've gone through this machine and I've reversed it, so it's actually passed twice. And already this is falling out from the die. Now, you will have bits and pieces that are stuck in here. So just go around with, like, your fingers to try and get those larger pieces to just loosen off from there. Okay. And then any pieces that are a little bit stuck, because this rose is really detailed here, and these smaller flowers, then don't be afraid to get in there with your brush and just, first of all, try and get as much out as you can with that brush. Add as much pressure as you want, because remember, this is really heavy Mylar, so it can take
got like a little
that
mat
pressure.
Or something.
Yeah,
use that as well. Yeah.
See if this will work. Your
Oh, I like that impromptu mat.
just to soften those edges.
It's worth just taking a bit of time, because you're only going to need to do this once, because once you've made the stencil, that's it. It's not like doing it out of paper or card and you have to cut another one when it's going to be soggy.
But sometimes, as well, a little bit of brute force. So don't be afraid to pop those out. And once you've got like a little angle that you can pull it, just pull it away from the piece. You can just push it. And if you did this with paper, your paper would probably rip. Yeah. But because of the weight of this plastic, it's just a case of pulling away that detail. And I want to show you this because we have had some people that have messaged in and said they've struggled with their detailed dies to cut it through. So you can see how detailed this die is now.
As if this desk isn't big enough, Natalie.
I know. You can see how much sort of detail we've got within the die cut that we've got here, and I'm being quite forceful with this to get this pattern out, but it's not a problem. We're not ripping that plastic.
Very busy for the Mylar again. Lots of you taking advantage of this. I'm just looking through the different stencils that we've got on the show as well.
We've got so
stars,
many now.
hexagons.
We are taking all of these nesting dies down. We've got $19.99 nesting dies.
Okay.
And we've got $14.99 nesting dies. Now, you're not paying those prices on today. Just trying to get the last little bit of this rose out.
Lots of choices with regards to
and like Hayley said, don't worry about this taking you a little bit of time or having to sort of peel the plastic away, because it is going to be a thing that you need to do once. And if you need to realign it up and go through it at a different angle on your machine, you absolutely can do. But look how gorgeously detailed that is there.
Yeah, beautiful.
So keep going, getting all of those bits and pieces out. Cut it again if you have to, as in line up your die.
Yeah, because it'll just kind of slot back in, won't it?
Yeah, because it will just click into place like that. It's so easy with the plastic. So click it back into place, stick it down if you need to, and then maybe run it through at a different angle. So we went vertically that way. Try it horizontally and see if it just gets those edges out there.
And of course, that's because of the kind of intensity of the design you've got in there. If you've got the simplistic shapes, you'll probably find that just a single pass will be enough.
A single pass will be fine.
Very quickly, the Mylar that is on your screen is causing quite a stir. Don't forget, if you have just joined us, welcome first of all, but we have had to restock this Mylar. The Mylar is coming to you in a little over A5 sizes, so it's perfect for your A5 cards, but of course you can cut it down if you're wanting to as well. And the beauty is you can use this in loads of different ways. We saw during the course of the show Natalie creating her own stencils and masks with these. The pieces that fall away, obviously you can keep those, save those as well. Think about those dies that you've got that maybe are stamped, and then you've got the die to cut the outside edge. Yes. You could actually use these to kind of create masks to do backgrounds and all
even if you didn't want to like fussy cut those out, you could use the Mylar to draw like a little line with like a fine liner to like outline the image, so it's giving more definition to the card.
Absolutely. Now we've got so many different sets of dies. Shall I go through some of these quickly with you as well? We've got your geometric, so we've got things like your rectangle. So this particular one here, the price, in fact, we're going to do, Alex is going to go on the website, he's going to get everything dropped down so you can see them straight away. So you're looking at the Moonstone dies. These are brilliant. You've got nesting dies, as you can see, going from your skinny ones through to your widest, and you can use them in a variety of combinations that you so choose. But as you've seen there, $14.99 dropping down to $12.99. That's what you're going to see along the way with many of these. Maybe it's the squares that you're thinking of. I mean, it could be that you're adding to your collection, or maybe you're just getting started.
And we were talking about our nesting dies. So nesting dies are a fantastic product, and it's something that a lot of companies do. What some companies do, though, is they try to put as many dies as possible on this, which means that the metal that you've got is incredibly thin. And the dies are very flexible and bendy. What we've done here is that we have made the dies a great thickness, so that when you're running these through, if you've got a lot of pressure on your machines, it's not going to bend the dies, and your dies aren't easily...
It can warp them,
it's not going to warp at all. They're an incredible award-winning collection of dies as well, and it's just great to have them in your stash. The largest die on all of your nesting dies as well is the same size as things like your whopper topper shapes. So if you want to create like an aperture to put your whopper topper into, then you can use the largest die. Alternatively as well, you can use all these different layers with your whopper toppers to create pyramide.
So you cut it out of the sheet itself?
Yeah. Or you could have like a square, and then you could have tiny little different squares in there, so you're just popping out bits of the images as well.
And also, some of them you can kind of mix up the combination. So we've got the circles that you could would sit quite neatly within the squares. So the circles, again, you're going to get 10 dies with these. Circles, one of the trickiest shapes.
I think so. It's something that you can't cut by hand, is it? I mean, oh, they've gone.
Oh, they've gone. It's been a popular. I'm going to move on to the next one. I was just trying to do this in a kind of seamless way, taking a sticky note.
Should I try and pass them to you?
That way?
We'll do it that way.
I've seen the ovals coming up as well.
The ovals are coming up.
Ovals are one of my favourites.
I think sometimes with your like squares and your rectangles, you can do that with your trimmer, and you can kind of like create apertures with your trimmers as well. Not to the like thin sizes that you can do with your dies, but dies like this, these aren't dies we can use without this.
And these could be pennant flags and all sorts.
100%. Well, we had brand new pennant flags on the show today as well, so if you want to get them, you can do. They were on at 3 o'clock. They're not in this deal though, because this deal is great. It's bringing all of those dies down.
£12.49. I mean, this is one of those, as we heard, your squares, your rectangles. It might be a case of with those, it's going to be really easy. Now, this is the one that I would suggest you consider if you're just going for one set today. Ovals. Ovals, classic shape, beautiful design. Use them as portrait or landscape. Again, having your multiple dies in there, 10 dies again. But sometimes the ovals, you can't kind of get the right length and width of these. No,
you can't. But this is a really nice sort of like perfect shape as well.
Love those as well.
We've got next our scalloped corner rectangles.
Now, this is where we get really fancy with the shapes as well. And this can be making windows or apertures, or as you saw with your stencils, you could potentially be putting lots of different little pieces in there.
You could do. You could be using those for like sentiment stamps as well, the little centerpieces. Nice. You could be using this with your screw hole puncher, putting ribbon through, so making it as like a little label. It reminds me of like a little ticket.
Yes.
The shape of this one as well. You can also extend these dies as well. So there's we have a die cut. A beginner's guide to die cut. I don't think it's beginner's guide. The guide to die cutting handbook, and it shows you loads of different ways in which you can use your nesting dies differently. So if you're new to die cutting and you're thinking this is a great time to stock up on your essential shapes, then maybe add that book in as well for $9.99. It's going to teach you a lot.
Yeah, card fronts. They work with your rectangle cards that you might already have in your stash. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, that's your scalloped corner rectangles. What we've got coming up next?
Next, we have our bracket label. So this one's again another really fancy one.
That's a nice one.
Again, works really nicely with your squares, and also you can use this with our hunky dory clear dimensional card fronts. So they are plastic acetate fronts that you can use for like shaker cards and things like that. And again, the largest one will fit with that, so you can pop your dimensional card front straight into that die.
Brilliant idea.
There's so many different ways in which you can use it.
Absolutely brilliant. And I've got that beautiful kind of soft scallop as it works its way around, but we're calling that one the bracket label. Next one, we've got your geometric
octagon.
Again. Perfect. Love
your octagon, so you've got that really nice shape. This is great for Art Deco cards.
Yes,
There's that gorgeous sort of like square edge. Great for layering in with lots of different colours. Remember, all your nesting dies you can create shaped card blanks from as well. Just hang them over the edge of your cards, your card blank, and cut through it.
That's a nice one if you've got like an alphabet set.
Yes.
You could actually put little letter tiles inside of those.
Make them a bit like Scrabble.
Like that one. So that one is your
really
octagon,
cool.
if you like the idea of that one. £12.49. These are such affordable prices. I hope you're taking advantage of these.
It's really good, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, these are normally $14.99, but $12.49.
$14.99 is a brilliant price.
It is a great price, especially for a dies like this. Again, this is another one which you could be hole punching the sides from, and then adding ribbon through. Great for all of your sentiments. Really nice for windows.
Book, that one, doesn't it?
It does.
Pages of a book, if you were to fold it down the middle. Oh, so many different ideas with these. So if you like the look of that one, $12.49 as well. What we've got next?
And then we've got scalloped circles. Now, this again is something that you are definitely not making by yourself. Absolutely not. There is no way that you can cut this out and get the layers all perfect so that you could frame, create your mat and layers as well.
Cut them out with your mylar as well. Create your fabulous stencils with these if you're wanting to. So yeah, brilliant set there. 9 on this occasion. Because of the nature of some of these, it's very tricky to actually get them smaller and smaller because obviously the nature of the little one, you can't do the scallop as deep.
No.
So it's kind
perfect,
of quite mathematical to get them right.
Vintage labels next.
Nice, like that one. Classic
Again,
style.
a really nice classic sort of label shape, so perfect for so many different things. Remember, you can cut all of your square little book pages using these as well. So if you want to create different shapes to those, that's going to look really fun.
Very effective.
Works really nicely with your Perfect Verses pad as well that we had on at 1 o'clock.
That's a good point, actually. £12.49, like that one. So, yeah, if you like the look of that, we're going through these rate of knots. If you're just kind of thinking, oh, you're going too quick, jump onto the website. They're all there as well.
Inverted corner square. This is really good, and it works really nicely with your square punch as well. So if you're wanting to create an inverted corner card, use your punch to punch the corners of your card blank, and then use this for all of your mats and layers. Or, of course, you could just pop this on the edge of a card blank and create the right size for all of the different nesting dies as well. But another really fun one, having those sort of cutting corners.
Nice one to make a card base from that one as well, if you kind of keep it so as the fold is in the inside of the die.
And if you cut this from 2 card blanks as well, you can like stick 2 of them together, add a score line, you can create shaped easel cards, things like that. This one is another one. This one is your long decorative label. Very, very fancy, this one, with all of those sort of rounded corner bits.
Yeah, I like this. It's almost like those
it's like a frame
that you get on a keyboard. It is like a frame, and you can do that very easy, can't you? Just taking a couple of those together if you want to, or mix them up. I mean, you've got obviously the decorative element of that one. You might want to have like a square, kind of
in the middle,
straight lined element on the inside. So yeah, like that one as well. If you like the look of that one. What's next?
That one.
That's going to get those labels mixed up.
This is your rounded corner square.
See, I love a rounded corner.
I love a rounded corner.
It looks fabulous. Absolutely fabulous.
It's really nice, isn't it? And again, so many dies included in this one. You've got 8 included altogether. But if you want those crisp, clean, and if you're tiling them as well, then this is really nice because you're going to be exactly the same size.
If you find yourself using a corner punch on all of your squares that you're cutting out, save yourself the trouble, cut them with the oval edges to start with. So
the next one we have, if you like the rounded squares, is your rounded rectangles.
Perfect.
So exactly the same. But you've got that rectangle, so a little bit longer, stretched out with all of those nice rounded corner pieces to it. Very sort of like 70s as well in some way, if you were to tile these up and put them out of
pages as well.
Yes.
I think if you're doing things like books, or if you're doing memory books with little pockets and
that
in there. So,
rounded corners are nice for memory books and bits and pieces like that. Then we've got your diamonds, which we used earlier on.
We saw the diamonds. That's
demo.
Been a popular one. Incidentally, the ovals has been one of the most popular ones that we've been chatting about. And you're getting a lot with this one. 11 dies.
11 dies in this one, and I love your these ones. You can also sort of like partially cut these, so you can create triangles as well if you want to.
Nice idea.
There's loads of different fun ways for this, but
they kind of play tricks with your eyes as you move them around, don't they? I love it. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of this one, these ones also come together nicely. This is a bit of sewing going on. If you want to put these together, they're almost like parts of a star. If you put them together, so you can create a really nice look.
Because these are nesting dies, so you can use lots of different materials to cut them out. So they're going to work with acetate, parchment, with fabrics as well, like thin cotton.
Especially those simplistic designs, you could potentially use them with your fabrics.
So we've got your hearts.
This is, again, it's another one that's a tricky one to actually get as a nesting set. And you've got 2 different kind of sets, as you can see, the way that they're displayed on your card.
These bigger ones as well fit into these gaps. So if you look on all of them as well, you'll see, I don't know how closely you can see these. Can you see all the numbers? They're all actually numbered underneath. So when you get our Crafting with Hunky Dory magazines, if we've said we've used a die, we will always say what number of die. So it goes from like largest to smallest, and number 1 is always the largest die as well. So they are numbered for that reason.
So keep the package in there.
As much as possible, keep that package in.
Perfect. What's
then
next?
We have our hexagons. Hexagons is a great one.
Love it.
So this one's really, really fun. Again, you can create all your beehive designs from this. Nice you can cut it out of lots of different layers and sort of put them together as well. It is a fantastic set to have in your stash. I think once you've got your squares, circles and rectangles, then these last few shapes, like your diamonds, your hearts, your hexagons, and the stars that we've got coming up are fantastic.
And the stars are brilliant because it's so easy for you to create I mean, look at that for inspiration on the front there. You've got your frames that have been created. It could be that you're cutting your acetate to make little tiny shakers with these. Birthday number badges you could be making with these as well. And again, it's always a tricky one. The little tiny one there as well.
Shakers.
I mean, Hunky Dory could have quite easily just said, you know what, we're
not going to put that one in there.
We're not going to bother putting that one in there. We'll stop at 9. But no, you get 10, including the little tiny one in there as well. Beautiful. £12.49, all of the sets that we've been looking at as well.
Now, the next ones are actually higher in price. So these ones are...
bigger.
These ones retail for $19.99.
Okay.
But we are going to drop that price. So these ones are shaped dies, but they're a little bit different. So these are your torn edge dies. So if you're making scrapbook pieces, or if you're doing like stamping and you're doing like a mixed media theme, or something that's quite vintage looking, or you're wanting something to be steampunk-esque, so you're wanting that die, especially if we're inking through it.
That's a good point.
Then this is going to give you that really nice sort of scruffy torn edge detail, but you've only inked the design on here. So we've got this in a number of different shapes. This is the first one, which is your circles. That price has dropped down now to £17.49 again. You get 9 dies included in that one. Then we have your torn edge ovals.
Now this one is potentially going to be a popular one because you're loving your straight edge ovals as well, but this one's got that kind of torn edge, as you can see there. Again, you're going to get 9 dies
even though you've got that torn edge, it mats and layers perfectly onto one another. So you've got that nice sort of shape on there as well.
Beautiful. Love it. Okie dokie.
Then we've got torn edge rectangles.
Okay. These are big dies. Look at the size of those dies.
They are huge, aren't they? Absolutely massive. I mean, that largest die, I think, is about 8 by 6.
You'd struggle to actually get that effect if you were trying to do that.
You would not be able to do it.
You see people doing it with the scissors and things like that. I'm like, oh.
So it's 5 by 7.
Nice.
Exactly, 5 by 7.
And
it's going to fit.
Your mylar, if you're shopping for your mylar, it's a little over that 5 by 7 size, so it's A5.
So again, you can cut it out. If you're scrapbooking, use the inside, cut this out, use the inside, place it down with like your dotted tape runner, like we were saying, and then ink over it. You've instantly got a matte and layer.
Perfect.
But you've not had to use any paper. You've just inked it, so it's keeping your pages really flat, full of your mixed media elements.
That's an idea if you're doing a memory book that you're giving to somebody to fill with their photos. They can see that matte, that area that they need to fill in.
We have your torn edge squares next.
Lovely.
So this is the last in terms of like all of your torn edges. So you've got those 4 really nice designs there. So that one's there for you.
Lovely.
We then have your, moving on to a different style of design. These are your scalloped and straight edge dies. So these ones are interesting because you have straight edge dies and scalloped dies. However, these straight edge ones aren't always the same size as your regular circles.
There, the circle.
I think it's at the very bottom.
I think we did sell out the circles, but I'll bring it in just so you can illustrate it.
So those are sort of like different sizes, so you can mat and layer those together as well. So you've got like the in-betweens of these straight edge ones on this one. But of course, you've also got that really nice thin doily scallop. Again, another great one to ink through or to be using with your mylar to create your own stencils.
I like that one.
So there's that one, then there's the straight edge squares, so you can have that one as well. Straight edge squares, scalloped and straight edge squares, they're together. Again, same in this design, those squares will fit in and be able to use with your normal straight edge squares, so they will complement them. They're not the same sizes, but you've also got that gorgeous scalloped edge on either one.
Are always thinking, aren't they, when
they're
thinking about the compatibility of things that are coming in the future. Love it. So there you go, if you like the look of those ones. Those ones are your squares.
Ovals next.
Oh, that's a nice, this is going to be a popular one.
10 of these included in here.
That's a big size.
These are really, the scallop one on here is the perfect size for like making labels for like jam jars. So cut them from like self-adhesive sticky sheets or stickables if you've got them.
And you can
add those on.
I don't know where
we've made a right mess here, haven't we? It's a good job that
Lauren's going to be rolling her eyes when she comes back. She's like,
well, make sure they're all tidy by the time you get here.
There you go. So just to show you an illustration, if you do want to go for these along size, you can see there. So that was the original one that was so popular earlier on. If you did go for these, I'd go for that one as well, if I could.
Yes,
slightly. The same shape oval.
The same shape, yeah, but slightly like larger, as in like a bit more rounder.
Nice.
Then we've got your rectangles. So your rectangles, again, you've got 10 metal dies, 5 straight edges, 5 scalloped edges for you. So that is your last one. Again, we're dropping that price down, £17.
We are indeed, so yeah. So whether it's the other sets that we were showing you earlier on or whether it's the later sets, everything has been dropped down in price, so you're taking advantage of that in your droves. Now, the last kind of 10-15 minutes or so on the show, I mean, we've got the Mylar that has proved to be so popular. We've managed to restock this as well. I mean, Natalie, have you got another demo or anything like that? Any tips
shall we
that
do
we can give with this one?
Shall we do something else with it?
Yeah, let's do it. Details on your screen. Now, you're actually going to get 10 sheets of these. They are a little over A5, and we are looking at a situation now where, again, half the stock has gone. Lots of you shopped for these earlier on. We added more stock, twice as much as we had previously, and it is still heading towards a situation that you're not going to be able to get hold of this one if you're shopping after the show. So if you are watching now and live just before 8 p.m, then yeah, do make sure you're shopping for this as soon as you can. We've seen this used in a variety of different ways. Excuse me leaning across
no,
to get hold of this.
It's fine.
Natalie was showing us how you can create your own masks and stencils. So using those geometrics that we were just looking at just a few moments ago. And again, sorry, leaning over.
It's stuck to the other piece, isn't it?
There you go. Even as decorative as this. Now, what we are suggesting
as well.
If you've got an electronic die cutting machine like your Gemini or your Gemporia crafts machines, then the intricacy of these ones you're not going to have an issue with. It may well be that with your manual die cutting machines you'll be okay as well. You might just need to pass them through a few more times than just the once. But of course with your simplistic shapes, even your mechanical die cutting machines, your manual ones, you shouldn't have an issue with those. But it's been a very, very popular item.
So let's do a super fun card here. So we're going to make a card with it because I think it's nice to see like the start to finish sort of piece, and we've got the time to do it. So I put this down to 5.5 by 5.5. I'm actually going to bring in some other dies. Now these are number dies.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to do a bit of embossing, a bit of inking, and I'm going to bring in my sheet of Mylar. And what I'm going to do is just let's just place them on here because I think we'll be okay with what we want to do. We're going to just place our numbers randomly on this sheet.
I'll while you're doing that. Just so we can kind of not get these
not getting too much trouble later on. So I want to pop them at different angles. They haven't been on today. Do you want me to give you the code so you can find them? These are Moonstone 638, and they are our stitched number dies.
Lovely, they're cute, I like these.
They are really cute. So the one thing about these is that any numbers that have sort of like added holes in, they're obviously going to fall out. So you can choose to use them if you want to, but you don't have to use them. So I'm just layering all of them down on here, and then I'm going to get my sheet of Mylar. I'm going to pop this on here, and I'm going to run this through. Again, you want your metal sheet for this. So we're going to run that through.
Lovely.
And cut those numbers out.
Just shows you how you can get the intricacy when you are working with the kind of the power that you've got from those electronic die cutting machines.
And then what we're going to do is we are going to lift this off here. And I'm going to lift all of this away.
Oh my goodness.
And we're just going to move these numbers to one side.
Okay.
So let me just pop this out. So you can you've got now that really nice shape with all of your sort of like dies laid on there. So I'm going to use this as a to emboss my background.
Okay.
So again, you want your piece of. I'm going to try it this time with keeping my magnetic plate underneath it, just to see if that gives me the extra element. Because of course this is thinner than your plastic shim. So let's just see if that helps push out the detail. And if we move it over this way as well, we can then tile it so we can make this. We can move it along and tile this design. So I'm going to pop this in and run it through. It is going through, and it looks like it is adding a bit more pressure because you can see the movement in that rubber mat,
That's
which
a good
means
tip that you said about
you're going to have a better depth in your embossing. So like we said, it's just a case of trialing out your machine, your plates, because look at that, now you've got that really nice shape. So I'm going to move this across and we're going to come back in. Now I don't want to go too over because it is going to sort of run into there, but let's just try and add this in. So, oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. I might need to.
It's been a bit impromptu,
hasn't it? Switch it this way round. Let's just switch it.
Okay.
Just so we've got that height on there. So again, we're going to emboss that, and I'm going to try and just get it to go like halfway through.
Okay.
So just onto that bit, and then once it's gone over there, I'll reverse it because I don't want it to add that line down the middle. I mean, it might have done it already. We might not have caught it in time. Let's see. Oh, it hasn't done it at all. That's hilarious.
There you go.
Let's go. We'll have to go all the way through again. Let's just run that all the way through.
I thought you meant you hadn't put the line on there.
No,
sorry.
it hadn't gone through at all.
Oh,
I'd stopped it too quickly.
There's me whooping.
I'd stopped it far too quickly.
I'm only down to the last few in my post. I've been very good girl, tidying up.
So there we go. We've got an extra. Oh no, it's gone through it all now. Honestly, it has flattened it. Of course, it was going to do that, but it's all right. We'll try it again. I've told you.
But you can line it back up.
We can line it back up to this bit, and we can go back in, and we'll just do it once. I know what we're going to do now. So let's do this.
We've got a plan.
Got a plan. Try and run it through again. It's been that type of a day for me.
Well, you've been very busy. I mean, is it your third live hour today?
Fourth.
Oh, fourth. Gosh.
The end of the fourth hour.
Wow. And you've still got to drive back home. You be careful.
Yeah.
You be careful.
Still got to get home. So, there we go. It's gone through that design again. And also, you can kind of see where it hit it a little bit before, which is quite cool. So, what we're going to do now is we are going to use this in place of here.
Okay.
So let me just line that up where that die hit it.
I like this because it's kind of showing you what happens at home.
Yeah, because you know, trial and error. And when you're trying different things like this, you might find one way works really good for you, one way doesn't work really good for you. Yeah. But it's always nice to see how, if it doesn't work for you, how you can make it, turn that around and make it work. So I'm going in with my favourite sort of selection of colours. We're going to go in with orange, green and pink. And I think I've got a powder blue on here. So this is my colour from before. So I'm going to do a mixture of these and just go over this detailing. So I'm going to pick out these individual elements. So adding your ink on is just going to enhance that embossing onto here. I'm going to go in with that. And then I'm going to go in with our pink. So just pick out the 3 different colours that you want to add that to.
I've got more dies and I've got sticky notelets. I don't know what I've done.
And then I've got to go in with my green. This is my leafy green. So let's go in.
They'll be around somewhere.
With that.
I'll put them at the front.
And then what you can do as well is if you've got things like your fine liners, like we did earlier on, you can go into here and you can like add extra lines.
The fine line, I mean, I know we've not got them on the show, but it's just me
they were on the earlier show, so they're not the same colours as your inks, they are different colours, but this is a really close colour match here. But you can add like little doodles to here as well, so I can go in and add like little polka dots onto here. So you can use this to add like little doodle elements.
And this is a brilliant set of pens. Details are up on your screen. This is talking, remember we were talking earlier on about the die cutting handbook? And that's a series of books. And we might even have the die cutting handbook that's on the website. It's usually $9.99 for those, but they are included within the pens on this occasion. Not the die cutting one, the pen one.
So what we're going to do now is, I think I'm going to just use this side of my mask. Now, this is a crazy, off-the-cuff, super quick demo here, so this has not been planned in any way at all, but we'll just see how it comes out. So I'm going to just add that on there. We're just going to hold that down and ink through this element here. So that's going to give us that really nice edge to sort of bring that colour bit in. And then I have a set of stamps somewhere that we can finish this off with.
The Mylar sheets, incidentally, still as popular as ever. We saw these, obviously they sold out earlier on. We managed to get more stock of them. The restock is flying out. Some of you come back for even more of these. You don't want to be without them. You're going to get a pack of 10 of those. And if you are watching us on repeat, I just hope that there's enough stock that you're able to get yours as well. That's why the advantage of watching live, really. So take advantage while you can. But the stock is dwindling, shall we say.
This is a crazy, crazy card. I think I'm going to put just happy birthday. So let's take that bit off.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go in with my orange and go over. So I've used loads of different designs here.
I love it. Now we're down to the last couple of minutes of the day. Don't forget that we will be back tomorrow with HobbyMaker, obviously from 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This lovely lady won't be.
I won't be, no.
You're off on your travels.
I am going on my honeymoon. It's a very delayed honeymoon, but it's we've been saving up for a very, very long time.
Well, on behalf of HobbyMaker and all of our viewers, you have a wonderful time.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. So I'm back in 4 weeks. Okay. I'll be back. Hopefully back here 4 weeks today. But yeah. I'll have loads of stories to tell you all about.
I can't wait. But have a look at this card.
Yes.
This is beautiful. Using the Mylar, obviously, in so many different ways.
So we've embossed these numbers. We've also then added doodle edges to it. If I had some other colours, we could have added more doodles to our other ones. And then I was thinking, to be able to emphasise what birthday it was, you could then die cut that number and sort of raise it up. Or even use sort of like those cut out number pieces. So you could add those on as well, because you can also use these on your cards. So you could sort of stick these on your elements as well. So it's completely up to you how you want to use it. But yeah, just a little crazy sort of put together of something, really.
Natalie, thank you.
You're welcome.
Impromptu just shows you what you can do with that Mylar. So, if you've not got yours already, the details are up on your screen. Please check your baskets out, though. I know lots of you have been adding goodies in during the course of the show, and we've had so much choice for you. You can understand why. But now is the time to check out those baskets, and don't forget, everything that you order up until midnight tonight, it's all under that one P&P of £3.95. Natalie, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful time.
I will do.
Can't wait to hear all the stories. I will see you at the weekend. So I'm back in on Sunday afternoon. So bye-bye for now.
HobbyMaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. It's dead on 1 o'clock. Hey, we made it on time.
We did. Only just.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
It's one of them days today, isn't it?
It is one of those days.
Great to have your company. Thanks to John on Serving Street and to Jewellery Maker. We're here all the way through until 8 o'clock. We've got a great afternoon. Have a little look at this. Nat's here. She's working overtime today. She's got 4 shows with us today. I know. Hardcore. We've got the brand new Quick Card Ultimate Collection with Natalie, and we've also got a pick and mix as well in that show coming up next. Then we've got the template designs from Parchcraft. Lovely Meryl is here with brand new templates and lots of other goodies to surprise you. Then we've got more from Hunky Dory, the Homegrown with Love Ultimate Collection. That's dyes and all sorts of other goodies with Natalie. Clever Prince is here. Jane is here at 4 o'clock, all the way from the Isle of Wight. 5 o'clock, we've got Hunky Dory back with adhesives. It's all sticky.
Fabdesive show. We are back with it.
It's all sticky at 5.
It's sticky.
5, and then at 6 we've got more brand new designs with crafting inspiration from Merrill and Parchcraft, and Moonstone Nesting Die Special with Natalie at 7. You're here for 8 hours.
Well, you're getting the most out of me today.
We are.
You are. Yeah. Not here for 3 weeks, so you know. Now, make her do as many shows as she can.
You know what we do at HobbyMaker is occasionally surprise you. Every day we surprise you with something. We surprise ourselves, to be fair. So what we're going to start the show with today, nothing to do with the quick books or anything like that.
But it's something that you're definitely going to want to use with your quick card pads for sure.
Now, this has not been on air or available since end of 2022, so about a year and a half, something like that.
Which is crazy, isn't it?
We've had the big scoreboards, which are great.
We've had the big scoreboard, we've had the blue scoreboard, but we've not been able to bring you this deal.
I didn't know this was a thing.
Did you not?
No, I've not seen this before.
This one. It's perfect for sort of like travelling, on the go, crafted. Great if you've got any like grandchildren that love to craft with you, because you can get them their own and it's like a smaller version.
Also, if you're on the move, if you're out and about, going out for weekends away, that sort of thing. Now, it's already on the website. We're going to bring it to you in this hour, and we've got a limited quantity of stock. This on its own is $24.99. If you've got a big scoreboard, treat yourself to the portable one as well, because it works in conjunction with the big one brilliantly. So $24.99 for the scoreboard any day of the week. You've got, of course, score lines on both sides. One side is inches, one side is your centimetres.
You've still got that incredible box-making technology that you know and love from a Hunky Dory scoreboard as well, just in this super small and compact.
So one side will make a lid, the other side will make a base, yeah?
Yeah.
OK. You are going to get an 8x8 self-healing cutting mat that will fit perfectly inside there. So this could be basically your workstation, not only for scoring, but also for doing your cutting. So you can get the mat as well. What's the mat normally worth?
I want to say $7.99.
OK.
Around about that price, yeah.
And so you get the most out of your new investment. You're going to get $9.99's worth of your Crafting Handbook Volume 5, featuring this scoreboard. OK. Now, we're going to feature this more in half an hour, but I've just got to let you know that it's on the website, OK? Yeah. It should be around about $42.97. It should be $42.97. Are we going to keep the price a secret? OK. It's a one-day-only offer.
One day only. It will never be repeated before.
We'll let you know a bit later on what we can let you have it for. But if you want to order it now on the website, you'll be delighted with the price it's going to go to. It's on the website now, but we'll drop the price a bit later. We're teases.
We are, aren't we?
We are teases today. OK, brand new. We've got quick card pads. Now, this is only the 7th, 8th and 9th in the range.
It is.
OK. Now, this is kind of a smaller version of the other pads that you do, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really. So this is when you need to make really, really quick essential cards. On every single sheet you get in one of these pads, you have the card blanks, you have your toppers, you have gorgeous ribbon borders, you have sentiments included in here. So this one sheet will make a card. It's like a one-sheet wonder.
Absolutely.
The cards are done with what you've got in here. You've got a great variety of 6x6 cards, and you've also got 4x6 cards. This one is our fabulous flowers, so this will make 16 cards.
OK. Fantastic. So that's the first pad.
Yeah.
The next one is your sporting life. So any active members of the family that you like to make sporting cards for, or maybe not quite so active. You've got the angling there, although that is kind of active. You've got your mountain biking. You've got your cricket as well. Laura, our producer, will be into that one. You've got your rugby. Yeah. What else have we got in here? What other sports? We've got the footy. We've also got the golf. Know a few golfers. My brother-in-law. Oh, yeah. And then we've got your Formula 1. There we go.
You've also got doubles of each design in here. So there's 8 different designs in total, or 8 different themes, as you will. And you are going to get 2 of each of those. So that makes up your 16.
Yep.
There's a mixture of gold and silver foiling across them all as well, which is very, very nice.
Then you've got Into the Wild. This is my favourite. I absolutely love this. The wildlife in here.
I really, really like this one. And you're covered for everyone, aren't you?
I'm looking in the mirror.
You've got the gorilla in here. You've got the gorgeous panda. I love the patterns that we've got throughout this one as well. Really, really stunning.
You've got your howling hyenas.
But when we talk about making quick cards, or someone comes round and says, oh, I've got this coming up, I need a card making, can you do it? You can make you can make these, Dan, don't be putting any clocks on the screen today. You can make these in 100% less than 3 minutes.
Okay.
That's
like dangling.
I would like to say 1 minute, but you know what Dan's like? He does time me all the time.
That is dangling the biggest carrot in front of Dan's nose. Maybe
what we need to do is, instead of putting a clock so I have to do it within a minute, we put a clock in and we see how fast I can make these cards.
That's a good idea.
Because that is what these are. They are quick cards. You just have to trim out your card blank. It's already pre-scored, so we don't need to get the scoreboard out. We can just fold that and burnish it, and then add all of your embellishments on.
You got your whales, you got your lions. So basically, you can make 48 cards out of these 3 pads.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we have also got a pick and mix of all the other 6 that we've had in the shows previously as well. So if you want to make up your own 3, you can do that. I'll tell you about the deal on that in a second. But in less than 30 seconds, we're going to give you the first deal of the afternoon. For maybe you're starting out making cards. This is perfect. Maybe you get caught because someone's got a birthday or a celebration. You think, oh, no, I forgot all about that. And you want to make a card in literally a few minutes. This is the way to go.
Maybe you spend a lot of time in a motorhome, or, you've got like a holiday home. Look how thin these are together. And you've got such a variety of designs here. You take these pads, and you can be crafting on the go as well.
They're $14.99 each normally. You're going to get 1 absolutely free, $29.97 for all 3 pads to make 48 instant cards. QWHD84. These are the latest in the range. You're going to get Into the Wild. You're going to get Sporting Life. You're going to get your fabulous flowers. All 3 of them, each one making 16 cards for less than £30. That is $9.99 each pad, isn't it?
It is.
So you're saving a £5 off each one.
It's crazy. A £5 off each one, and $9.99 to be able to make 16 cards.
It's amazing.
They are really cool. I mean, obviously, we can make them as simple as possible, or there are so many different ways. By adding different score lines in, or chopping into these card blanks, we can be making fancy folds as well. So we can be doing easels with these cards. We can be doing fold backs with these designs. We can be creating gorgeous stepper cards and all of those different things I'm going to be showing you. What's great about these as well is that we don't have to use these as 6x6 or A6 cards. We can do so much more. This is a gorgeous one here.
We've got your flowers, there we are, look, you've got your elephants as well. Have you been watching that programme on the telly about, Paul O'Grady's last film shoot of the elephants?
I've not watched that, no.
Oh, it's been amazing, absolutely amazing.
But so fun, so many really cool, themes throughout here as well.